For the first time ever, the world's biggest chess YouTuber, GothamChess, with over 5 million fans worldwide, is stepping away from the screen and onto the board. His opponent, a true chess legend, Grandmaster Pia Kremling, a pioneer, a champion, and a force in the chess world for decades. This match isn't just about skill, it's a collision of generations. Levy.rozman, known as GothamChess, dreams of becoming a grandmaster himself one day. But Pia, she's held the title since before he was born. Can Levy's drive, ambition, and hunger to claim the title stand up against Pia's decades of experience, mastery, and calm, unbreakable focus? This epic battle will be fought across 22 games, 4 intense classical games, 6 fast-paced rapid games, and 12 lightning-speed blitz games where every second counts. The stakes are high, the players are ready, and the world is watching. Welcome to the Battle of Generations.
Welcome everybody to day 4 of the Battle of Generations. I'm Anna Kramling and I am joined by the amazing international master Alex Ostrovsky. Alex, how are you doing on this fine early afternoon? We're starting an hour earlier today.
That's right. An hour earlier for our match. We have day 4. Very excited. We are officially past the halfway point of the match in terms of time, but not in terms of games.
Absolutely not in terms of games. We are playing today, or we are not playing, but we are watching round number 4 of a 22-game match. You see, we have different time controls in this match between Levy.rozman, aka GothamChess, and Grandmaster Pia Kremling, and they're playing today their final classical game. After today, we're only going to be seeing faster time controls. We're going to be seeing rapid, we're going to be seeing blitz, and it's going to get crazy. But for today, we can breathe out and watch a little bit of slower chess between these two. Now, if we look at the score right now, we see that Pia Kremling has a score of 6 points and Levy has a score of 3 points, and that is because the classical games are worth 3 points if you win. Pia has won 1 game and then they've drawn 2 games, which means that she has 3 points more than Levy. And today is going to be a huge day because if Pia wins, she's going to end up having quite a bigger score than what Levy has coming into the rapid. But if Levy wins, he's going to be able to equalize those points and get into the rapid with an equal score against Pia. So today is going to be a very, very, very important day.
Absolutely. Game 4, as you mentioned, Pia did score victory in game 1 against Levy. And then things have cooled down a little bit. At least I think Levy's on the right track. He had a quick draw in game 2 with the black pieces, a draw yesterday where they both played extremely well. And now we have the last game here, which will be starting very soon. Levy's got the black pieces again. It was interesting to see their opening in game 2. We're going to have to see how the players adjust to that game that I think surprised both of them.
I think it surprised everyone. It surprised you and me. It surprised the public. It surprised everybody. And now it's the second time that Pia has the white pieces. So I'm really excited to see what happens.
We have a handshake.
We have a handshake. And I'm not surprised about that first move, which I suppose is D4.
It looks like D4, right? But maybe it was C4. But I think we're going to get a repeat.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's see how they change it. Now, again, I do have a little bit of inside information. So we do see D4. We'll get the moves on our board very soon. But we have Knight F6. So Levy changes his first move. Last time he played D5.
He did. And do you think this is because he doesn't want to have the same drawish opening that we saw last time? Or do you just think that he wants to play something else?
Well, they could still transpose into it. It's not impossible. We have C4 from Pia, which is, of course, the Queen's Gambit. But Levy here is going to play E6. So now he still keeps the option open of playing D5, but now it depends what Pia will play, which we'll find out very soon, I'm sure. She plays Knight F3. I was going to say, if she plays Knight C3, this would give Levy an opportunity to pin the knight, starting the Nimzo Indian defense. Very, very sound opening for black. But you know what? Now, I mean, I think he's going to play D5. And after Knight C3, if he plays A6, we're going back into the same opening, but perhaps the players will deviate.
I would assume that they would deviate. And the moment that I say those words, Levy decides to play H6, which I'll be honest, I've played this with white a lot of times, and I haven't really seen this move H6.
That's the point. Now, Actually, I was gonna say I have some inside information. This is a move that I didn't know that Levy was gonna play this game, but it is something that he actually mentioned to me extensively before the match, like some of the things he was looking at, and he was looking at this idea, even in some other positions where this pawn can go to h6. It's a very strange move, right? Like you're not developing, you're not fighting for the center. It's like almost like a beginner move, but we know we're not watching beginners. We're watching the legendary GothamChess and the legendary Grandmaster Pia Cromley. So what's the point of this move? Well, first of all, you stop bishop g5. That's kind of the main idea. But I think it's also a little bit of a psychological move where you're just trying to get your opponent out of book as early as possible. It's quite flexible. Levy can still maybe play d5 or c5 or b6, depending on White's response. So he's really trying to get an original game, and he's got Pia thinking.
And I think another point of this as well can be that now if Pia decides to go knight c3, then Levy could maybe play bishop b4, and this could transpose to a lot of Nimzo-Indian variations.
Yeah, some weird ones, but nevertheless, Nimzo-Indians. And by the way, we will have clocks up in a moment. Yeah. Don't worry, the players have plenty of time. They have more time than what they started with. So we will get those clocks up on the screen, and we appreciate everyone in chat for reminding us, but it's coming.
It's coming at any point. And we see there Pia. She is thinking and she is wondering, what is this move? But she ends up playing the move g3. And if I am fully honest, I think that at this point, Pia has realized that Levy can play weird openings, or not weird is maybe the word, but maybe just more uncommon openings.
Offbeat.
Yeah, exactly. Offbeat. So I think that all of these h6 moves, the first game, they would have been a bit more scary for Pia because she wouldn't know what to expect. But I think now she's coming into the game thinking, Levy can play anything. Just let's see what happens on the board.
Yeah.
And that is a strength for Levy, I think.
Yeah, it's he's very versatile. He can play lots of different stuff. Of course, sometimes when I'm personally preparing for players and I see they play so many different things, it can be a little frustrating because you're like, I don't know what to prepare. Sometimes I don't even prepare. I'm like, well, it's impossible. So I wonder how Pia feels. And Levy plays really quickly bishop b4. Now, one thing I was going to say about Pia's response, she takes a minute or two and she plays g3, which I think is an excellent decision. I don't know if you play this opening yourself, but this kind of reminds me of a Catalan opening, right? When you fianchetto and get some pressure. And I think that was a very logical decision from Pia because she's saying, well, h6, that's not really a move you play in the Catalan. So it's kind of a wasted move. Now I'm going to be honest. I thought Levy was maybe going to play d5 here, which I know transposes some stuff that I've seen, but he plays bishop b4 check. He plays it quickly. He's obviously prepared. I've never seen this. I don't know what he's got cooked up here. I'm going to watch and learn.
I'm excited to see what he decides to play, but I think it's true. He probably thought that Pia could play the Catalan. He knows like Pia is a Catalan player. So he probably did suspect that if he goes h6, the Catalan could be one of the choices that Pia went for. So I think it makes a lot of sense that he's prepared for this. And I think it's going to leave Pia thinking a little bit in the opening. I think she's going to be a little bit confused because she hasn't seen this. And she's a classical player. Like she knows her theory, but sometimes when there's new things, she has to think a little bit about what's going on here. And I think that is what we're going to be seeing. But we also want to remind everybody that the players are playing for $10,000, sponsored by Surfshark VPN. We're so happy to have Surfshark as one of our main sponsors in this match. Exclamation mark VPN, everybody. The winner will be getting $6,000 and the loser will be getting $4,000. So there's a lot of money here. But of course, getting that $2,000 extra bonus if you win the match is a very amazing incentive.
Absolutely. I'm sure the players don't need any extra ones, but that one doesn't hurt at all. Right?
That one doesn't hurt at all. Of course, the players are playing very much for the honor and also for the rating. I mean, rating points at this level are very important, but we're very happy that we get to have a big prize pool for this match because that's what we wanted when we set this up. So yeah, bishop d2 is the final move that we see.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is now a kind of a strange Bogo Indian defense. And wow, Levy's just playing so quickly here. Bishop e7. I was going to say, if we imagine this position right here, instead of h6, Levy could have played bishop b4 immediately. This is known as the Bogo Indian. Now, of course, White would be able to block this check usually with the bishop or knight. And yeah, Levy's like, you can see he's really well prepared in this strange line. He goes bishop b4, bishop e7. This is not an unusual idea in some Catalan positions either, because even though you've kind of lost the tempo, the argument is that, well, your bishop here, it's not well placed. It's in the way of the knight on d2. Also, in some positions, I can maybe target it and try to exchange it for my own knight. So It's not an unknown maneuver. I know that in similar positions without g3 and h6 on the board, some of the theoretical moves for black are c5 or a5 or even to take here. But Levy goes bishop e7 quickly. He's obviously prepared this offbeat line, as we said, quite well. And like you said, P is a classical player. Maybe you got to startle them a little bit, take them into non-classical waters so that they can't use their strengths.
So that they're not so comfortable in that position. And this idea actually of going bishop b4 check and then retreating, this is something that I play myself with black against the Catalan, but then with a pawn on d5, and I'll go bishop b4 check, and then I'll go either to d6 or to e7 back. So yeah, it's a very common idea to bring it back, and it looks a little bit funny, but like you're saying, the bishop typically wants to be on e7 or d6, and now with the bishop on d2, this bishop is a little bit worse placed maybe than what it is on c1, or it's at least a little bit less flexible for white, what options they can go for. So bishop g2 is played. This is very natural, just developing the bishop. PA is now getting ready for castling, and I wonder now, I mean, Levy has to do a break in the center. He can't just sit like this forever. So he's going to have to play either c5 or d5 at some point. What do you think he's going to do? Do you think he's going to play d5 now?
Either now or perhaps he'll castle first. Yeah, of course, he needs to. So far, he's not really putting pawns in the center, so that will make sense. I'm interested to see, yeah, he plays d5 quickly. I was going to say he for sure has looked at this. If you've looked at, you obviously would have looked at a move like bishop g2. So I'm sure we'll see his strategy play out a bit more. Again, I want to show maybe one idea that I'm familiar with, which I thought Levy might be going for here. When Pia played pawn to g3, I know that you don't have to give this check immediately. You can play this move pawn to d5. Let's say we get bishop to g2. And here there's like a kind of strange setup that you don't normally see in the Catalan, where you can actually put this knight on c6, which generally you don't want to do because you're blocking the c-pawn. And then after castles, you bring the bishop to d6. So we were saying you can go to e7 to d6. So I thought maybe this is a setup he's going for. The point is you kind of take away some squares from the bishop. And eventually you go for some kind of idea where you take on c4 and break with e5. This is something that I've seen. Perhaps it's something that Pia has seen because she's played a lot of games at that top level. So perhaps Levy was looking for something even more offbeat than this, which already looks quite offbeat to me. So we'll see what his idea is. It's like a Catalan, bishops on d2, pawns on h6. These differences, let's see how they're going to play out in terms of black's and white's plans.
It still feels like this move h6 can be very useful in certain lines here, because typically this bishop will want to go to g5 sometimes. And so now the bishop can never go there. The bishop, okay, what is it doing on f4? It's not doing much. This bishop feels a little bit clumsy right now for white. It feels like it doesn't really have any natural square, in my opinion. But we see castles here for white. And now, of course, one question might be, okay, what happens if Levy simply takes PS pawn? This looks like a free pawn, but this pawn is typically not a pawn that you're too scared to lose because it's very easy to capture back. It's going to be very difficult for Levy to ever reinforce this pawn and protect it, as if he ever plays b5, this bishop on g2 is going to become so strong in this diagonal. And a lot of times, I mean, it's going to be impossible to protect that pawn because the rook will just be hanging. Absolutely.
Yeah, the queen's gambit, it's kind of not really a gambit a lot of the times, right? Yeah, it's a very safe gambit, let's say.
It's the joke. Oh, you play a gambit? Oh, haha, I play the queen's gambit. That's not really a gambit. That's a very chess joke, I feel like. Maybe not so funny, but it is what it is. So we got C6.
Talking to chess players. So
we are.
You know your audience.
Or chess viewers, at least.
Chess viewers.
Maybe future chess players. So we see c6 here being played by black. And now, moves such as pawn takes c4 can become more dangerous because now Levy is setting up the idea of playing b5. And with this pawn on c6, blocking this bishop on this diagonal, it's now not as easy to create problems against this setup. So yeah, now I think moves such as b3, queen c2, or just any moves defending this pawn are quite natural. What do you think?
Absolutely. And this is starting to transpose back into positions that are more familiar to, I think, most Catalan players. This whole triangle setup for Levy, it's quite natural. Like you said, the point is that you can maybe take on c4, but you're also reinforcing the d5 square. A future idea for Levy could be trying to get this bishop out on these diagonals as well. And by the way, we can see the point why this bishop on d2 might not be, why black would want to induce it. It looks like, well, you just gave white this free move. But in some positions, now Pia cannot play knight d2, which would easily defend the pawn. She goes queen c2 to do so. Also, there are some positions where this knight comes to c3, then this knight from f3 goes to d2, white breaks with e4, takes over the center. So this is a very nuanced but relatively well-known idea for most anti-Catalan players for black, I suppose. to force the bishop here. So Pia, she says, I don't want to be bothered, having to calculate these gambits. So we'll see how Levy plays it. I expect he's going to castle in some kind of move order eventually with b6, the knight coming out. I've also seen some games by Hans Niemann where he's played these variations with black, and he loves to play a5, a4, grabbing some space. So it started with like this strange h6 move, but I think now we're going more towards very typical Catalan long strategic battles here.
I agree. And I really like this idea that you're saying with b6, because this can sometimes be very annoying for white. The idea of, oh, if I take here, you take with the queen, there's some bishop a6 at some point, maybe. This pawn on e2 is hanging. If you ever play e3 or try to push this pawn up, then the rook is hanging. So we see now castles from Levy. And now it's time, I suppose, for Pia to try to come up with a plan. So what are the long-term plans in the Catalan, would you say, for white?
For white, well, as we mentioned briefly, I think going for this e4 break is definitely on the table. So for example, maybe something like b3 followed by knight c3 and then e4, expanding the center. Obviously, you want to get your rooks in the game. I think this e4 plan is one of the most major ones for white. And for black, Levy's a little cramped, so he needs to figure out how to develop these pieces. Now, I'm going to show you something funny. I think you'll half appreciate it, half not. But let me show you how the game might go here. So we were talking about this bishop on d2 being maybe not so good. So maybe we can move it to f4, right? That will allow us to go here. But then black could attack the bishop. So maybe the bishop goes back and the knight goes back and the bishop goes back. And, that's something that could happen. Maybe it could happen in some other games, but I don't think it's going to happen in this one.
I don't think it's going to happen in this one. But last time you said those words, Anna, let me show you something that could happen, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. You know what we saw, right? We saw threefold repetition.
That's why I thought I'd give it a shot,
You're jinxing it, Alex. You're jinxing it. Now, this is absolutely not going to happen today. I am sure that we're not going to be seeing any fast.
Well, the funny thing is, in this line, white will actually play bishop c1 instead, or because now the bishop here, as we discussed, might be better placed. Because let's say you go back to f6, now I can play knight d2. So this is so funny. The bishop goes here, you can put on b2, you can play e4. So that repetition is not only is it unlikely to happen for, non-chess reasons, but even for chess reasons, it wouldn't make any sense because white has a really strong way to deviate.
Yeah, and to continue the game. How do you feel that these two players are feeling now after having, sat in front of each other for 4 days and playing against each other for so many days? Do you think that now this is just part of their routine? Like they meet up, they play their chess game every day? Or do you think that it's difficult psychologically to be facing the same person every day?
I think that it's definitely a unique experience, like the match format, because you're playing the same person. But at the same time, I feel like they're not tired of it at all because we're seeing a new opening every game. So it's even though you're playing the same person, it's a fresh position. I feel like it would be a lot more strange if it's like, all right, another day, another I don't know, London or whatever, right? Like that Levy played in game one. Then you'd be kind of getting tired of it. Also today, we started an hour earlier. So shout out to all our wonderful viewers for joining us a little bit earlier today. But maybe for the players, that's also good. They're like, oh, it's like different, different round time. And then tomorrow they're going to get into the rapid. So that's going to be totally different. So I feel like this format really keeps it fresh for them.
There's innovation constantly, either in when the match starts or in the format. But yes, this is the final day where they can actually sit down and kind of relax and play. Because tomorrow we're going to be seeing 6 rapid games in one day. We've been seeing one game every single day. Tomorrow, everybody, when you join us, we're going to be seeing 6 games being played. And when you join us on Saturday, you're going to be seeing 12 different games between them being played. So this is the final day of a kind of long, classic focused game. After this, it's going to be rapid and fast chess.
But as we mentioned, today's game is extremely valuable. 3 points up for grabs. So yeah, currently Pia has the lead 6-3. If you guys see our scoreboard on the stream, it says 2-1 classical, but then it says 3-6. So don't get confused. Their score by the traditional scoring system, we have 1 win and 2 draws for Pia, but the games are worth 3 points and 1.5 for a draw. So it's not just, oh, well, why don't they get over with today and then play a bunch of games tomorrow? This game counts for a lot. And currently, here's a live stat. I can give you the rating changes for the players after these 3 rounds.
Amazing.
Yeah, so we have plus 1.7 points of FIDE rating for Pia, and conversely, minus 1.7 points for Levy. So today's game will kind of determine, if Levy can win, he'll actually gain rating in the match. If they draw, I guess they break even. And if Pia wins, then she'll be able to stack up even more points. So that's what they're playing for as well, aside from all the wonderful prizes and prestige.
And this might not sound like a lot, plus 1.7 or minus 1.7, but at this rating, every ELO point that you get is worth quite a lot because it's not so easy to beat strong players constantly. So every rating point that they get, they're going to be very happy about. And yeah, I actually have a question for you.
Sure.
What is the most you've ever won at a tournament, and what's the most you've ever lost at a tournament?
In terms of rating?
In terms of rating.
Okay, let's go by FIDE rating. Let me think back, because one other thing to your point is that not only is it difficult to, literally beat players, the rating system also works that once you hit 2400, which currently Pia is still over 2400 and Levy's under, but he was over, your K factor, which means how much your rating can change in a game, it becomes 10. So in game one, when Pia won her game, she's a higher rated player, but it's not like she's hundreds of points higher. She gained 3.9 points. And then when they drew, she lost 1.1. So you really move very slowly. So if you see someone having a tournament like, Levy's gaining or losing 20 points, that's an amazing result. Now, saying that, I have to think back before I was 2400 because I have the small K factor for the past like 12 years. I think I've probably lost maybe 80 points in a tournament once when I was like 12 years old or so. And how much did I gain in one event? It's hard, maybe around 60. Okay. What about you? Because you have K20, right? And you had K40.
So
you must have some crazy up and downs. Yeah.
Yeah, no, my biggest loss is going to shock you.
I don't think so. Is it 200?
No, we're not.
Okay, then it's okay. It's possible because with the K factor of 40, you can lose one game and you're down 38 points.
Yeah,
it's insane. Yeah.
You lose one game and you lose almost 40 points of rating is actually crazy. The most I've ever lost at a tournament has been 150 points. And I did that in a world championship, in a world youth championship.
My biggest loss was also in the World Youth.
They are difficult.
Very dangerous. Yeah.
Dangerous
I played in under 12 in Vietnam in 2008, and I lost a lot of points there. Yeah,
mine was in Greece. I came in as a 2100 and I left as a 1900, and it was very sad, I remember.
But what about your biggest gain?
My biggest gain was like 110 points, I think, at a European youth.
Okay, so you're like a major performer one way or the other.
Exactly.
At big championships.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I actually went from 1900 to 2100, I remember. So it all evened out, you know?
Yeah.
It was great.
But feels so hard to gain points. Like you got to win, you got to work hard.
Yeah.
And then losing them feels extremely easy. It's like, oh, I lost one too. And okay, now buckle my shoe.
Exactly. And speaking of buckling our shoes, they are buckling their pieces. They've been doing some moves.
Flawless transition. We have Rook D1.
Rook D1. And this move, I mean, I suppose it makes sense to put the rook on the same file as the queen, also defending this pawn, getting the rook out of this diagonal maybe, and the rook is not really doing much on f1 anyway, so I suppose this is a kind of waiting move. Excellent move. Develop the rook. Very flexible. And Levy in turn responds with knight d7, also keeping his ideas flexible because that knight doesn't really have other squares to go to. So his decision is going to be, what do you do with that bishop? Of course, that he's probably going to need to play b6. Well, for P as well, but I mean for Levy's bishop on c8. This guy is not so good. He has no legal moves or illegal even. But yeah, you want to play b6. But one thing he could do is use his a pawn, maybe a5, a4, to expand a little on the queen side, give his a rook. I like to call this the lazy rook. It hasn't even moved at all. But suddenly when you start pushing that pawn, it gets activated. So just chilling there, but it becomes quite decent. So I think that'll be Levy's choice. And for Pia, she also needs to figure out what to do with that knight on d1, because knight c3, you might need to consider d takes c4, and all of a sudden, maybe you do need to worry about not having that pawn. So what do you do with that bishop? Like I've even seen some positions where the bishop goes to like e1. But yeah, I think bishop f4 is quite reasonable because again, if knight h5, I don't repeat, but I play this bishop c1 move, which looks so bizarre, but the bishop on d2 is actually a little bit misplaced. And I'm wondering, is b3 here a mistake just to get the knight out to c3 and start pushing e4 like we talked about before? No, that looks completely reasonable. And also you can play bishop c3 and knight d2. So that's a very logical move as well. And yeah, then you can still play for e4. So yeah, absolutely. So it feels like it's going to be one of those moves that we see Pia is thinking right now. So we will see what she ends up playing. Also, we want to remind everybody that we have confessional booths in this match, which means that if you see one of the players leaving the board It might be because they're taking a little break, but it might also be because they're going to the confessional booth to talk about their thoughts. And we do see Levy right now not by the board, which could mean that he is giving a bit of a confession and telling us what he thinks about this opening and talk about his opening prep. Because we see him with an hour 29, which means that he's been very prepared for this opening probably.
Absolutely. And also, this is a little mind game, right? You don't want to, well, not even mind game, but you don't want to go to your confessional when you think your opponent is going to make a move, because then you're going to lose time. So I think, I wonder if the players keep this in consideration. I think I certainly would. I would go do my confessional where I assume my opponent's going to spend a bit of time. But also, as we see, I think there was no confessional. He comes back with what looks like a cup of tea.
A cup of tea.
Excellent choice for a game. And we also know the players have access to some snacks, some bananas. We saw Levy eating one in the confessional booth. So they have some wonderful activities to do when they stand up.
Very wonderful activities. And even the Levy's right now drinking tea. We do wish that we could drink Blitz Fuel, which is one of the sponsors of this event. Amazing energy drinks, and they literally have the name Blitz Fuel for the Blitz. We're seeing if we can make that happen. But okay.
Was that a confession?
Were we getting baited? Were we getting baited?
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, but we do want to give a big shout out to Blitzfuel for being one of the sponsors of this event. Now we have Bishop F4 on the board. So Pia does go for this move that we were talking about to play Knight D2. Now I have a question for you.
Sure.
Let's say that Levy does something random. Let's say he goes A5.
Yeah, looks very logical.
She goes Knight D2. What about Knight H5 now? Because now the bishop cannot retreat. Is the bishop just going to E3?
Yeah, I don't think you want to trade that bishop because, first of all, it's a bishop. It's a good piece. Second of all, you would double your own pawns. So the bishop would go to E3, where it is a little clumsy. But yeah, by the way, this A5 move, as I mentioned, I think it's an excellent choice. And also, we'll see another use of this H6 move potentially. This might give Levy in some positions the opportunity to play G5, which looks a little, loose and risky, but it is an idea. In some potential positions, it makes you, not that Pia would, but maybe if she plays E3, now your bishop is kind of getting stuck, right? So we'll see another usefulness of that move. And we see Levy thinking here. I think A5 is excellent. I've seen this idea, I think almost in this exact position. And still, even though Pia got that bishop to a better square, you still got to be careful about playing Knight D2 because there's all these ideas with Knight H5 and G5, and the bishop could be a little bit harassed. And E3 is definitely an awkward square. So now we really see the point of Levy's bishop E4 check and bishop E7. So deep planning from him.
And the early H6 as well.
Yeah.
Creating this G5 threat. And we've seen that Levy is the kind of player to enjoy playing G5 sometimes, I feel like, from previous games.
Maybe he was inspired. H6, G5, he's looking for any opening where he can play it now.
Exactly. It feels like he likes these H6, G5s or early H5s as well if he has the chance to. So this could absolutely be an idea. Can we talk a little bit about this A5 move? So what is the idea of A5? Is the idea that you want to start pushing down this pawn, or do you just want to place this pawn on A5 to prevent any white B4 at some point?
Yeah, I don't know if white's necessarily going to play B4 in the near future. A5 is one of these moves when in chess, sometimes you can just push your flank pawns. You can just play A5 or H4 or H5, especially if there's a rook behind it. And it doesn't really create any weaknesses in your position because you're pushing a pawn all the way in the flank. But a lot of times it can be a useful way to gain a little bit of space. So in this particular position, I think that's what it does. You're just grabbing a little bit of space. It activates the rook ever so slightly. And it also kind of still keeps, you have to force white into a decision because as we notice, if white plays Knight D2, then there could be Knight H5. If white plays Knight C3, then you can take on C4. If white plays B3, maybe then you play A4. So it's like a high level waiting move that also improves the position. The typical move would also be something like B6. But in this position, if you play B6, you need to worry about C takes D5. So maybe we can put that on the board. So yeah, now after something like CD5, and now you have to take with the C pawn because C6 is hanging due to the queen on C2. There could be some ideas where white, I guess not necessarily here, but white can invade on this C7 square, right? Like either with some kind of bishop C7 or queen C7 or rook C7. Looks like here it's not a particular worry, but in general, this move A5 kind of delays B6 for maybe a slightly better moment.
Yeah, and I mean, allowing the pieces to come into these squares can definitely look a little bit scary. Of course, here after something like queen C6, there's bishop A6, which would just simply defend everything, and then the rook would be able to come into C8, threatening the queen with a tempo, so it's maybe not so favorable here. but definitely something to consider. So we will see if Levy ends up playing b6. If he goes a5, it feels very natural to move one of these squares. And then what else could he do? I mean, could another idea be to go rook e8 and try to make this knight a little bit more useful on this side? Or do you never want to move this knight because there might be some knight e5 coming in?
Yeah, exactly. I think on d7, although it might look a little bit passive, it's quite useful because if white plays knight e5, you're ready to challenge it. And in the future, you could definitely see some ideas from black potentially to advance in the center. So the knight is useful for that. And also, what else was I going to say about this this knight here? Yeah, I don't know. I just like it on d7. Don't see why it should move. So I think Levy needs to pay attention to the queen side more than anything else. I mean, he could consider knight h5, and I wonder if he's also thinking like there would be a repetition here, but it doesn't make sense because bishop c1 is actually more helpful for white, and then Pia could play b3, bishop b2 even.
Yeah, this would be like the biggest psychological thing. If he goes knight h5 wanting a repetition, but then Pia just goes bishop c1, it would be like...
Well, he would still come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here's another idea he could be thinking about. He could be thinking about knight e4. And the idea is maybe he can play aggressively with g5 and f5 after. I don't know if it's justified, but it's an idea.
If,
knight e4 immediately.
Knight e4, yeah.
And then he could maybe think about g5 and f5.
Yeah, so, and just kind of throw those pawns on the king side.
Yeah, it doesn't look that crazy. I wouldn't do it, but Levy's the type player who would.
Yeah.
I'm more like b6, get my bishop out. He's more like f5, g5.
I really here want to move this knight to be able to play f3 at some point and get rid of this, but maybe that's not the correct idea.
Not so easy, right? Where are you going to move it?
Maybe to e5?
Sure, and then I can maybe trade it, yeah?
Trade, and then the question is, can we take it with the pawn and then start threatening to take here with the rook?
Yeah, well, then it's starting to get a bit unbalanced, right? So you're doubling the pawns. So, yeah, I don't know. You said, we'll see. I think this something is based on Levy's time usage. He's either out of theory or he's like, maybe he doesn't know the exact move, but he studied some ideas. So perhaps he's decided, oh, what was the idea I saw here? I remember this 94 idea. I remember this idea. To be honest, I've never seen Levy play this structure, this variation, which can be double-edged, right? Because you prepare something new, you surprise your opponent, but you got to be careful not to surprise yourself. Exactly. I've made this mistake where I've like prepped something and then I'm like, all right, this is gonna be great. And then at the board, you're like, what's my idea? It's like, I don't know. I've never played this. So it can be quite difficult. So I've actually, I've played not exactly this position, but I tried this idea once, this bishop before bishop e7. And I ended up losing the game and I had a very nice position, but I didn't realize I had a nice position because I was like not familiar with it. And I was like, oh, like I'm under some pressure. Yeah. And then I look after and I'm like, oh, she's better. And yeah, so it could be quite tricky to play ideas you haven't played before.
No, but it's so psychological, right? If you don't really know exactly how the position is and you feel like all your pieces are a little bit on the back rank, you might feel like, oh, it's a bit cramped here. Yeah. But that doesn't have to be the case at all. So, but that can also change the way you play the game, depending on how you think that the position is. So that's why I think one of the biggest strengths of very strong players is them not just being able to calculate very far, but also being able to evaluate different positions very, very well. And that is something that I know that I struggle with. So that's something to practice.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, if you think you're better, you're going to play a certain way. You're going to be playing for the advantage. If you think you're worse, you're going to try to equalize. But if you think you're worse when you're better and you're playing to equalize, you're playing bad moves.
Exactly. Then you're playing bad moves. Exactly. So that makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people talking about Anna and Alex in the chat. And well, yes, the overlay does say the wrong move order, to put it in chess terms.
But it transposes.
It does, exactly. I love the chess terms here. So Anna and Alex. Now, for everybody joining for the first time today, Alex, do you want to introduce yourself to all our dear new viewers?
That would be my pleasure. So yeah, I am Alex, although it might say Anna under my name, but my name is Alex Ostrovsky. I'm an international master. I'm rated 2403. I have one grandmaster norm, and I'm a great friend of Levy's, an occasional commentator, an occasional player, and a full-time chess coach. So lots of different chess activities, and I'm very happy to be joined here by woman FIDE master Anna Cromling and all our viewers across 4 different chats, 4 different platforms, Twitch and YouTube, of course, dual streamed to both your channel and Levy's.
Exactly. And we're just so happy to be here. And the fact that both you and Levy have come all the way from New York to Stockholm, Sweden, to me and Pia's home base. It's amazing.
Straight into the enemy's camp.
Exactly. That's what, and we're thankful for that, you know. Welcome to Sweden.
Thank you very much. It's been great here. It's my first time. I love combining all my chess activities with visiting new places, right? Because you can played tournaments all over the world. So I definitely enjoy that. And I very much enjoy your hospitality in Sweden.
Thank you. How have you enjoyed Sweden? Do you think it's been good so far?
It has. I definitely, I'm not free the whole day. Some days are more free than others, depending if we get 14 move draws, I guess. But overall, it's been pretty busy here. But I've been enjoying taking some walks and enjoying some fine Swedish cuisine. So nothing too spectacular so far, but good vibes.
Have you had any meatballs yet?
I have.
Oh,
Last night. Yeah.
Oh,
I had.
you did?
Yeah.
Were they good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So I figured, like, we went to a place. It was one of the things on the menu. Of course, have to try that.
Nice.
So yeah, I saw an IKEA, but we have those in New York as well. So
yeah, you don't want to have the meatballs from IKEA.
I didn't have them from.
Here.
I just saw an IKEA, so I was like, oh, Sweden.
yeah, exactly. Now you knew they were here. Did you have them with the lingonberry sauce?
That's a good question. I definitely had. So we had, like, they gave us potato pancakes, or not gave us, we ordered. It wasn't just like, here you go. So it was potato pancakes, and they had the lingonberries on them. I don't think the meatballs did, but they had, like, some potatoes, and I don't know. It's interesting, right? Because it's savory and sweet. I usually kind of try to keep those separate, but I'll try it. But I think it was meatballs with meatball sauce.
amazing. Yeah, brim sauce probably. Okay, well, let's get back and see it. Levy is still thinking about this move after bishop f4. This is the longest he's thought so far. And one thing that I'm curious about is if we have a confession, and we actually do. So let's go ahead and hear Levy's thoughts about this opening, or whatever other thoughts he has.
What's up, everybody? Yesterday I tried talking louder and it still sounded like ASMR. I watched back the stream. I'm going to try to talk a little louder today, even louder than yesterday. First of all, yeah, I didn't know what Pia was going to play today, so I changed the move order a little bit. I don't know if she was always going to play the Catalan, but now we're in a Catalan. Maybe she went for the Catalan because I played h6. h6 is an idea played by the world champion challenger Gukesh. Shout out to my boy. He didn't give me the idea, but I saw his games, and he's really good. So, but the way she played it, we're just in a regular Catalan, except I played h6. It's not bad, not good. It'll be cool to gain some experience. And like yesterday, I was quite inspired by Pia coming here and also in the interview, and she's just like always so happy to just play a position and get an interesting game. So gonna try to be positive. Anyway, my throat hurts. I don't know if I'm getting sick because I'm in Stockholm and it's so cold here, but I'm gonna go save my voice. Follow me on Snapchat though, levy.rozman.
All right, we heard that. I love how positive he was there, though. He said that he was inspired by Pia to just come in here and be positive and talk about enjoying the game. And I think that is amazing. And it seems that he's just kind of treating this as, of course, a very competitive game, but also as a learning experience. He's going to learn a little bit more how to play these sort of positions that he hasn't played so much in the past.
Yeah, we did see Pia yesterday come in back-to-back moves for a confessional. I've been just talking, all smiles, talking about how she's excited and enjoying the game. So that's where Levy got his inspiration. And yeah, it's an interesting approach. He said, he's not only, playing the match and trying his best, but using it to learn, trying some new ideas, which could be, as we discussed, risky, right? Because sometimes you try something new, you don't know it, you don't play well, but at the same time, how are you going to know it if you're not going to test it out? So yeah, he's not scared to go in there and change it up a bit. But we also do see, after his confession, he's going for a serious think here. I think he's been thinking for 13, 14 minutes. And I think that really shows that, the inexperience in the position where the plan to him is not so obvious. Doesn't mean his position is, and we're under attack from some flies. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
That was just literally right in front of me. Sorry, you were giving a beautiful.
It's no worries.
You were giving a beautiful talk.
Yeah. My TED talk. Yeah.
No, it was amazing. I'm very sorry. So yeah, absolutely. And I think that also in the road to becoming a grandmaster, you have to have these experiences. You can't just always play the same thing. You have to have different kinds of experiences and to practice and to and to learn. And knight h5 is on the board, everybody.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it is something that I pointed out earlier. Now, I'm sure, we're looking at the players and obviously they're focused and serious, but I'm sure inside they're laughing a little bit because they both know what this move implies. However, yeah, I don't see the repetition because in the previous, and I see very quickly bishop c1, very quickly bishop c1, and Levy's going to go knight f6, by the way, because the knight on h5 is terrible. Now, this move itself is not so bad, but I don't love it for Levy because that bishop, we saw if it stood on f4, it's a bit vulnerable, either to knight h5 later, maybe even g5. So he's just giving this move to Pia for free. Now, again, I imagine he's going to play knight f6, and now she can just play knight d2. And after b3, bishop b2, e4, the white moves kind of flow very easily. So it might seem bizarre that the bishop's going back to the starting square, but look at black's pieces. None of them are in position to do any damage, any danger. I mean, the only thing I can imagine Levy maybe going for here, if he's not trying to repeat, is f5, although you still kind of want to bring that knight back. So I don't love that decision because maybe I don't know, maybe he could have thought maybe Pia will take another draw. I doubt it, but I just think maybe he wasn't familiar with some of these ideas. Like I said, for me, I mean, it's something that I've also seen before. I like this move, just waiting, expanding. And if knight d2, then I'll maybe go knight h5 to force you to a passive square. And let's see what Levy does now. But I don't think Pia, if knight f6, there's no chance she will repeat the position.
No, and I think she's very much saying that when she goes instantly bishop c1.
Yeah.
Because I think actually she's quite happy about this because she had this problem with this bishop. She wanted to get the knight to d2. I don't think she minds the fact that the bishop is on c1. She just wants to get the knight to d2, and then she wants to play e4. And I don't think she minds that Levy has spent now a couple of moves going back and forth here. So I think if knight f6, we're just going to see knight d2. And then the question is, how can Levy create issues for Pia when she decides to try to play e4? Can he go something like c5 here and just try to explode the center somehow?
I'm going to be honest. I don't like this position at all for black because, I mean, a move like c5, we saw this, and I actually saw the question in the chat. Hey, can someone explain why, like, you know, it's good to put the rook, you know, on the same file as the queen, even if there's a lot of things in the middle? Well, here's an example, right? Even though it looks like it's not going to matter at all because, you know, there's so much stuff. The moment you play c5, now there's not so much stuff, right? Now I can take, and then, you know, the queen is quite loose. Now, a move like c5, it's very dangerous for black to play because the Catalan bishop, this guy is such a menace if you play the black pieces. So much pressure on the queen side. You kind of want to keep, in most cases, this triangle or pyramid of pawns to neutralize it. So, yeah, we were saying knight f6, knight d2. I don't know. I think, you know, b6 is, again, the typical move. But still, the play is very easy for white. Either you play e4 right away, maybe you develop some pieces. But I have to say, these types of positions, as a Queen's Gambit player myself, and since a young age, especially when I didn't know what I was doing, it's very easy to fall for something like this, where you kind of, oh, I'm just developing pieces. Your opponent plays e4, they take over the center, and you're so passive. So do not like how this is going for Levy, but maybe he's going to play f5 here. If he plays f5 here, then at least he's avoiding that sort of torture chamber against Pia.
And what we're seeing is that it's not like the evaluation is saying that it's so much better for Pia if she plays e4, just maybe slightly better. But I agree with what you're saying that it's easier to play for white, and it's very easy for black to become a bit passive in those positions and just immediately go wrong. And I've done that mistake a million times with black, especially against e4, and especially because with moves such as b6, the c6 pawn would be weak as well. So it's now feeling a little bit slow for Levy in comparison to if he would have played a5 here and tried to get a queenside, or just played a few waiting moves to ask Pia, where is she going to go? Are you going to go knight d2? Well, maybe now knight h5. Now your bishop is more weird on e3 than what it is on c1. So I wonder if he's going to spend some time thinking here too, because he's already spent quite a lot of time on this move knight h5. And so maybe he's making the decision of, do I try to explain why I play knight h5 with the move f5? Or do I simply go back?
Yeah, and I think the fact that Pia played it so quickly puts a little bit of, you know, maybe self-doubt. Maybe he was intending to play knight f6, but now he's like, wait a minute, you know, whatever, like whatever thoughts he's having, we won't really know until we get another confessional. And Pia's at the board, so we don't have a confessional from her just yet. I honestly would not be surprised to see him play f5 because I think he's, and you see he's adjusting, he's changing his stance. Yeah, I don't know if he wants to play f5 either, but it's a tough choice because, like you said, it's very easy to get into a passive position. And I wonder if, you know, we've all seen, or I know you've seen, I've seen some of the match predictions and insights from top players, right, which is very unique, from Magnus Carlsen, from Hikaru Nakamura, and everyone's saying, you know, Pia, she's got so much experience, so much class, so much skills in positional battles. Perhaps that's in Levy's mind. He's thinking, let's go f5. Let's just kind of mix it up and make it sort of a more of a fight, even if I have to take a risk, than just kind of give her the position that she's excellent at.
Yeah, it must be very difficult to know that so many people are saying that, oh, well, Pia is the favorite in classical chess. But at the same time, I know, my mom has heard a million times that Levy is going to be so much better than her in the blitz, right? So I think both players are getting other people to say that they're going to be performing in a certain way at different points of the match. But the important thing is they're just here to play chess, and they're going to give it their best in each part of the match. And I think Levy, he's been holding up really well in the classical as well. He did lose that first game, but yesterday we saw a very, very fighting game between the two players where Levy was better almost the whole game. And yeah, I think that anything can happen here. So I'm excited though, because I feel like this is the start of a long game. That is what I'm excited about.
Yeah, well, or knight f6, bishop f4.
That is not going to happen. That is not, Alex, I am telling you, that is not going to happen. I would, I don't know what I would put on the line, but like, that is not going to happen. So this we're not going to see being repeated.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Levy, we were saying in his opening, he was well prepared. He was up, he had 130 or whatever. And I think Pia had the same 118 she has now. But this is the danger. When you play something, you surprise your opponent. Sometimes you surprise yourself. And in this position, again, I'm not an expert on this by any means, but at least I've seen this A5 move, and I liked it when when we looked at it. But if Levy hasn't, it's not an easy move to pick up, right? It's like random, like, why are we pushing this pawn, right? So I don't know if he thought of that or he had some other considerations, but yeah, this is a very common trap. Things look much nicer when you're sitting at home, enjoying yourself, drinking a cup of tea, and it's on your laptop, it's on your computer, and you see your file and you see your preparation and your coach's notes and the computer. It all feels so great. But then when you're at the board, you have to think, and you find it that, well, what if here, what if there, right? And you don't have that engine there just kind of telling you what to do. I think, that's why we see Levy. He spent 20 minutes already on these two moves. He's not comfortable with this position.
He's not. And I do think that ultimately maybe you will see knight f6. But then I'm wondering, after knight d2, if we just look at this position.
Yeah, b6 I would think is most natural, because again, that bishop needs to come out. And okay, even e4, let's just say e4 immediately, right? Because I don't need to put my bishop on b2 when it can potentially go, back to e3 or f4.
Exactly. So here, I mean, are you gonna allow white to play e5?
So let's put it on the board of de, because I guess that's kind of the most obvious move. But this is the dream for white. After knight takes, let's say you even take it, queen takes.
Now you can't even go here.
Yeah, you have to go bishop b7, and this is, I actually, one of my students, he plays the Catalan. Shout out to Kevin. And this is a position that he gets quite a lot against players rated around 2000 they're just playing natural moves. They don't know the theory. And if you play natural moves for black, this is what you can get into. Now, let's say bishop f4. Next up, I can play, I'm going to retreat my queen. Maybe I play knight e5. At the right moment, I can play c5 maybe, which completely kills that bishop on b7. This is like nightmare scenario for black, where you're no play, very passive, and white's dream as well. So again, this is the real danger in the position for Levy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And how do you avoid it? Because the
F5.
way of avoiding it, well, are you rooting for f5 right now?
Yeah, just no e4. Just no e4. Just go f5. And at least you don't get because personally, I was also trained kind of classically, I guess. When I was growing up, I had a lot of great coaches who were from the Soviet school of chess, very correct way of playing. So Stonewall structure is completely forbidden. You cannot play the Stonewall, but that's what f5 is, right? You're going to what's known as the Stonewall pawn structure. It's, the bishop on c8 really hates it. The dark squares are very weak, but at least you're kind of staking your claim, to something, to the square in e4 and just avoiding the squeeze. But even then, after f5, it's I prefer white because I just don't like the Stonewall structure personally. But at least I just don't want to see Levy get hit with this e4 move where he's super passive.
I absolutely hate playing against the Stonewall, if I have to admit so myself.
Genetic? Or?
That I don't know. I'm speaking for myself, not for my mother. But I don't like playing against the Stonewall. So, and I think it's because I am an active player. I like when my pieces have a lot of activity. The Stonewall just kind of stops all of that. My dream is to play e4 here, like you're saying. I want to open up for all my pieces. I want my bishop to have a bright future. I want this bishop to have a bright future. I want my knight up here, my queen. And f5 just kind of stops all of that. So let's look actually what happens if f5. If f5, I guess one of the drawbacks of this move is that this square on e5 is going to be a bit weak forever. There's no pawn that can ever go to f6 and kick away a piece that comes up here. So I wonder, is there anything we can do with that? Maybe we just want to play b3 and
Yeah, bishop
open up for
b3 and bishop a3. I like for white
bishop
because
a3. Yeah.
if I get rid of your bishop on e7,
Uh-huh.
and now your dark squares are even weaker, and that bishop on c8, that's always the nightmare in the Stonewall, that you have that bishop just terrible for the whole game. So yeah, it's not the only move. This is kind of it's funny. The white bishop's really doing laps around the board, but maybe we might as well start trading it off with something like b3. And yeah, another idea is that it's not so easy here, but that knight on b1, I would love to get it to. Well, here's what I want to do. I want to play knight d2, then I want to play knight e1, and then the knight goes to d3, and my other knight goes to f3. It takes time, but if that's the perfect formation.
This knight here.
Yeah, or that knight. Well, just get this formation, because then I dominate the square in e5 and f4 and c5. Like I just dominate all the dark squares. It takes some time, right? So the black is going to try to do some stuff in the meantime, but yeah, it's a strategic battle. But white's going to try to exploit all these different Stonewall deficiencies, let's say.
But I love this idea of going b3 and bishop a3, because we're seeing here that this dark squared bishop. This is black's good bishop, because all of these pawns are in light squares. And if you have a bishop that is the same color as all of your pawns, that probably means that bishop can't really move around so much because those pawns are blocking it. So that's the joke, is that it almost becomes like a big tall pawn.
He made a move.
He made a move though, and the move is knight f6.
Yeah, also understandable, but the fact that he spent 13 minutes on knight h5, and then what was that he had like another 13 minutes or 12 minutes on knight f6. It's not very promising for just not very promising, because just like, yeah, like if I'm his coach, and I'm like, man, you spent 30 minutes on these two moves, like, but it just shows he's very uncomfortable with the position. By the way, if he was going to play f5, I would then in this position, we were suggesting maybe knight e4, because then, because you don't have to lose that time with the knight, and you can play f5 and then maybe g5 as well. So again, I think, let's see what Pia does. I expect, bishop f4 here would be not what I expect at all, because first of all, I don't think she wants to draw. Second of all, knight d2 is just an excellent move, followed by e4. Again, Levy's not losing or anything like that, but it's way more pleasant, I think, to play for white here.
I would suspect that she's going to play knight d2 at any point. We will see. I don't think she's going to spend too much time. Maybe she'll spend 3-4 minutes. But I think she also understands that this didn't really pose any big threat to her. And it's not a more dangerous situation than what it was before, to put it that way.
But you said Pia does play the Catalan.
She does, yeah.
So she's 100% seen. Like, that's the thing, right? Even though Levy's played this strange move order, it ended up in a position where Pia has a lot of experience and knowledge. So it's not like she's thrown off, whoa, this knight, back and forth. Now, the funny thing is, when they did make their draw on game 2, this was the repetition. It was also knight h5, bishop e5, knight f6, bishop g3. So I don't know, maybe Levy's like counting on that, but he knows better. He knows that it's not going to happen.
No.
But let's see.
No, I mean, I am a little part of me is slightly worried about bishop f4, but there's no way that Pia plays that unless she wants to give the audience a little heart attack.
Well, I think Levy would deviate, maybe, potentially. Oh, I don't know, actually. We can, because he might think because knight h5 is not the best move after bishop f4.
Exactly.
It's only the best move, I guess, if you assume they're going to repeat. So he could be thinking like, well, maybe she's not going to repeat, or maybe, I don't know. But I don't see bishop f4 occurring here at all. So I don't even want to give it attention.
No. I agree. I absolutely think that she's going to play knight bd2. We saw her just taking a little sip of her tea. Pia. I was going to say my mom.
Pia. Yeah.
Pia, she's a very big tea drinker. She loves drinking tea. And we're seeing now both of the players doing that. But it's kind of one of the things for Pia. Like, when she plays chess, she's so much happier if she can have some tea by the board.
Not
and now
coffee.
She's having that. No, well, she loves coffee, but she gets too excited from coffee during chess.
Was she drinking coffee yesterday by chance? Because we saw her running in and out of the confessional, super excited.
Oh, that's not coffee.
Or the tea was extra strong.
It's honestly just Pia herself.
Okay.
It's her
natural
own
excitement.
Natural excitement. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I wish I could say it was from Blitz Fuel, but we still haven't gotten it. But yeah, we're very excited to get it.
So yeah, and by the way, you also mentioned, we were saying, lots of people discussing the match, watching the match. Oh, Pia is the favorite in classical, Levy's the favorite in rapid blitz. But, we'll see. That's why we play the games. But that must also be, as you mentioned, possibly on Pia's mind, because the games in classical are worth 3 points. She's up 6-3. And, if obviously like a draw here, she would keep the lead, but then you're going to a format where, the common sort of consensus is that that's going to be more of Levy's forte. So I think for her, to win the match, a victory. Well, obviously, a victory would be excellent, but at the same time, now you're talking about a 6-point lead. So I think she must be really gunning for it. So she's thinking, but she doesn't have to play knight d2. For example, she could also play b3, right, and put the bishop on b2 a little bit slower. But yeah, knight d2 I think is extremely natural, right? Because you don't know if you want the bishop on b2. You can still put it on e3 or f4. So yeah,
There's
she's having a think.
Yeah,
but
she's
knight
having a
d2
think.
is really what I would expect her to play.
I would expect her to play that too. And she seems to be thinking about a lot of different ideas.
She's looking at the queen side. What do
She
you think?
is she? Yeah, she is looking at the
Yeah.
queen side, I think.
Yeah. Like really intensely, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be a queen side move.
I think so too. And it can be any piece from the queen side. It can be
trick me.
It can be the knight, it can be the bishop, the pawns. No, it's not gonna be the bishop. But yeah, we will see what she ends up playing. My prediction would be knight b d2 over here. Some people are also saying, Anna, is it Lavi's book in the background that we're seeing? And yes, we are seeing a lot of books in the background. One of them is Lavi's. There's also magazines where Pia's face is on. So actually, it was kind of funny. We purposely put a book with Pia in the front and Lavi's book next to each other. So if you look very closely, you're going to see that small detail because, well, we thought if they ever look over that way, they're going to see both of them instead of just one person.
That's nice and fair.
There it is, the blue one, the blue book next to the left of Lavi's book.
This is Levy's book here or no?
It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There
I see. That's Pia?
Yeah, that's Pia. Yeah. Exactly.
That's cool. This is a beautiful setting, by the way, they're playing in. Very well set up. I don't want to butcher the name. It's played at the
Svarta Hästen.
Okay. the dark horse?
The dark horse. Well, the black horse.
The black horse.
Yeah. A chess bar in Stockholm, Sweden. And something that I actually think is really cool is that we are setting this setup up from scratch every day right now because they're actually opening in the evenings after this. So we're setting everything down and then we're putting everything up every single day because they're actually opening in the evenings. So yeah, let's see what she ends up doing. She's close.
That's her move that keeps tricking me, where she sits, kind of sits up, the hand comes out, and then it goes under the chin.
Yeah, it's
a nice sweeping motion. So I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a move. Did you see this b3? Okay,
B3.
So no repetition. B3 is a little, it's not a bad move. It's a little slower than knight d2. But yeah, I think maybe she wants to play knight c3. So a little bit more actively, or just bishop b2 or bishop a3. So we don't get a repetition, which we did not expect. And we continue to fight. By the way, I don't know if you saw this clip. Maybe people in the chat saw this clip. And we see Pia get up, maybe a confession. But anyway, see this clip of Garry Kasparov. He was just playing in this Chess 960 event. And he was playing Sam Sevian. And they were in the middle of the game. And Kasparov was winning. And he just like extended his hand. And then Sevian just like shook it to resign. But he's like forced his resignation.
What?
Did you not see this?
No, I didn't.
It was rook and pawn versus rook, and the pawn was on the verge of promoting. It was completely winning, but they were still playing. So it was like a little bit of a miscommunication because Sevian, he reached out to move his rook.
Yeah.
But like Kasparov thought, oh, he's reaching out his hand. So he like reached out his own hand, and then Sevian made his move. And then Garry just like still like gave him his hand, and Sevian just like shook it. And then they
But what if it would be miscommunicated and Sevian thought somehow that Kasparov is resigning, because that is what you do when you resign, right?
No, but
you put up your hand.
Kasparov had the rook and the pawn against the rook. So
no, I know chess-wise, but that is kind of the thing you show to resign, right?
Sure, but I think he gave Garry credit. He was like, he's probably not resigning.
No.
I actually had something similar happen to me where I was playing a different grandmaster and I made a horrible blunder. It was a really complicated position. I basically blundered into checkmate, and he played the move and he just extended his hand to me, but I wasn't resigning. Like I was losing, but I wasn't yet resigning. So I was like, I didn't shake it yet. I was like,
you just continued and pretended as if nothing, or what did you do?
No, I just like looked at him. I was like, I just like wrote down his move, and I was just like thinking, because sometimes even when you know you're losing, you need a moment to gather yourself,
of course,
before you resign.
This is so strange. I've never seen something like that. Imagine if you just go, I accept the draw, Mr. Opponent. Thank you so much.
I should have done that. I mean, he had his hand out, so I might as well, claim
you
my
could
draw.
just finish the game off.
Or maybe he's resigning, like you said. Yeah.
That is actually so funny. I've never had that. It feels like at least if you're going to resign, you should do it on your own terms. But that is very funny.
Yeah, your opponent resigns for you, which is a real power move. Yeah.
It's a very big power move. I need to see this clip. That is hilarious. So we see that Pia now comes back from what maybe could have been the confession booth. And we're going to be waiting a little bit to see if that was the case. But I very much think that every time these players stand up, whatever they're going to do, they kind of run to the confession as well. And we see now Levy thinking again. So I'm wondering if he's going to take a big think.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost his great plan of knight h5, knight f6. Now the bishop is gone, so he needs to come up with something new. I mean, b6 is the most logical. That bishop on c8, gasping for breath, you know. So b6, bishop. I mean, his position is very solid. b6, bishop b7, maybe a6 as well as possible. And then rook c8, he's in business.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the rook is definitely going to go to c8. I feel like at some point.
Countering the x-ray with my own x-ray.
I mean, b6 now just looks so natural.
Can't imagine any. I mean, I guess you can play a5 here as well, but b6 you got to play. Yeah, like b6, we could get a little bit of a slow game, like b6, bishop b2, bishop b7, knight d2, rook c8. The question is going to be, white is still angling for this e4 break. So how is Levy going to be responding to it? Like basically, he needs to be able to have his light square bishop ready for action with c5, which could be a little tricky with the rook on d1 and the bishop on g2. But that's going to be the fight, kind of the fight for who's going to profit or who's going to come out on top of these central sort of tensions with e4 and c5 in the way.
And maybe that's why Pia wanted to play knight c3 instead, to not have this knight. What?
Okay, that's not a move I expected, but that's a very Levy move, right? He's looking to be dynamic. Now, what I'm worried about is c5, because then I guess he wants to somehow get his bishop out, because you can say goodbye to the bishop being useful on b7 here, right?
Yeah.
If c5 comes.
If c5, he just completely locked this bishop in forever. The only way of getting it out is by playing b4 at some point. Yeah. But then the b4 pawn is just going to be so incredibly weak. So, yeah, this is a very shocking move to me. Or I'm trying to imitate my mother. She uses the word shocking moves a lot of times when commentating. But yeah, this is not in our radar whatsoever. No,
and I think it shows that he's putting his own spin on the position because he doesn't know what the actual spin is, right? So all he's got is his own. Now, his idea, of course, is that if Pia was to take the pawn, he's going to be very happy with this because now he's going to be able to very quickly get these pieces out and the queen's going to be vulnerable. Of course, also the other alternative is that if Pia goes bishop b2, then I think he's going to go bc, and now I thought bishop a6. So it's not an illogical move. It's a little bit more aggressive than what we expected. So the critical move here is what happens if c5, because that's going to keep these pawns on lock. And I'm still going to be angling to play knight d2 and e4. So yeah, we'll see how it turns out. c5, I think, is the most critical option because otherwise, if black can play bc and bishop a6, he solves the problem with the bishop. So yeah, that's Pia's choice here.
Yeah, and then this move would have been very strong, right? So if he's able to solve the problem of the bishop, then this move makes all the sense in the world. So c5 is the move that really locks everything in and says, okay, how are you now going to save this bishop? I mean, are you going to play e5 at some point? Maybe that is his idea, actually.
It's hard. Levy. It's hard to support it. But yeah, if you could play e5, that would be great, right? Undermining the center. Unfortunately for him, bishop f4 can come back or it can come to b2. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, like I said, this is a position that Levy has basically never played, at least to my knowledge. I mean, he could have some secret training that obviously he could be hiding. But yeah, I don't think I've seen him ever play these types of positions. Doesn't mean he can't play them, but it's always helpful to have a bit of experience so that you can kind of rely on some prior knowledge. So he's really blazing his own path here. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe this was even a novelty or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's the cool thing. When you're playing something that you're not fully familiar with, you might become more creative in those positions and you might try to solve it just by yourself without relying on prior knowledge. So b5, I feel like, is quite a creative move, but it also, in many ways, if Pia now doesn't play c5, like you're saying, could actually become a really strong move for Levy that could actually make him equalize really quickly in the opening if she doesn't play this move c5. So this is a critical moment now for Pia. I do hope, with the bias that I have, that she plays c5. But what we're going to see is if we have a confession, because I would love to hear some of her thoughts about all this. We haven't heard a confession from her yet, and we actually do. So let's go ahead and hear Pia's confession.
Okay, so we had a very unusual opening from the beginning with h6. Afterwards, when I played g3, we went into Catalan. So we are still in the opening phase. Levy has spent some time, and it's just starting up. So lots of things can be happening here. And yeah, let's see what will happen. But all the time there are new openings coming. There are very, very interesting ideas from Levy. And yeah, I mean, as every day, I'm very excited about the game. Thank you.
All right, so we hear there Pia's thoughts. She's just sounded very positive and, kind of unbothered by the fact that it was something new, but just saying, okay, this is how I think Levy plays. I'm excited to see what he does today. He's going to do something new, and just excited about the chess and how she's going to tackle all those problems. So yeah, she didn't give us fully an insight to why she decided to pick the Catalan or anything like that. But I think that she just seems to be in good spirits more than anything.
It's like you said, right? Maybe if it was game one, she would be a little bit more shocked. But now she sees, okay, this is how Levy plays. Can play whatever it is. Like she said, oh, there's so many new ideas, so interesting. And he surprised me, but we roll on, right? It's very fun. So yeah, she's enjoying it. Maybe it's quite interesting for her to play against someone who's pretty unpredictable and playing h6 and move 3 and following Gukash as Levy was saying in his confessional. But yeah, now she needs to make a decision. And yeah, like we were saying about this position, Levy's move b5, like he's really trying to forcefully solve the problems of this bishop. And perhaps his idea, this idea that I suggested earlier, is that if Pia was to go c5, he's thinking, okay, well now the queen side is closed, so maybe let's pivot over back to the Stonewall idea, right? Back to shutting down the c4 move, playing f5. And because a lot of times in these structures, white will try to have many ideas, but now there's no bishop a3 either, right? That we were considering to trade off the bishops. So maybe he's still looking to get into the stall structure, but with a closed queen side where he can focus all his attention on the king side.
So can I ask a crazy question?
Of course.
This might be a horrible move. But actually, no, it is a horrible move. Actually, I'm coming to realize
Queen takes e4.
No. Well, I wanted to play a4. With the idea of just opening up the A file and playing against this pawn. But what I realized is that maybe after A4, maybe you can even take, and after something like takes, you can play A5 and activate this bishop through A6.
Well, maybe A4, B4 as well. For
A4,
black.
B4 could also be an idea.
So the only risk is that, well, if black plays A5 next, then bishop A6, I think black is in great shape. So maybe you try to play A5 yourself. And your argument is that I'm isolating that pawn on B4. But I think it's not so easy to win that pawn because I'm going to play bishop a6, rook b8. So yeah, a4, I'll close it down with b4, I think. But yeah, Pia has not yet played c5 either. And she looks like this is going to be a think, right? She looks like she's in deep focus. Again, b5, that's the, as you mentioned, that's the cool thing. Like, even though, if you don't know it, it's very fresh. You look at the position, like maybe other players like, oh, like I've seen this before, b6, that's obviously the move. Levy says, I don't know, why not b5?
Yeah.
And I didn't even consider that move because I know you're supposed to play b6. But now that we look at b5, okay, this actually is not the craziest move ever. It looks a little bit aggressive. And for Pia, it's also like, wait a minute, I've never seen this, right? Like,
yeah.
So
what is going on?
Yeah, it's posing completely new questions. So I'm definitely a lot happier now that Levy's played this b5 after b3, because I thought if Pia played knight d2, I mean, yeah, e4 would be ready to go immediately.
Yeah, and I do wonder why she didn't go for this. Maybe she just wanted to play a little bit more calmly and she just wasn't expecting this. But Levy said, you know what, Pia, you want to play a bit more calmly? No, we're not going to play more calmly. This is what we're up to. So very interesting move here by Levy, completely unexpected. But I think that's the beauty of chess, that you can play creatively and you can pose questions that people aren't thinking that you can pose. And then it's like, wait a second, maybe this actually works. What do I do? So yeah, Levy seems to be contemplating the surroundings. He's even looking into the camera.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, that was quite intense there for a few seconds.
I think he might be pondering maybe another confessional run. We'll see. We'll see how he's feeling. Yeah, because I think this is going to be thinking time for Pia. It already is, of course. Now that Levy started at the small time advantage, then we had okay, and I don't have to speculate any further because
we have another confession with Levy. Let's go ahead and hear it.
Okay, so last time I was here, I think we had just gotten out of the opening. Then I went back to the board and I had a lot of different ideas. I'm pretty sure the way you're supposed to play the position is that you're supposed to play like b6, a5, bishop a6. But then I know that there are some Catalans where you can also play knight e4 and f7, f5. And I was like, should I do that? Should I like play really aggressively? It's not like the best, but then I thought about this move knight h5, and my idea was that if she puts her bishop back on c1 like she did in the game, I could still play for the stonewall structure. But I ended up rejecting that because I thought she could play knight c3, and I can't take on c4 anymore because I have a broken stonewall structure, and I somehow wasn't trusting that that position was good for me. So yeah, I spent 25 minutes right out of the opening, which was really smart, just to move my knight back and forth. I was just remembering how it goes. Anyway, interesting game so far. I hate positions like this, but we'll see what happens.
See what happens.
I love that finishing line. I hate positions like this, but let's see what happens.
That's what you're saying. Sometimes to grow as a player, that's what you got to do. You got to go in these positions that you don't like and learn from them. It is a dangerous way to play, but it's also brave.
I also love it because that is exactly how your brain goes sometimes when you're playing a chess game. It can go, okay, I actually hate this, but whatever, let's just see what happens, right? And I love that we get to see those very honest thoughts by Levy, because that I think is the beauty of the confessional. So you get to really enter the players' minds. But he was actually talking exactly about the line you were mentioning. He wants to play knight e4, he wants to play f5, and he wants to get a bit of a more aggressive position.
Yeah, I think if we just go back a couple of moments, like he said this, he spent 25 minutes remembering how the knight moves. He was very aware of the typical plans. He said, hey, I know there's this b6 move. I know there's knight e4, f5. And he was kind of stuck because these plans are very different, right? b6, bishop b7, it's very calm. Knight e4, f5 is a lot more aggressive. So he really was not sure which way he wants to go. So because he was undecided, he did neither. He just attacked the bishop. And then he was saying, hey, I was thinking to play f5, but he was mentioning that he wasn't sure if Pia plays knight c3. And now he no longer really has these options of taking on c4 because the e6 pawn is much weaker with the pawn no longer in f7. Now, to be honest, I mean, it doesn't look that stupid. Like he could still just go back to f6 and perhaps drop the knight to e4, although then why are we moving it so much? So yeah, it seemed like he was really undecided. So he just found a completely new way of playing, or at least completely different way of playing. So yeah, he was aware of the main plans, but not knowing exactly when and which is the right one. He, that explains why he just spent so much time doing neither.
Exactly. And it also explains why he spent so much time thinking about this. It might look a little bit funny just spending 25 minutes and going back and forth with the knight, but there's so much more thought process behind it. And he was calculating a lot of lines, and he probably had already seen this idea with going b5. And that's also what he was calculating. I don't think he just came out of nowhere.
Perhaps, yeah. We didn't get to hear those thoughts, but he also maybe could have just found it after b3. True. But I'm not surprised to see him play b5 because, like he said, I hate these types of positions. What does that mean? Well, it's a very closed position, right? It's not that easy to have a straightforward plan for black, like you can in some other more open positions. So I think this move b5, he's really trying to clarify the situation. He's like, okay, let me trade, let me open some files. And then after c5, I think he really is going to have, I mean, he could try to play for e5. I just don't see it happening. I think he's going to have almost no choice but to go for the Stonewall idea. So
F5.
yeah, because there's nothing to do on the queen side, and yeah, might as well just go for, the king side. So I think just seeking some clarity, seeking to at least have a position where, there's like, I know these three plans, like which one do? I have no idea. Trying to get a situation where it's like, okay, it looks like I have one pretty decent looking plan. Kind of it's practically easier to play that way since you feel like you're just going along with the flow.
And so if we look at this position after c5, knight e4, I mean, it looks very natural to play something like knight d2 to try to trade off this knight, I feel like.
I'm pre-moving f5. Basically.
Yeah, you're pre-moving f5, of course.
And now white can go for that idea I mentioned earlier, right? This is a very kind of cool looking regrouping, knight e1, and then you're getting that knight to d3 and the other knight to f3. And the point is that you're trying to invade that e5 square. So again, I don't know if Levy would do that here. I mean, I would consider something like bishop f6 to maybe eyeball playing e5.
What if we just go e5 immediately?
That's actually a good point.
Because this pawn is hanging right now.
Yeah, and you support. Actually, yeah, that's true. I don't have to prepare it. Yeah, why not go e5? That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe I don't have time to go knight e1. I would love to though. Yeah, knight e1. Yeah, so
And the problem is if we go b4, the problem is that a5 is coming.
Well, you can start with bishop b2, right? You can maybe go bishop b2 first
Yeah.
to get. I mean, I don't love the bishops just staring to that pawn, but it could be quite viable to gain more control over the e5 square. And I guess Levy could consider bishop f6 here.
Can we see a full-on attack on the king side, like g5 or h5, like, you know?
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to see, because everything is so closed on the queen side that it just feels like the play is now all of a sudden going to switch to the center and to the king side.
Yeah, and also moves like queen e8, queen h5 could be sensible to swing the queen over. I mean, the fianchetto structure for white is extremely solid, right? So it's going to be very hard to get any checkmates, but moves like g5, h5, even if you don't checkmate, you're gaining space, right? The king is, no one can get to the king from white's camp. So sometimes it's quite risky to move those pawns. But if there's no weakness, then you're just gaining some space. If we imagine the pawn getting to g4, then you're kicking the knight back. Yeah, so I think this type of position would be quite reasonable for Levy because he's going to be able to have relatively straightforward ideas and moves. And that's also, yeah, why we're seeing Pia really take her time here, although it looks like maybe she's gearing up for the move. But she can't trick me. She does. She might do one of these.
She like might.
The hand. But she's loading it up, right? That looks like she's loading up a move. Like she's charging up, charging.
100%.
I can see her talking to her pieces, perhaps, right?
She is very close to making a move, or at least being ready to make a move. Maybe she's going to double check the lines again. But I do think that the reason we're seeing her think for so long is because even though the eval might say whatever it says, this can actually maybe look slightly unpleasant for her because she's getting a very different position from what she wanted. She thought she was going to get this nice and calm position where only her can ever play e4, but now she's not getting that anymore. So I think actually practically this idea from Levy has been very smart, and it's put her in quite an uncomfortable position. And yeah, I think actually that this was very smart from him.
Yeah, now maybe they're both uncomfortable. Whereas at first it was just Levy. And but he's managed to, with this move for sure, he's managed to kind of put the Gotham stamp on the game. Because again, like I was saying, this closed position, I'm not surprised to hear he was like, I don't like this because it's not his style. You know, he plays the Dutch defense. That's one of the openings he plays, the Leningrad Dutch, which I'm sure you might have faced here there. And that's a pretty wacky opening, right? So you know that means that he's not a player who might enjoy these more closed maneuvering positions. And oh no, there's the move. Not the literal move, the Pia move.
Yeah, it is, yeah. It's saying kind of like maybe I should play this, but I don't love it. Like I'm not super happy with this.
I think she's been thinking for what, 15 minutes at this point?
Yeah, she has.
Yeah, so it's a big decision. I mean, yeah, we've been talking about c5. This is kind of the most ambitious, but yeah, what's the other options? Well, she just played b3, so I mean, bishop b2 doesn't really make sense because like, what is the bishop doing here? Levy's got a really strong idea. Takes, and bishop a6. And now it's very easy for white to actually even get in trouble here because your pawn's hanging, right? So let's say you take on d5. Now black is much better. After cd, I'm going to move my queen. My rooks are flooding the open files, and black immediately kind of grabs the advantage. So allowing bc doesn't... Okay, bishop b2 is a very bad move, to be fair, but let's say knight d2, more flexible, although then it's like, why didn't we start with this? Same idea, bc, bishop a6. Now I'm wondering, is there some kind of queen a4 idea, but don't think so. After queen a4, yeah, queen c8, just defending everything. Knight b6 is the threat. So now the queen just has to retreat. Yeah, it seems to me if Levy gets this bc and bishop a6, he's got a really nice position because that was his main issue, this bad bishop. So yeah, it's kind of tricky because c5 is committal, but if you don't play it, I think Levy will be able to solve a lot of his problems.
Yeah, that's why I just think that this was practically so smart from Levy. So I do feel like we are very close to getting a move from Pia. We're going to be seeing that in any second. But whilst we're waiting for her to make a move, I would love to thank our sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Alex, I know you've told me a lot of times that you've been using Surfshark VPN during your travels. Tell me about that experience.
It's been very smooth. Actually, you know, I've gone to Asia earlier this year, so I actually needed to do some lessons while I was there, and I needed to make sure I can get on all my platforms. Perfect. Surfshark VPN allowed me to access stuff that I normally couldn't access from there. Don't come after me though. But yeah, it's excellent, great connection, great everything. So highly recommended for, you know, if you need to be on a different sort of country, it's a sort of connection. Perfect, and it's also great for privacy.
It's amazing for privacy. If you connect to Surfshark VPN, then when you're out and about, your data will be encrypted so that, you know, if you're using public Wi-Fi, hackers or whatever cannot really access your data. So it does feel a lot more safe to use a VPN. And also, like you're saying, it's amazing if you want to connect to a different server from a different country. They have over 3,200 servers in over 100 countries. So, you know, you can connect to a lot of different servers and also be able to watch a lot of different content that you wouldn't be able to watch at home, maybe, or vice versa. If you're in a different country, you might be able to watch the content that you can watch at home that you're missing. It's your favorite TV show or whatever it is. So we have a deal right now with Surfshark VPN. So !VPN. We're very, very thankful for them sponsoring this event. And yeah.
And our wonderful prize fund.
And our wonderful prize fund, $10,000, which is amazing. So thank you so much, Surfshark VPN. Send some love to them by doing !VPN in chat right now. And she made a move.
She made a move. The engine says it's a mistake. It's very harsh, but at the same time, I think any move that allows BC, this is what I said earlier, I think it's a move that Levy's very happy to see. I don't see how this has changed the situation. Again, C5, this is the move that avoids it, but you know, we were looking, it's not so simple. Despite the engine's evaluation, it's still optimistic for white here. This is not a position to everyone's liking because it seems like black has the easier plans here, although these do involve making some weaknesses. So Pia plays the very I mean, this was the whole point of B3, right? To develop the knight actively. But still, I think that if Levy goes takes, now up here, he can maybe even consider playing takes at C4. But I was wondering what happens if bishop to A6. Apparently here, it's not so clear cut because we have C5. And I guess that's the difference. If the knight's on D2, then this pawn would be hanging. So I thought this might be, I thought this would be fine for Levy, but I can see now that the overlord doesn't agree with me. And I guess the problem is that even though this bishop looks quite nice, the knight's active on C3, white can play rook B1, bishop F4, maybe queen A4 is coming. So yeah, okay, so I see now. The reason this is labeled mistake, which is quite harsh, is not so obvious. Levy can grab this pawn. Now, that is one of the ideas, of course, of the position, but it doesn't look that great at first because you're splitting up these pawns. The bishop on G2 is very active, and it looks like white might be able to play E4 and overrun black in the center. What are your opinions on this potential line?
Let me tell you, if I did not look at the evaluation bar right now and at the engine, I would think that this is very comfortable for white. Like I would play this in a tournament and feel very happy about this position after something like E4. It feels like now we've stopped Levy's idea of going knight E4. We've stopped this idea of going F5, G5, and going for this whole kingside attack. And black also has these double pawns, and we see also this bishop on this diagonal. I mean, I'm even looking at, maybe this is a crazy move, but I'm looking at knight D2, which is both threatening this pawn, also threatening this pawn. You're much
down a pawn, right?
You're down a pawn, but you're quite instantly getting that pawn back. You're activating your pieces. Maybe after knight D2, you can go bishop A6, sacrifice this pawn, but keep an active pawn on C4. But it does look like this pawn on C4 could become weak.
Or a strength. It's a pass pawn.
It's a pass pawn, but it's very blocked right now, right? Yeah. So I don't know, but I'm surprised that she plays a move that is so kind of dynamic. But at the same time, I think that she just really disliked the comfortable setup of Levy going knight E4 and F5. And I think that even though maybe she realizes this is maybe not the best objective move, but she just doesn't want to play against this line of knight E4.
Perhaps. And also, like we said, it wasn't completely obvious to us at first that Levy can just grab the pawn. Perhaps she might not even see it, or not that she doesn't see it. She might have underestimated that idea. Levy can also start with bishop A6 here, I would think, which is similar, to some other lines we were looking at. But yeah, let's see, Levy. Let's see if he can pick up this idea, because he was talking. We did hear him say earlier, "Hey, I don't want to play F5 because then when Pia plays knight C3, I can't grab that pawn on C4." So that was on his mind. Like he's thinking that there are situations where he can grab it. So yeah, he's in thought here. Let's maybe look at that variation one more time with taking on C4.
Yeah, and then just before we just do that, I really quickly just want to say that now also, if bishop A6, maybe now Pia wants to play C5, because now this knight can't as easily come up to E4. You can go B4, which maybe is, the best thing, and then it feels like knight A4 is the only square to go to. Maybe not. Maybe you can go knight B1 actually, and then go knight D2.
But here you can go to B2 and D3 maybe,
B2, D3, and now you get this knight D3 set up. So maybe with F5, you immediately take control of the E5 square a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
So let's look at what you were saying. If B takes and then
yeah, just takes, and here it looks like Levy needs to, according to the engine, this is like by far the best move. Yeah, you shatter your structure, but you get an extra pawn. And it's not so much also that you have this extra pawn. I think it's just that your pieces are a bit more liberated. So let's say E4. This can get pretty exciting because white dominates the center. Now we get bishop A6. So it's not the most active square for the bishop, but it's protecting my pawn. And it's not easy for white to make pawn pushes here because E5 looks tempting. You hit the knight. It's a really big mistake. Now my knight gets this beautiful outpost in the center. And, you even need to worry about this knight getting even further. So E5 looks tempting, but it gives me a great square. D5, I mean, that's just a lot of trades, and you are going to be down a pawn in the end. So it's a beautiful center for white here, but not so easy to kind of advance it forward. In the meantime, I think for Levy, he would try to maybe go like queen A5, bishop B4, like bring the rooks out, maybe try to break with C5. But of course, white would have compensation here. But I think it's a good chance Levy can pick this up because he is looking for more forcing continuations. He is definitely a dynamic player. So he's already played B5. So we have the saying, when you say A, you have to say B. So B is keep going, take that pawn.
Take that pawn.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering though is if we just look at this, which you were saying, takes, and you said E4, right?
Takes.
Exactly. Shout out also to our sponsor, take.
Yeah.
Exclamation mark, take, everybody. New platform, founded by Magnus Carlsen. You can follow this whole match on that platform as well, which is, I think, really cool. You can follow your favorite players from there. Both me, Pia are in there. You have some of the world's best chess players in there too. You have Levy in there, both has sisters. So you can follow all their tournaments from there, and especially this match, which I think is just so cool. You can follow all of the games from this match on Take, and also with live commentary and arrows and everything. So even though we love that you guys are listening to me and Alex, if you want to watch it from Take, that is also really, really cool. So yeah, we have a QR code over there, so you guys can download it with that QR code. But what I was going to say was that you were saying after E4, bishop A6. What I'm wondering is what happens if queen A4?
Because now queen C8.
Queen C8 just to defend. And now, it's actually a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
a good point.
Yeah, I mean, you could just probably continue developing with I don't know, bishop E3 or F4. But yeah, black's got the pawn. Maybe this would be a pretty interesting position because again, you have the center for white. Very nice looking pieces. But you can't push that center, and pawn's a pawn. It's not the prettiest pawn I've ever seen, but nevertheless, the pawn on C4 in the future, especially if black can ever play C5 and doubling the pawns, that's going to start counting. So again, now we saw Pia think for, I think, almost 20 minutes even on this knight C3 move. So now it's Levy's turn to try to figure this out. The players are surely on their own now, not just in terms of opening theory, but even I think in terms of plans.
I think so. And I think this is now going to be a very exciting moment because both players are asking each other quite difficult questions. And so the person that's going to come out with the opening advantage, I think, is going to be the one that is able to answer those questions the best. But right now, imagine this being an exam where you're getting one of the most difficult questions and you have to kind of think through what the answer to that is. And I think that is what we're seeing. So both players are probably going to take quite some time here. I don't think that Levy was really expecting knight c3 either, maybe. So he's probably going to take some time, but I would be very shocked if he didn't take on c4.
I don't think bishop a6 is that crazy either, right? That was
bishop a6, yeah.
Yes, that also makes sense. Yeah, because again, and he really wants to take on c4 so that he can recapture the bishop, so he doesn't need to double the pawn. If Pia plays cb, which he definitely won't, then he's going to play b4 next and rook c8, and black is just better now all of a sudden. Yeah, because now I'm taking over the queen side, and the bad bishop on a6, it's actually quite good. This was something that kind of blew my mind, by the way, when I learned this. I was taught that, you have this bad bishop, the stonewall bishop, but there's a lot of cases where it's actually better than the bishop on g2. I was like, what? How's that possible? That's my fianchetto bishop, right? We know fianchetto bishops are so good. They defend the king, they attack, but the pawn on d5, it's such a strong barrier that if you can imagine, like, hypothetically, let's go BC, bishop a6, and now like CD, which is a mistake, but just to illustrate, and now CD. So compare the two bishops, right? All of a sudden that stonewall bishop, that's legendary bad bishop, it's terrific. And the bishop on G2, what is it doing? It's completely blocked by the pawn on, so now it's like white would almost be very happy to trade those bishops. I remember that blew my mind because it's so unexpected, at least optically. Look at it, well, obviously that's the bad bishop. Yeah, not so clear.
I think that's really cool because here you almost have to play e4 to make this bishop active, but then you're also weakening a lot your possession. So we have seen though a move on the board, and it is bishop a6, which is the move that you were expecting. And now we're going to see what Pia ends up doing. She seems quite ready to make a move. Levy actually didn't spend he spent like 8 minutes, maybe something like that.
9:53.
9:50. Oh, now there it says.
Yeah, we can see the time the players spend their moves. Sometimes we don't have to use our big brains to do the math.
To do the quick math.
Yeah, but sometimes it doesn't update immediately. So yeah, I don't think the 30 seconds was accurate. But yeah, here that sounds about right. And yeah, the idea to win that pawn on c4, it was quite difficult to pick up because it looks you want to keep that pawn on d5. So I'm not surprised to see Levy play bishop a6. He's trying to solve the problem with the bad bishop in an aggressive way. And then now it's the same decision for Pia, right? Is she going to go c5? Like you said, at that point, Levy can't play knight e4, but he could still play b4 first and then try to play knight e4 f5 after. But yeah, I don't know what else she can play. I mean, knight d2 to defend the pawn, but it looks I don't know.
It looks
a little
strange.
passive, right?
It looks very passive. Because also now you give chances for Levy to improve his pieces, like rook c8. Although I wonder what happens if rook c8 if you just now go c5.
But now with the knight and d2, the e2 pawn is more
that is
vulnerable.
The main point of
So yeah, now it's again that same decision for Pia, right? Does she want to play c5 or not? But here it's a tough choice because like I said, if you make this trade, I think Levy's very happy trading the b7 pawn for the c4 pawn. The rook on c8 is going to be quite strong. So let's see, what else can she do here? I mean, taking a d5 or b5 is the same thing. Knight d2 is possible, trying to keep the tension. Knight d2 is not so stupid because you can play e4, but also doesn't feels a little passive, like you said, maybe even rook c8. So,
but I can't see her taking here. Like either she plays c5 or knight d2. I feel like.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it just looks so unnatural to take and allow for the rook to come in and just make this b5 pawn so good, especially when the c6 pawn looks quite bad right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. But she didn't play c5 in the earlier move, right? So she might not want to go for that structure. Although maybe now she changed her mind, right? Seeing what's kind of going on.
Anna, what's your motivation behind today's choice of outfit color? We've been seeing the other days that I've been matching with our dear sponsors. Today, I guess I'm just matching with the color of the overlay. So I'm trying to somehow
shout out to us.
Yeah. Shout out to us, exactly. Yeah. And shout out to the person that helped us make these wonderful overlays. We want to match with the vibe of the whole setup, and I just thought dark brown does match with that. So there we go. That is the explanation.
And also, I think Levy is gone. So could we be getting some of his thoughts? We'll know soon. And we have I'm really now that I'm paying attention very even more to the camera feed. I've really noticed Pia's go-to thinking poses. Like this is definitely one of them. The one arm. And then she brings it back.
Exactly.
Normally, if my opponent's sitting like that, I think they're about to move.
Yeah.
But I think it's just how she sits, right?
But I think it's also that she's saying, "Oh, I'm getting excited. I think I'm going to play this move." But then it's like, and I do the same. I do think it's coming from her because I do the same. If for the people that watch my tournament streams, I do very much the same where I get very excited. Sometimes even in the past, I would hold my hand over the piece that I was going to move, which is very bad because then the opponent knows what I'm about to do. But then you just think, okay, let me think about this line one more time. And then you decide to make the move. So yeah, big things though are happening right now. They're both spending a lot of time here. 51 minutes versus 52. I feel like in this part of the game, we're going to be seeing them going down quite a bit in time.
And if you look at the position, we have 0 trades, no pawns, no pieces. Everything is on the board. So very tense. And the more things that are on the board like this with more tension, the more time the players are going to spend, right? In a more simple position, there's less moves to consider. So yeah, so far they're kind of going down at the same pace. Still plenty of time. We do have the clocks on the screen. Nice in the corner. We're very far from time trouble, but definitely is in the cards today because the position, I think, is going to be a long game. And it's going to be a game with lots of pieces on the board.
Absolutely. And I think that we're about to see a move from Pia at just any point. And actually, now that you're mentioning time trouble, I'm just going to run and take a super short 2-minute break. And I'll be back before we get into any exciting time trouble situations. I feel like this is the moment. And I'm hoping that Pia's going to move by the time that I come back.
Okay, I will. Oh, we have Levy back. Sure.
We might even have a confessional when I'm back.
When you're back.
Okay.
All right. All right, everyone. And oh, Anna, we have a move. Yeah, we do. But it's, do you want to see it? It was not C5. 92.
She does go 92. Yeah. She does go 92. Oh, there we go. Okay, I had to see this. Oh, she does go 92. This is what we thought, that either she was going to play C5 or she was going to end up playing 92. And there we have it on the board. So it's been two moves in a row that maybe haven't been the best, but I think it's coming from the fact that she doesn't want to play the C5.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't want to do this. And she also probably doesn't think that him doubling the pawns is good. So it's just coming from that point of view. If not taking there is good, then it makes all the sense in the world to go 92.
And she's setting up E4.
And exactly, and she's setting up B4.
I think Levy's going to think now if you still want to do your break.
Okay, I will. But
I didn't want you to miss your mom's move.
No, yeah. I really wanted to see this. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back.
All right, everyone. Oh, we have another move. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. No move yet. Do not expect the move to happen in quite a bit of time, although Anna's running. She doesn't want to miss any action. And if you're here, you will not miss any action either. So yeah, the computer's being quite harsh here. You know, it's giving all these question marks. Looks like one of my games. So we get knight c3, which was quite logical as we discussed. Pia did not want to play c5, releasing the tension. And here, you know, according to the engine, Levy could have just grabbed this pawn. Doesn't look like a very nice pawn to grab. Very understandable that he didn't do this. He might have not even really considered it. So he played another extremely logical move, bishop a6. And now again, the computer was saying c5, but I'm not sure about this because after b4, you're still clearing the way for knight e4 and f5. Let's say the knight goes, you know, a4 or whatever. You can play knight e4 right away, or you can play bishop b5, which would also prepare a5 to safeguard the pawn. And it's definitely in the cards for Levy to play knight e4, f5, and this bishop, which is notorious for being terrible piece in the stone wall, all of a sudden has a nice and open diagonal. So in the game, that's why we get knight d2. Pia does not want to commit to c5. So now it's Levy's turn to think. My first instinct is, again, we did briefly mention rook c8, but still the move bc could, I think, certainly be considered because you're opening up the diagonal even more for this bishop. But apparently, another excellent move here is rook c8. Now, one issue with this move of knight d2 is that now you cannot even play c5. If you do it right now, after b4, you're dropping the pawn in e2, since the queen no longer protects it. So rook c8 is very flexible if Levy picks it up. After rook to c8, you're x-raying this queen. This might give you opportunities to go for some c5 moves. And of course, you're still contending to take the pawn on c4 because now c6 is defended. And all of a sudden, the pieces for white, you know, they're kind of logically placed if you want to play e4. So let's see if that happens. Can Levy just grab on c4? After bc, can we just grab this pawn? We can. White has compensation. But also c5. This is a chaotic move. Definitely needs some time to calculate it out. But it looks extremely tempting with the queen stuck here. And if you take here now, I think there's d4 ideas potentially. And now I'm sneaking in this passed pawn. So all of a sudden, black is really taking over. So yeah, let's see what Levy comes up with here. I think rook c8 would be an excellent move, keeping the tension. bc, I guess, to me is logical, but not necessary because you do keep some b4 ideas. Let's see what he will play. All right, I'm also having a look at some of the chat. When Anna returns, we will check if we also get a confession. I did see both players get up, so perhaps they took turns sharing their thoughts. That would be quite a treat for us. Yeah, what other moves? Yeah, rook c8, like I mentioned already a couple times, that would be definitely an excellent decision from Levy. And really, it stems from this b5 that really caught me off guard. Just not a move that I considered, but turned out to have been an excellent move. Levy's definitely one of his strengths is he's a very creative player. That's why this opening was quite strange because it's an opening that is so solid. It's an opening where, at least in my opinion, I played it myself for black. It's it could be quite hard to play. Very tedious. Like you don't have a lot of space. You need to really maneuver your pieces accurately. But he found a way to try to strive for activity. And I think it really kind of threw P off. Had he played b6, which I was suggesting, for example, this would have been a more game type of position, type of game that she is familiar with. So instead, his decision to play b5 really threw the game into, I think, somewhat uncharted territory. So yeah, also, this is the last game of the classical portion. I mean, it's very early to start talking about potential results. But of course, if Levy wins, and of course, I'm rooting for him to win as well, that would be massive. I mean, he lost the first game. He had a promising position. He ran too low on time. Pia masterfully outplayed him in the end game. Then he had a very quick, easy draw in round 2. Yesterday's game, very well played by both players, but it was Levy who had some small chances in that game. So after his first round loss, it really feels like he's, recovered. Not with a victory yet, but kind of in an upwards trend. And let's see if he can kind of capitalize on these question marks from Pia's knight moves. Okay, still thinking. Let's see what else we can consider. We also, like I said, may have a confessional. We have the return of Anna. You haven't missed any moves.
Okay, perfect.
But I feel like we may have missed a confessional.
I think we may have missed 2.
That's what I think, because we had everyone getting up, sitting down.
And I am back, everybody. Very exciting because we do get to see a move right when I come back. And that move is Rook C8, which was one of the best moves for Levy to play. Very nice to put that rook on the same file as the queen. There we go. Hopefully this is good. Let me actually just do like this. Yeah, there we go. So Rook C8, very nice move. And yeah, I'm starting to, because now C5, the problem is what we said before, that B4 is coming.
We said before.
We said before.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is slowly but surely turning around for Levy, actually.
Yeah, it was just while you were gone for a moment, I was saying this really all kind of came about with his B5 move, really kind of taking the game into slightly original territory. Rook C8 is excellent, very flexible. And the point is, first of all, now he can consider taking C4 again, because the pawn on C6 is protected. But the move that I think he's really looking to make work in the near future is some kind of C5 idea, because that rook on C8 is going to be excellently in position. So for example, if white was to play E4 here, this was kind of like looks natural. After BC, then there can be this chaotic but very powerful move C5. And then if you go, DC, then you get hit with D4. And all of a sudden, all this tension in the center, it's looking like it's in black. So now computer says other moves are even stronger, but D4 to me looks very logical. I get a pass pawn, right? So yeah, Rook C8, I think great move by Levy there, keeping the tension on the queen side. And yeah, tricky. What should Pia do, right? Because now this pawn on C4 is vulnerable. There's ideas of C5.
Yeah, C5 is just such a strong idea. There's someone asking what happens with A4, but I think the problem is that we have B4, and after the knight moves, we might have C5
again. Yeah.
So this is just such a strong idea, and the knight was just somehow better placed over here than what it is on D2, because this pawn is just unprotected. So this is slowly but surely turning around. Pia now really wishes to prevent C5 by having her pawn on C5 herself, but this is just not possible.
B4. Yeah,
exactly. This is just not possible. So I'm wondering if she thinks that she has time to go something like A3 to stop B4 and then try to go C5.
That looks very slow. Even here, C5 is interesting, but we shouldn't forget. I don't know if Levy's thinking about this, but he can gobble that pawn on C4.
He can do it.
Although I think for Pia that would be a relief, because then she could at least play E4 afterwards and grab the center. Yeah.
And it's just, it's starting to, I'm starting to feel it, I'm starting to feel the pressure that I think Pia is facing right now. And this move that he played B5 is turning to be actually fantastic.
Absolutely.
Now this idea was fantastic.
Bishop A6, Rook C8. Yeah. He's really, that's what Levy does best. I think he's really good at finding creative ideas. And even in this position where it's been seen so many times, he found a way to Gothamize it.
Exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and listen to Levy's third confession today.
Hello, I just played the move Bishop A6. I wouldn't be surprised if Pia didn't see that move, because it looks beyond stupid and anti-positional, and she's like a very classy player. You would need a really demented mind like mine to play Bishop A6. However, it is attacking a pawn, so it does have some logic. I can hear the arbiter going to the restroom in the background, and it sounds like he's breaking down a wall. Hopefully you guys can't hear that. So I'm going to assume that because she spent like 17, 18 minutes after the move b5, it either came as a surprise or she underestimated it. So my confidence is actually quite high after the move b5. There's a lot of interesting lines now. My intention after she played knight c3 was to go bc, bc, bishop a6. So do the same thing, but trade the b pawn. But then I thought she can play c5, and I didn't know what my bishop was doing on a6 anymore. But the way I played it, now I have an actual threat. So she has to do something. And a lot of lines like here, she can play like knight e5, and I've been calculating like knight e5, knight takes, pawn takes, knight d7, cd, cd, e4. And here I'm like, can I play d4, sacrificing a pawn? Rook takes, like her bishop is blocked. I can play like queen c7. She can't move the rook to the g4 square because the pawn is on e4. That's what I just calculated. So e5 is hanging. I don't know how she defends it. If f4, bishop c5. It's like a super complicated position. But I really like this line where she gets e4, e5, and she has like no activity. So I don't know. If she plays c5 now, I have b4, and she doesn't open the diagonal for the queen to go to a4. So anyway, you guys can show the audience. Levy.rozman on Snapchat.
We have a very tense position in the middle game. Lots of things happen on the queen side now. And yeah, actually I expected a b5, but I hadn't made up my mind. That's why I was spending quite a lot of time before I put my knight on the most active square. But now c4 is going to be attacked, maybe even more. So it's just, again, very, very exciting position. And yeah, maybe I have to speed up a little bit. I spend more time than I wanted, but let's see. It's lots of things to happen.
She's talking about speeding up, but unfortunately, Pia is still thinking right now with 44 minutes left. And I think that she said that she kind of expected b5,
Yeah,
right?
I was surprised to hear that because
Yeah.
we didn't.
We did not. We
did not
absolutely
expect
did not. But she hadn't made up her mind on what to do. And so maybe this is all not just coming as so shocking for her. But yeah, I'm just very curious to see what her idea is to do now, because now with white, I would just not really know exactly what to do, to be honest. What do you think you would play here as white?
Ooh, it's a good question. I think I'd spend 20 minutes thinking, because I don't want to take on b5. I can't play c5. E4, I also can't play, even though I wanted to. So what am I going to do? I guess I just want to leave that. I mean, it's tough because c5 looks so annoying, like after bc and c5. But I don't have a good square to move my queen to either. It's a hard decision. I don't know. I don't know. I see that it looks like the best is to, according to our engine at least, to play e3, which gets the pawn out of the way of bishop takes e2. And in that case, you're just willing to gambit the pawn on c4. Of course, you'll always have a bit of compensation because your structure is better and you have more control of the center. But pawn's a pawn, as they like to say. So I think that is a hard decision to make, where you're just admitting, okay, you can have this pawn, and I'm going to kind of scramble for compensation. We also heard Levy's thoughts about this b5 move. He was saying Pia thought for 17 minutes afterwards. I'm feeling really confident now, right? That's always a great feeling. Your opponent's thinking. I know we're usually not familiar with this feeling, but when our opponents are spending lots of time, you're feeling pretty good. You're feeling like they may not know what to do, or they're underestimating your moves, or they're not comfortable. And I think Levy's feeling that more and more every move.
Especially when we're people that think a lot. We are not used to the fact that opponents would do the same as we do. So I think I feel, because of that, even extra happy when my opponents think a lot, because I just go, wow, is this how people feel when they play me?
That's right. Yeah, because normally if you're in time trouble, if you're lower in time, you're never really putting that extra pressure on the opponent, right? You can put pressure on the board, but sometimes there's situations where your position is not so good, but your opponent's low in time. So you're always kind of like, all right, maybe I can swindle them, right? So, but saying that, we're very, very far. We're not talking about the time because we expect time trouble immediately. Although the players have used half their time on their first 14 moves, which not so shocking when Levy started with h6 and move 3.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're just talking about time usage to symbolize or lay out the significance of how the players may be feeling about the position in terms of their comfort.
So if we talk about moves here, let's say, okay, I'm seeing a few different options. The first option is, well, she's not going to miss that c5 doesn't work because of b4. Knight is forced to move and then this pawn is hanging. She's not going to miss that, so let's take that away. I like the idea of going e3 for the simple fact that Levy now has to see that he wants to take here.
I mean, I don't think it's like the most like one idea that I would have is to take on c4.
With the b pawn.
Yeah, with the b pawn. And now I want to see what I want to do, but I'm already happy making this one trade because my bishop's more in the fight. Now, again, he always has this idea now of c5 because the rook on c8, it's out of the sights of the bishop on g2. It's x-raying the white queen. So that's another idea he could consider here. I guess here it's not so logical, but there's some positions where I would also think about playing knight b6. And the point is that I'm trying to just make you play c5 and then try to play knight c4 and just try to get that outpost. I don't think that's the best idea here, but it's something to consider. But yeah, in this hypothetical position, if Pia plays e3, Levy could grab the pawn. Levy could maybe consider playing c5. Maybe there's this knight b6. But yeah, e3. But I think that e3, it's a very solid move, but it's kind of an admission. You know, when you play knight d2, I don't think Pia's idea was to play e3. I think it was to line up e4. So it can be hard to make that decision to kind of renege on your plan.
And she's now probably calculating e4, but maybe she's coming to a conclusion that she doesn't like it as much as she thought she would. And now admitting that maybe this knight d2 move wasn't so good. Like you're saying, maybe she should have gone c5 before. Maybe she should have gone for a different plan. But yeah, with knight d2, e4 just looks so natural, but maybe she underestimated the strength of the move c5 in certain positions. Because here, let's say takes. Here, the main problem is c5 more than anything else. I mean, this is not as much of a problem as what c5 is, because even though Levy is grabbing another pawn, this pawn is going to be a little bit weak. Once again, I'm wondering what happens here if you go queen a4 now that you don't have queen c8. Maybe this is not a good move, but I'm just a bit curious.
It's a good question. I was thinking there could be queen b6, but then there's rook b1, so I don't want to do that. So this is actually a brilliant idea here for black. Just bishop b5. So you give up the pawn. You know, if you take. And then I was thinking, you maybe try to run this pawn, like even c3.
Yeah.
So it's you have the center of the bishop pair, but I got the c pawn. I can get it even down to c2. That's not an easy variation for either side, but that's why we see Pia really thinking here. But definitely a bit uncomfortable here. It feels like she has to play ideas that are a bit more defensive, and Levy's got these fun, maybe I play c5, maybe I grab the pawn, things like that.
Now Levy is 100% in his comfort zone, and he's probably extremely happy about how things have
Is he even at the board? Is he confessing right now?
I think he might be.
Is he breaking down the wall?
We can go ahead and check.
Yep.
Wow.
I knew it.
Wow. And I want to just tell everybody that the producer is saying Levy's fourth with 5 exclamation marks. Confession is ready. He's very happy about the amount of confessions. Let's go ahead and listen to Levy's fourth confession.
It's me again. I heard that yesterday they didn't play one of the confessions because there was some sort of technical difficulties. So hopefully all of these get played, otherwise I'll feel stupid. Okay, so Pia did not go knight e5. She went knight d2, which I saw. And it could have become the other thing I wanted to play, which was bc, bishop a6, knight d2. And it's clear that that was her idea, but I didn't play that because I thought she could go c5. So here, I wanted to go queen b6. Then she has to play c5, I thought. But the way she's playing this position, I realized, like, if she doesn't go e4, I don't know what her next move is, because I'm just slowly going to improve until it's time to break. And I like rook c8 because it's bringing the rook to the game, and it's now out of the diagonal of the bishop. Now if she plays e4, I calculated this insane move, either c5 or b takes c4, b takes c4, c5. And the position's like completely nuts, like rook c8, e4, c5. If she plays dc5, I think I can play d4. The knight can't really take on b5 because I have like bishop b5 takes, like some capture on c5. This is also why I want to play bc4, because there is no knight b5. But like, I don't know, the position looks completely nuts after e4, c5. And I don't even have to do that, but it like looks absolutely fascinating. So today we're just playing for the love of the game, inspired by my opponent. Whatever happens, happens.
I thought he was gonna finish with following him on Snapchat, but do so. Follow Levy on Snapchat. He has seen the idea of c5, which is his best idea. So it's very impressive that he's just throwing out all those moves. Probably hard for most of the people to follow, a little bit even hard for us, I think, to follow exactly. But yeah, he's basically saying that he thinks that Pia has to play e4 in this position as the next move, because otherwise he doesn't know what she's going to do. And he can even play c5 immediately here, which looks a bit crazy, but it is absolutely a move that he can do. And I think Pia is right now calculating all of this. And it looks crazy because you're giving up the b5 pawn, but are you really? Because, you know, the d4 pawn is hanging too. There's a rook on the same file as the queen. It's a completely crazy position to calculate. And I think here, you know, being really good at calculating is going to be such a strength because everything is hanging.
Absolutely. And yeah, he mentioned I have c5, I have bc, c5. It's very fascinating, but he's having all the fun, it feels like, here, because he's the one pushing forward, creating threats. And that's why we see Pia taking some time. Yeah, e4 is extremely logical. It feels like that's what all of White's pieces are geared up to do. But yeah, again, this idea, c5 immediately, as he mentioned, because if you go here, hitting the bishop, I just ignore it. And now your knight is in a lot of danger. And it looks like black is really crashing through here. So yeah, e4, while it's probably the most kind of principled move, we've been bringing up this move quite a lot. At this very moment, it's probably not the best one. So that can be kind of tough because you're kind of gearing up for this one idea and you can't do it. So Levy's saying they're playing for the love of the game, but I think he's trying to keep his emotions in check because he's done his fourth confession. Don't worry, they're all being played. So no technical difficulties, no audio difficulties, no clock difficulties. We are professionals now. So anyway, yeah, I think he's feeling great. He's doing all these confessionals. He's obviously the flow of the game is in his favor in terms of time and position. And he's trying to also kind of downplay, love of the game. But I know inside he's thinking, I'm trying to equalize this match.
Or maybe, you know what it is? Maybe he just saw that when Pia was just playing for the love and fun of the game, it was going very well for her. So now he's just got to have the same mentality.
He said he was inspired by her.
He said he was inspired by her. So maybe that's what it is. I will say, though, that I think that I don't know how many more confessionals by Pia we're going to see. I think she's going to try to resolve this situation that she's facing in front of the board. She definitely does look a bit uncomfortable. And I think she realizes just how uncomfortable this is. I do wonder if maybe the reason she played knight d2 is that she just kind of quickly thought that she could play c5 at any point anyways, but then that this pawn is hanging. It could be just some simple miscalculation like that just makes one play something.
It's possible, right? Sometimes small little detail, you miss it. But I think she was also trying to stay flexible. Like she didn't want to make these decisions. So she was like, let me keep that tension. Let me figure it out later. And sometimes that's a good idea. You kind of pass the ball forward. But here, knight c3, knight d2. Now she realized, now I don't have these options of c5. Who knows? Like you said, we were unlikely to get a confessional from her because she is getting closer to the 30-minute mark. She was going to be down some time. But maybe so far Levy's been maybe he'll start giving us Pia's thoughts as well in the confessional. He's telling us about the arbiter a little bit. So who knows what's coming next.
Exactly. So a funny story that the arbiter told me was that one of the people at a club that he works at, who's very strong, I think like 2200 or something like that, he played exactly the opening that Levy played against Pia, or if it was vice versa when they took the quick draw. And it became that game. It became that exact game.
He
in
played
just
it
a few
before
minutes.
or after?
After.
Oh, there was like a tournament?
There was
happening?
a tournament. And he saw the game between Pia and Gotham in game number 2.
Yeah.
And his game became a draw exactly in that way. He
prepared this. He was like, that was a very solid draw. He was inspired. Yeah. So, I mean, we got, thousands of people watching right now. Perhaps we'll be seeing an explosion of this h6, g5, knight h5 idea.
Exactly. Maybe that will become a very common idea from now on in chess. And she makes a move and she does go e4. And I will say this, maybe this is her most active option to try to do something that she understands here.
I mean, it's so hard not to play this move. Obviously she spent, doesn't tell us yet, but I think she was, I think, up on time or equal on time with Levy prior to this. So around 15 minutes. It's hard not to make this move. It seems like your entire position is geared up for it. And now Levy, he's looking pretty comfy. He's already given us, that was the excellent part of for us, excellent feature of this confessional booth. We heard his thoughts on this move already before it was played. He was saying, I got this amazing move C5, but I can also play BC C5. He's going to have to decide on those, but I like the fact as a commentator and a Levy supporter right now, I'm very happy to hear he's looking in that right direction. Obviously gives him a good chance of playing that idea, which is the best one. To me, I mean, C5 is also, of course, possible, but this looks more natural, right? Just don't even bother giving white that opportunity. And now after C5, I mean, this pawn's under attack. I mean, what's going on here? We have lots of, look at all these captures.
I have no idea what she even plays here. Like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah.
So, I mean, so let's go move by move. This is the worst one because you resign. You lose the knight. So that just shows the power of the rook on C8. What's the other option? If you take on C5, I mentioned this one as well. Apparently, the computer says you can take on C5, but to me, I thought D4 was quite nice because the point is that I'm still going to be able to get this pawn in a later move. I can support my pawn on D4, and this also looks quite bad. So the other captures to take this way also doesn't look that fun because after I take on D4, knight's hanging, and if you move this knight, let's say it goes to, well, how about you pick Anna?
Knight E2. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of places to go to.
Yeah, now you're under so many pins. You're under this pin. You're under this pin. That I was thinking maybe I could just even go here. So all of a sudden things are blowing up and the white pieces are kind of not well placed for this adventure. So very difficult. I mean, obviously there's ways that white can navigate it better, but it looks like if Levy picks up this idea, then white P is going to really need to be precise to avoid some major issues.
Yeah, I'm scared for Pia right now, actually. I'm very worried for her position because I think that all the moves that she has to find are now going to be very forcing and very accurate, or she's just going to end up in a losing position in the next few moves. So this can go any way now in the next few moves. And yeah, I think that now she's just not happy at all with what's happening. So she has 33 minutes on the clock. She did spend around 17 minutes, I think, on that last move. And I wonder if Levy's going to spend a lot of time or not, but it does seem as if he knows exactly what he wants to do, and he just has to pick what way is it better to do it. So, I mean, yeah, B takes C4.
C5, I think, would be even more confusing, right? If he plays it on the board.
So confusing, right?
Yeah, but... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because you don't even know if you want to pick up this pawn now on B5.
I mean, that's kind of the big difference, right? Maybe I'll go knight takes B5, but I just don't see the... Because it feels to me BC, if you're black, you don't even bother with having this pawn hang on B5. Your bishop on A6 is more open. Why kind of have to look through these extra possibilities?
Yeah.
But it does look fun. Sometimes you ever make this mistake where you're looking at something just because it's fun, and then like, wait a minute, this is not going to happen. I should be more practical. Yeah.
But it's fun, and I want to look at it. I'm having a lot of fun right now.
Yeah. I mean, we can look at it. Yeah. we can definitely have our fun.
We can look at it. And I'm just here also. I just want to show just how crazy this position is. By the way, we're seeing Pia standing up, which might mean that she's going to do one of her final confessionals. Here, to me, the move that looks most natural is Queen D3. But this move is just really bad, according to the engine, because...
Oh, I think I know why.
Knight
After
E5.
Queen D4, look at this. Let's put it on the board. Okay, I was thinking... Okay, I was wondering... Yeah, okay, Knight FG4 is even stronger, but I was like, can I play like Bishop C5, Queen E5? Like sacrificing the bishop? Now I'm having my fun. And then I was looking at Knight G4.
Yeah.
So I sacrificed the knight. Now, this is not the best, but it just shows some tactical possibilities. Okay, so apparently... Yeah, I was like wondering, why is this not winning? Well, obviously, Queen H5.
Only move that doesn't lose on the spot, apparently.
Knight takes F2. So now you're threatening, now you go Rook F1. I guess the point of the Queen H5, it just avoids any discovery.
Exactly, there's no discoveries.
And then after Rook H1, this is very complicated, but apparently it's equal. It's equal.
It's equal after Queen F6 for some reason.
Average equal position.
Completely insane, right? Like completely crazy. So this just shows what
is in store
and how insane this whole position is. I think that this game is going to have some big turnarounds in just the next few moves. So I'm nervous. I'm excited, but I'm nervous.
I think it's going to blow up, and it'll be very, very exciting for the fans. I see a question that I want to answer. Someone asked if BC isn't E5 as Zwischenzug, but I can Zwischenzug maybe your... Oh, no, I can't. I almost got tricked. I was thinking, I can Zwischenzug you with CB, and I blundered. After AB?
After AB,
I'm losing. My
we are
pieces are hanging.
threatening two pieces at the same time.
Yeah. So that's actually a good question. E5, because that would avoid some of the captures in the center. Really a knight G4. So this move right here. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
my knight's like getting trapped, right? If I go H3, where's my knight going? I think I'm going to sack it in E5, potentially.
I mean, this is crazy. C5 is the best move.
Wow.
But this is very. So this could happen in the game, actually.
I don't know if I go that far, but let's see. If DC, am I just going to take an F2? I think so. Yeah, knight F2. This is nuts. And then king takes, and then bishop C5. And all of a sudden, this king is wide open. Okay, so how do we get here? Let's go back for just one moment. I'm like, how do we get here? Someone asked, hey, why can't, maybe white can play E5 as Zwischenzug, and in between.
But this is actually a very logical move here.
Yeah, because if the knight has to go backwards to like E8,
then you've solved a lot of issues. Then maybe you can just simply take.
Yeah, now maybe you take out the sting of some of these C5 moves.
And so what happens if you go knight G4? Let's say you don't go H3 immediately. Let's say you take here first to avoid some complications.
Just explode. It's the same idea. And the E5 and D4 pawns are under tremendous pressure. But yeah, the tricky thing about knight G4 is that the knight's trapped, right, on H3. Now, of course, if H3, there's CD. That's why I was thinking immediately, why can't that? Yeah, maybe this would go back just for a moment. Yeah, I thought H3 here, but yeah, but even knight F2 is possible. Knight F2 takes and C5. Oh, look at that. Knight E5 was possible. That's an insane move as well. Sacrificing both knights.
Wow.
This could really blow up. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't consider this line.
But this is crazy because actually, if you don't see this idea of knight F2, you might just say, okay, knight G4 is not possible because of H3.
You just go like knight E8. Yeah.
And then, like what I'm trying to say is that it's not impossible that Pia thinks that she can go E5 and that knight G4 just doesn't work because of H3. It's trapped. He has to play knight E8, and then it's a different story. So this is actually crazy. We actually have another confession from Pia. This is her third one, and this I'm really excited to hear about because she's probably going to talk about how she's feeling about the position. Let's hear Pia's first confession.
Yeah, I'm not so happy any longer. I just think my last move, 92, was absolutely not what I could play. So now it looks very, very dangerous. I just hope somehow I will survive this. Okay.
Nice and short, but she gave us at least the understanding that she realizes that knight d2 was a bad move, and now she just wants to survive the whole possession.
But she still seems very positive.
She's in a good mood today. I mean,
love the game.
Yeah. So she realizes that she's made a mistake, and that is how chess is. But she's just gonna try to give it her best and try to survive this position. And it's gonna be a very exciting game. But this is a great chance for Levy to beat Pia in the final game of the Classical and equalize on the score before the Rapid and Blitz, which we do think that Levy might be more experienced with faster time controls, which could give him a huge edge on the whole match, right? So a very important moment right now for Levy. Is he going to be able to capitalize on the position that he has, or is he going to let it slip away somehow? We're going to see very soon.
We will. And not only would it get equal, I mean, the momentum would be huge, right? Getting that victory obviously would give him all these positive emotions, but he's thinking hard here because, as we saw, this position has a lot of potential to blow up. Levy already mentioned in his confessional earlier that he was thinking about these ideas of c5. So yeah, he's deep in thought. He's been thinking for 10 minutes, but it is a big moment. If he picks up this c5 idea or BC c5, then it's all going to be fire and board, as they say.
Yeah,
and that plays to his strengths. He has strong calculation abilities. He gets Pia away from those positional slugfests. So yeah, we'll see. But what other moves could he really be considering? I mean, he's already kind of given us a glimpse. So do you think he's just deciding between the differences, whether he wants to play c5 now or after BC?
I mean, I think he's considering also what happens with e5 because it's an immediate threat. If you don't deal with this e-pawn, e5 is an immediate threat.
Maybe not threat, but an idea, right? Because, okay, he can still move the knight back. He will have a little bit less space, but not a catastrophe.
No, I mean, it's not a threat, but it's a move that's going to be threatening the knight. So it's going to be a move that he's going to have to deal with in some way or another. So I think that he's definitely considering this. And okay, you're international master. Do you think that he's immediately going to see that that there is this idea of knight takes f2?
I think he will definitely look in this direction. Just because it is very much in his style to look for these aggressive moves. But it's not so obvious, right? So I think, but the good news for him is that even if he plays knight e8, which obviously is a bit passive, it's not the end of the world. After BC, he can still follow with the same idea of c5. Now, obviously, this is still getting very crazy with a lot of tension, but that knight in e8, it can come back to c7 and reposition itself. And then you're like, it's actually kind of helpful. You can even defend your bishop on a6 in some positions. So that's the thing, right? He doesn't need to see knight g4 and this whole, sacrificial idea to play these moves. So if he was thinking after e5, then it would be a different story. Then we would understand, maybe he is considering those crazy ideas. But I will also admit that, for me, and I think for many players, you can also easily discard that move thinking, oh, there's h3. And then you could kind of stop there prematurely. So I don't know if he's looking necessarily at that position right now, but it's considering that he already gave us, he plays c5. I was going to say, considering he already told us about this idea, it would be hard to imagine him playing anything else. And that's what he does. What if e5 here, right? Like, is there?
What is happening?
Yeah.
But then you already have the c5 move immediately.
That's true. Now you can, okay, yeah. So you can even maybe take on, yeah, okay. Oh, so there's a funny idea. Now I can take on d4, and then you take on f6, and I recapture with my bishop. And now you're rook in a1. You're going to have to watch out for if your knight moves, there could be a d3, and you drop the rook. Yeah, so for example, yeah, sure, why not? d3 here. Gobble, gobble, yeah, and then I'm getting some extra material.
Takes.
Takes. Exactly. So, yeah, another excellent move. He was saying this is going to be, this is another, I think, I'm a little surprised, but perhaps, yeah, now that I think about it, BC, maybe he was thinking there's e5. So I might as well just play c5 myself. How do you think Pia feels facing this move here?
I think she was definitely scared about this. And I think she was expecting it. I think now hopefully she spent the time that she's used the time she spent before in calculating what to do here, because her time is ticking down, even though they have a pretty similar amount of time right now, 32 minutes versus 35. But it's now a difficult moment because she has to make a choice. There's so many pawns hanging. Which pawn does she take? Does she take this one? Does she take this one? Does she go for this knight takes b5? Does she take this pawn first? It's always when you have the choice of picking up different pawns, it becomes so much to calculate because it can change everything, which pawn you pick up first.
Yeah. Maybe Levy also played this move because he thought it would be the most confusing, right? Like the time situation, they have 30 minutes where halfway there to a rapid game, I guess. So maybe this was also, yeah, I feel like if I would face this move c5, I'd be very confused. I'd be like, oh, I can take all these different things. It can be even hard to orient yourself. But of course, the big difference here is that, okay, well, b5 is hanging. Because if you play d takes c5, that doesn't feel great because Black can even recapture. D4 is still an idea. So, yeah, that doesn't seem fun. CB, we see loses to D6. I guess knight b5, right? Knight b5.
Knight takes b5, yeah.
Yeah, so because that knight is just under this c takes d4 threat. Now perhaps Levy's going to take just to open the c file, take, and now take on d4.
And now is the moment where the only move that Pia can do, according to the engine, to not become a lot worse is queen b1.
Yeah, but it looks strange, but the queen is not under these like knight c5 moves or something like that.
Exactly.
And
so maybe it makes sense.
Yeah. And, she's not down any material. It looks like what's going on with the pawns, but she's got the strong queen side. Obviously, her pieces are quite passive. So it feels like Levy should be in good shape here. The first move I would potentially think about is maybe even, I don't know, taking on e4. Although in that case, Pia will be able to recapture and get some pieces out.
Get the rook active.
Exactly. But yeah, visually speaking, like you see the rook a1, queen b1, bishop c1, and it's like, okay, Black probably should be better. But if those pieces come out, you can imagine the queen side being really relevant too. A4, A5, B6,
of course,
some kind of stuff like that. So we'll see if we have that continuation.
But now, yeah, the question is she going to take like this? Is she going to, I don't even know. Imagine if she goes knight f3. Crazy move, maybe.
Just keeping all this tension.
She's really gone for keeping the tension. Let's say she keeps the tension again. But this has to be crazy, no? Because if, let's say you take here, knight takes, it is just to recapture with the knight.
Yeah, now you want to take a b5, yeah?
Want to take red? We take here, maybe? No?
Yeah, maybe.
But then maybe we can take it. I don't even know what's going on here. Because if you take here, we take with the queen.
With the
we
pawn,
take
and
with the
it's the
pawn.
same trick. You
The
hit the
bishop is
bishop,
hanging.
and e6 is hanging, and knight c6 is hanging. Oh, she makes a move, and I think that's knight b5, right? On the board.
D takes
it's
C5.
dc5. Okay, it's dc5.
dc5.
Okay, well, here we saw a similar position where I really like d4. That was with BC included. So now, of course, you will have the extra opportunity to take on b5. So that wasn't present before. Now, of course, Levy could still go for this. Like maybe he goes here, and takes with the, I don't know, bishop. But he's down a pawn here, right? How's my math? Yeah, I think he's down a pawn in this position. But he's got a lot of initiative, right? D3 is coming, and knight e5, and this rook is active. And I like for Pia that she played it quite quickly, right? Because it was easy to tank for another 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the clock becomes a major issue. So she takes on c5. So Levy could, now he's thinking he could play d4. Apparently he can also go here, which makes sense. Now there's, some threats looming on this king potentially as well.
There absolutely are. These are, to me, very scary threats. In fact, there's even lines which look completely insane of sacrificing the bishop on f2 with the idea that if you take, there's knight g4 check, and I don't even know where you go with the king.
Yeah, because
the queen is
can get forked, right? King f1, you lose the queen. King g1, you get smothered mated almost. So you have to go king e1. Wow. And now ed and rook e8 is coming. This would be quite ridiculous position, but white has a piece. White has a piece here. So if the king could somehow survive, so yeah, now Levy's gonna have to think about this moment, because bishop c5 with this bishop f2, that's quite cool. Yeah. So what else can happen after bishop takes c5?
Let's say knight c5. This wouldn't be so good because we're just winning a pawn, right? And there's not really any good way of this knight is just simply blocking the rook, not allowing this bishop to capture back on b5. And now this knight is just not really doing anything. So bishop takes c5 absolutely looks like the scariest move, but it's only with this idea of bishop takes f2.
Well, I think after what we looked at, e takes d5. Now bishop f2 is a brilliant move there, but I don't know if you need to. Like, what if I play e takes d5 just instead?
E takes.
Take back. Yeah.
You just take back. Yeah.
Yeah.
My idea was just to take.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And then take back with the bishop.
Yeah, and then you can go bishop b2, knight e4. Okay. Yeah. So you are getting. Yeah, I was wondering maybe I go bc, right? Trying to. But the point I'm saying, like, sometimes you see this variation. It's like, oh, this is like great if he finds this. But the question is, okay, maybe he doesn't see that. But how are the alternatives, right? Sometimes you still go for it, even if you don't see the main idea.
Yeah. But yeah, bishop takes c5 definitely here.
Yeah, the
probably,
ED and bishop f2 idea is
probably the best
crazy
move for Levy. Yeah. Because of this idea. And even like if he doesn't see the immediate bishop takes f2, he might be thinking ideas of knight g4, immediately going for this threat. So he's going to spend probably a little bit of time here, but I just wonder, what do you even do here to defend? Let's say that you would go something like rook f1. Very passive, but...
Yeah, well, now I'm going to start pushing or taking, like I was thinking I'd take on c4, bc, which I've been trying to play, and takes, and even, okay, I can take the pawn, right? Actually, I was going to say maybe d4, but now that I think about it, dc, I'm up a pawn, right? It's a pawn. And we were talking about how sometimes you can have that extra pawn and it's a weak pawn or something, but that's an extra healthy pass pawn. Yeah, of course, rook f1 is a very, very passive. Yeah, I mean.
But what do you do after? Because this, if you see this, this looks very scary.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe king h1, you don't have to take.
You don't have to take, but then, yeah, I guess you're right. And then I guess I should play ed before you take on f6, on e6, excuse me.
And can we take?
Yeah, I guess we take, and knight goes to f6, hitting the bishop. Yeah, knight f6 I was thinking. Yeah, and materially speaking, it's even, but the white king is a little loose. There's pressure on c4. You're not getting mated immediately, but perhaps like maybe I have ideas like bishop d4 and knight g4. First
bishop d4, can we go here?
That's true. Oh, but I could say so it's two rooks for the queen.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. But okay, Levy's thinking he hasn't played bishop c5, but I'm sure he's looking at it because these ideas with bishop takes f2 or even knight g4 look quite tempting.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a crazy game. We've seen, the first game I feel like was a long game. Second and third game ended up becoming draws. This game is going to be the tactical game out of the classical bunch. And even though it's, well, Pia that is in the worst end of this tactical battle right now, it is very exciting to see tactical chess in classical, because this just shows you classical chess can be extremely exciting. And yeah, I'm scared for what Levy's about to do. because this is going to be a very crucial moment. And I think if
Mm-hmm.
bishop takes c5, it's really difficult for Pia. Very difficult.
And also, if he plays bishop c5,
Mhm.
that tells me he's looking at those ideas with
Yeah.
bishop f2, right? But okay, I'm going to take a page from your book. I'm going to take a short break,
Mhm.
and I'm going to take it now before any bishop c5 occurs and I miss some cool action.
And you missed some cool action. That sounds really good. All right, everybody. Levy is thinking he's going to make a move very soon, I think. And I don't know what the chances of him seeing all this bishop takes f2 is, but I definitely think that Levy, being the tactician that he is and someone that loves this kind of play, he's definitely considering it. So I can feel my heart pulsing. I can feel my stomach turning a little bit. This is a scary moment. It's a scary moment for the match, for Pia. So, but very good game by Levy so far. I think that this has been just so cool to see how he's been able to take a creative idea. He's posed difficult questions for Pia, and Pia's just simply gone a bit wrong in all this, and now he just has this really good chance to equalizing the match, actually. So he probably knows that that is exactly what's happening, and he probably realizes what a big moment this is for him, and he doesn't want to mess it up. And yeah, I think that I don't know if he will. I think that there's very good chances for him if he goes bishop takes c5 in this moment. And he doesn't have to. He can do any other move, but any other move will not at least be threatening almost checkmating immediately this king. So that's why this move is so much scarier than any other move. You can go d4, you can go b4, and then there's going to be a battle on the queen side. But bishop takes c5 is immediately going for the king. And well, the king is the most important piece in chess, right? So this is the piece that we definitely want to keep safe. I will say that a lot of times, I mean, it looks more natural to take with the knight. It looks natural to take with the rook. Maybe not here, of course, because if you take with the rook, you have bishop a3. But it's not always that taking with the bishop looks the most natural. But here it is simply because of this pawn on f2 hanging. So yeah, let us know what you think is going to happen in this game. This is a critical point. Levy does have now 2 minutes less than Pia, but I think that in these next few moves, both players might actually be tanking all of their time. And I guess that would be Pia's biggest chance if Levy gets low on time, because it's very hard to calculate all of these variations when you're low on time and feeling the pressure. So yeah, she's looking up at Levy. She's looking up a little bit. I wonder if she's also seeing this idea of bishop takes f2, and she just looks very uncomfortable with the position. Levy looks very calm right now. Wow. Wow. What was that look that Pia gave him? I think she's just trying to see where his eyes are going. I look at my opponents a lot when I'm playing chess, not for a long time, but just a little glance. I'll sit here and I'll just look and see what are you thinking, and then I'll look down. But yeah, Pia is not happy with her position right now. A big moment. And if Levy, I would say this, if Levy now takes 10, 15 minutes on this next choice, I think that could also turn things around a little bit, because it's going to make him feel more pressure, especially in such a tactical position where he knows that a win could be on the line very soon as well. Because actually, if bishop takes c5, if he sees all of these bishop takes f2, I mean, we might see a decisive result in 10, 15 moves. So we're not talking about a long battle here. Because this is so tactical, things can happen very quickly. So he has still not made a decision. He's still thinking, will he take on c5? Will he take another pawn? Of course, for us, it's so much easier to see that bishop takes c5 is the best move because we have our engine in front of us. For the players, it's a whole different story. There are so many different moves to consider. d4, b4, taking all these pawns, so many different moves to consider. But yeah, this is the move that is the best for Levy at this moment in time. And welcome back, Alex.
Thank you. I see that I haven't missed the big moment.
You haven't missed the big moment. So you did choose a good time to leave. But I'm very glad to have you back so that you can react to whatever move Levy does very soon. I think he's going to do that very soon.
And the players are very focused. We have, I feel like the time, as soon as one player, like Levy started with time advantage, Pia had the time advantage, then Levy, and they just keep seesawing back and forth.
It's an elevator.
Yeah, elevator or seesaw, and you want to show this line again. This is the
crazy line,
crazy sacrificial idea that there is some chance we could get on the board.
There's actually,
Pardon me?
bless you.
Thank you.
I think there's actually a proper chance that we got this. I think that if Levy plays this bishop to c5 and he gets a little bit of time to calculate when the bishop is on c5, I mean, you calculate in chess, checks, captures, and attacks, right? That is what one of the first things you learn, and one of the things that if you didn't know at home, you should definitely consider in your own chess games. The check that you definitely consider first is bishop takes f2, especially when you have a knight coming up and a queen that can also join this diagonal. Because if I just show, for instance, what happens and he goes b takes c4.
Okay, gets now he gets one of his own question marks. Pia has been farming them so far.
She's gotten 2 question marks so far, and he does not make the most critical move, bishop takes c5. But I have to say something, which is that Pia now actually only has one move that will make her not have a much worse position. And that move is that she has to capture this pawn on d5. This pawn is hanging right now. She has to now take the time to capture it. If she goes something like b takes c4 and recaptures now,
we'll do the same bishop c5 or even d4 now.
Or even d4, because now there's no pawn hanging on b5. And let's say that you go knight b5 now. Bishop takes c5 is coming again, defending this pawn, and also threatening to, at some moments, capture this knight on b5 now that the rook is on the same file as the queen. So this gives Pia a chance to equalize the game, or at least make her come back to the game if she finds this move e takes d5. But it's the only move she can do here to do so. Any other move would be quite bad for her. So I think this looks very natural, though.
Yeah, because for Levy, we saw this idea in some other variations. He can't really, in a lot of positions, he can't really take on b3, right? After c takes b3, ab3, all of a sudden, the white rook activates with a tempo. And, for example, after ed, maybe, and that's played super, super quickly by Pia. Levy didn't miss this, but if he was able to play c takes b3 with an intermediate move, he'll win a pawn. But it's just not possible because of this. And now, well, my first instinct is that he's going to take back on d5 because, d6 is a huge threat. And the center is really getting kind of all of a sudden vacuumed off here. So let's say e takes d5. Now, I guess knight takes d5.
I mean, if you give me a pawn, I'll try to take it, because otherwise I might be losing a pawn in the whole process.
Well, okay, now let's go bishop c5. So we're kind of, the problem is, I guess, for Levy with this b takes c4 move, it lost this tempo, right? Where he now, he's not maybe in time to do some of these crazy sacrifices we were looking at on f2. Knight c4. Wow, that's a
defending with the queen. That's my idea.
And grabbing a pawn. I'm actually down a pawn here. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, all of a sudden, hold on a second. If Pia is able to play bishop b2 in the next move, what's the problem, right? She's got these 2 super strong bishops. She's got the extra pawn. What has Levy planned here? Let's see. Because, Pia responded with e takes d5 instantly, basically. Take some time to notate the move. But other than that, I think she played it quickly. Yeah.
Also, because I think she's really feeling the time pressure. She feels like she's thought too much. And I think she's not happy about the fact that she only has 29 minutes. She also knows that, or she at least believes that Levy is better at time trouble than her. So she, as much as possible, wants to avoid getting into time trouble because she feels very uncomfortable with that. So right now she's saying, okay, Levy, I know that this is my best move. There's not much more to calculate. Let me just go for it, and then let's see. So she's trying to play quickly. Now, another move, once again, there is still this idea of taking on c5, but this looks crazy because you have to calculate, for instance, what happens if pawn takes e6.
But then you open up my rook, right? So obviously that looks pretty ugly for my pawns. But yeah.
Then you do open up for the rook on f2.
Yeah, so do I just take it back after fe? I could. Apparently, there's also bishop f2 now, but maybe even fe. But then knight comes to e4. The knight in e4 is amazing. Just outpost, defends f2. Yeah, that bc4 move is not, a ridiculous move. You take a pawn, why not? But Levy did miss an opportunity there with that bishop c5, bishop f2 idea. Now it's kind of hard to see if he'll play it at this point because he didn't play it on the earlier move. But at the same time, he's pausing, right? So he played bc. I don't know what he was expecting, but now he's pausing again. So perhaps he's looking at that line we saw with ed at 95. It doesn't, unless you have some tactical justification, doesn't feel great to just allow Pia's pieces to come like that into the center. So maybe now he's like, okay, bishop c5 now could be a good idea.
Exactly, bishop c5 now.
But he'll regret not playing it earlier.
Yeah, and also because he's had this move of b takes c4 so many times before. He didn't have to go c5 immediately. He was even talking in the confessional about playing bc before. Now he does it in a moment where actually that gives Pia a very important tempo in this whole position. And this position is all about time. the player that just gets the time to put their pieces in the correct squares and just survive this whole mess of pawns in the center is the one that's going to come out pretty well. And that is everything that Pia needs right now. She just needs time.
You know what else there is about the C pawn that's kind of funny? It's kind of, we say it's like a spy, and Levy reacts quickly with ED because now there's certain positions where that X-ray between the rook on C8 and the queen on C2, it's kind of not effective because of the pawn on C4, right? It's shielding the white queen. Maybe some tactical ideas that Levy would otherwise have aren't really present. So he takes back on D5, and we do think that, okay, as long as knight D5 is, not blundering anything, why not play it? Because that'll also open up Pia's rook. And then if she can play bishop B2 quickly afterwards, all the pieces are suddenly in the game. And there's a lot less risk now. There's being some kind of either central push from Levy or some kind of kingside sacrificial idea.
Yeah, and she's taking a pause to think, of course, also eliminating maybe one of the pieces on the C file. She has to calculate all kinds of tactical situations. The queen and the rook are in the same file, so you want to make sure that you're not blundering anything. But this move is also coming with a lot of force, maybe. So, I mean, you need to do something over here. If you allow D4 and C3 or D4, D3, I don't know, things can get very crazy. So she has to deal with this pawn on D5, this central pawn. So I don't see any other move. Another idea, though, which now looks completely crazy, but there's actually this tactical idea of knight takes C4.
Yeah, takes in C6, but
but this looks crazy.
It would be, knight, knight D5, I think, is a surefire bet to be played. But yeah, because why complicate the scenario when you have a very simple alternative that looks quite good? And you mentioned, Pia, she doesn't want to run too low in the clock. She doesn't want to start the rapid early. She'll wait until tomorrow. But maybe she sees it because that's a look of someone who's calculating.
I think she's seeing this move, and even though it might not be the best, I think it's definitely one of those moves that when you see it, you go, "Ooh, what is this?" So
what is this? Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, what is this? Yeah. But it's a fun move, and we were talking about it before. Fun moves can sometimes be moves you're drawn to because it's cooler to make something like that work over a very simple move. And I guess the stronger you become at chess, the more you're able to balance that, and the more you're able to say, okay, let me just do the best practical move. But if you see it, it does look like a move you want to calculate a little bit because she doesn't know that this is by far the best move. She might think that, this could be a way of salvaging the position.
Sure. Well, it also looks like a natural move, to be fair, right?
It does look like a very natural move, of course.
Grab a pawn.
It's a pawn that's hanging, grab a pawn. But the fact that she's thinking right now does make me think that she might be.
She sees something else. This. Yeah. There's also BC, which could be considered, but that doesn't look so good because now I'm going to have some D4 ideas, I thought, right? So that if I'm playing white, I feel like that's something that I want to avoid, although it doesn't look like a huge. Yeah, you could. But I was thinking that black would be generally happy to keep that D pawn alive because maybe it'll give you some D3 ideas, some opportunities. But it looks like objectively this is not a big deal. For either side. But yeah, Pia's thinking. Let's look at this knight. You want to look at knight c4? Okay, go ahead. Yeah. That looks more fun.
See.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, c6 now.
C6 is the idea. Threatening here. You cannot capture back because the bishop is defending the pawn. And the queen is...
She made a move.
Oh,
BC.
She goes BC.
Okay. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought d4 was something to avoid, although as you pointed out, knight to d5 afterwards does make sense. It didn't seem like that was an important pawn because whenever Levy would take on b3, it would be met with AB. So now we have some options. Again, to me, d4 is more natural, but obviously we see here that bishop c5. This is a move that we've talked about before. Maybe this idea is in the air. Now, one terrible way the game could go for white, which it won't. Don't worry, not trying to scare you. Just want to demonstrate is if you take with the pawn, which makes no sense because you're really getting yourself into every sort of trouble you can get into. But here, this is one of the perfect examples where we're suddenly seeing this extremely powerful idea. If you take with the king, well, that's not smart. The queen's here, the bishop's here, the knight's here, everyone's here.
Everyone is here, the whole party.
Everyone is here, exactly. Yeah. Just a line to show these bishop f2 ideas can be quite vicious. So bishop c5 actually does set something like this up, or knight g4. So let's say we have knight takes d5. But then it's kind of the reverse, right? Levy lost the tempo with bc, and Pia kind of returned the favor. And now, again, we don't have queen b6 because of this knight. So I don't know, what's the move order? I guess we take first. Let's say bishop takes. Now we go for this again. Takes. We have queen f6 now. Okay, well, we can go after this guy. Although, can we? Because there's some kind of like bishop b2s and
This
rook
is
a1s.
crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah. So queen f6. Yeah, the point, let's show this as well. Let's say I go king g2. If you grab this rook, actually, you might not be so happy about it. I go bishop to b2. You grab a pawn, and then I shut the door.
Yeah, you go rook a1 and you end up winning that
Yeah,
bishop.
you get 2 rooks for the queen, but don't forget, we've given up a bishop as well. So
oh yeah, the queen is trapped. Yeah, of course.
So apparently it's not queen f6 here. Well, this is kind of crazy. You just go knight f6, and you just play down a piece. What's so bad about that?
It looks crazy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As black for black.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Levy. I mean, d4 to me was the first instinct, but bishop c5 is the best move because you have these totally crazy bishop f2 ideas.
But those are very difficult to see as well because it requires so much calculating. And so maybe also the reason why Pia is playing this is because she isn't really thinking that this is a big threat. So she's just wondering, okay, what are you going to do here? So yeah, she's saying that d4, there's all of these different knight moves. And just to make it clear, if, for instance, Levy would capture back here, the problem is that there's c6. This is a very important move. Now this pawn is not over here. The bishop is defending that c6 pawn. And so that is the main idea here. So I think Levy's going to want to get rid of this pawn because there's so many different threats of c6, which is why I'm thinking he's probably going to take with the bishop, even if he might not directly be considering bishop takes f2. This just looks like such a natural move to make.
Well, you could be down a pawn, right?
But you could be down a pawn.
Knight, like, let's put that on. Bishop c5, knight d5. Let's say knight d5, bishop d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you have, like, if you play like knight b6 or something, like just trying to you're down a pawn, but you are putting a lot of pressure on c4 and d5.
Knight e4 now looks very natural.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know what's going on. I'll take d5. Then you got rook d5.
Because you have.
I don't. Yeah, but there's queen f2. Yeah, there's queen f2. I see what you're trying to. I see what you're trying to do. Right, you're trying to. Yeah, you're trying to go queen takes d5. Right, very tricky. Yeah.
Yeah, there's queen f2. Very tricky position. Also, I mean, let's just look here. I mean, there is some queen f6.
Yeah, queen f6 as well.
It's important to.
But it's still the same trick. Knight e4 and. Yeah, I have that rook. I don't need it. Bishop b2 and here actually there's even something stronger. You're getting mated in queen c3. And how are you going to stop checkmate?
Yeah, because there's this and you can't play f6.
So you got to take on b2 or something.
But also this to me looks crazy because actually there's bishop takes
ridiculous
c4.
Computer moves. Yeah.
Apparently.
Bishop d5, yeah. And now you're threatening like the rook, but also now like the knight is under attack.
This is complete madness.
Yeah, I don't know how we got here, but but this is all because of bishop c5 opening up all these tactics. Levy had 18 minutes, so now the clock is still not all the way down, but I mean we're on move 18, right? So time trouble is going to be very real this game, and he plays it. There we go. He's had a lot of opportunities for bishop c5. Oh, I think that's the first exclamation point I've seen this game. Amazing. That's very clutch. We get that on the board. I mean, he's got to be looking at bishop f2, and he gets up. Quick confessional.
Is he gonna run and say, "Hey,
bishop f2"?
I have bishop f2,
and runs back. Yeah.
And follow me on Snapchat. And then
yeah, I was literally thinking that. Yeah.
Oh wow, this is actually crazy. This is actually crazy. And she actually takes a moment before she writes down the move. I don't know if that means shock or if that just means okay, let's start calculating. And wow, this is just. Anything can happen here. I feel like every move is just changing the position and we can see anything happening here. But she does have 26 minutes on the clock versus Levy's 19. So there is here a possibility for one of the two players to really get very low on time in such a calculative position. And I mean, here the most natural thing is to just capture this pawn. You got to capture it at some point, right?
Yeah, I mean, already I'm probably already considering bishop f2. Let's play like a4, just like super random move, just to demonstrate. Yeah, bishop f2, king f2, and now the point is just go queen or knight g4 also. But yeah, I don't know. Like knight g4 is also good. You can take your pick. So the king doesn't have that many options. You have to go to e1 because otherwise you get forked. But now rook e8. I mean, yeah, you don't need to be a. By the way, even if I don't have that move, can't I just play something like knight e3? It's a little bit boring.
Yeah.
But it's a fork and I'm triple fork actually. Yeah. So this is just showing that's why bishop c5 is so powerful. Levy has he's got these bishop f2 ideas, very realistic now. So Pia can't just make, I mean, a4 was a move that no one would make, maybe Martin bot or something like that. But yeah, that's just to demonstrate his threat here.
Yeah, this is actually crazy. So she has to either take here, of course. I mean, let's look at also knight d3.
Then I take a pawn.
Bishop.
Take a pawn, bishop c4.
Yeah.
And then you can take on c5. You can get my bishop. But I have a pawn.
You have a pawn, and now she's going to wonder, why did I not take this pawn on d5 before? It was hanging. I could have taken it. So yeah, this is a very important moment for Pia. She almost has to find this idea knight takes d5 to not be down a pawn, which I think that position practically is just so difficult to play.
We'll see. I mean, she will have the two bishops there, but that's like, I mean, you first start looking at knight d5, right?
Yeah.
It's, you work backwards. It's like, can I just take this pawn? And then you figure it out. Let's figure it out as well. So knight d5. Now, we said that even though Levy has this idea of sacrificing the bishop, it's not mandatory. But he'll take, yeah, bishop takes. And yeah, bishop f2 here is playable. But he could also play, like we mentioned, this move, knight b6, which just puts pressure on the bishop and the pawn. Because the thing here is, let's say Pia plays, well, she can't play a random move because there is tactics on the c file. So let's pretend I'm having trouble finding a move that doesn't like lose on the spot, because there's also queen f6. Let's say queen f5. I'm just trying to find something that's not immediately like losing. So the point here is, if Levy goes knight, yeah, okay, so there's no immediate loss. If Levy just goes knight takes d5 and gets a position like this where he's down a pawn, look at his bishops, especially with Pia not having a light square bishop. That king side is going to be permanently weak. And actually here he's better. Now queen f5 was not a good move, but I just wanted to demonstrate if Levy just grabs the bishop pair, the material doesn't even matter. The bishop is so strong.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to find this like crazy, like bishop takes f2. Knight b6 on its own can be a pretty solid idea. And he's attacking the bishop. He has ideas of queen f6, and he's down a pawn, but his pieces are very active.
I think your knight e4 makes sense just to prevent queen f6.
Yeah.
And
so knight d5, let's say, rook d5, and yeah, let's say queen goes to, well, I have to defend my bishop, so queen b6. And again, now I guess we're heading towards some kind of simplification. And yeah, we could actually see some kind of quick draw if I take on c4 and an opposite color bishop endgame.
Maybe something like this.
Yeah, but also Levy, oh, queen c6 here. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wow,
and bishop b7, no draw. I'm going for checkmate.
So Pia is thinking here still. She's taking quite some time to think. I think she's analyzing all the bishop takes f2s. She also, knowing that she's playing Levy, I think that she wants to find all of the tactical things that there are, because she knows that he's looking at them. And so she doesn't want to make a mistake that would lead to something like this happening. I'm curious to see.
No confession.
Okay, I'm curious. I was going to say that I was curious to see if we had another confession when Levy stood up very quickly, but there was no confession that time. He just took a little break. And the time is equalizing right now, 22 minutes to 19. Pia looks ready to make a move, but will she make a move now? No.
Well, we know that pose. I'm not.
You're not falling for it anymore.
I'm not falling for it. But I am feeling quite optimistic, because it's not like you must find bishop f2. Otherwise, like, you know, bad things are happening. Levy's active pieces are giving him compensation, regardless if he picks up this sacrifice idea. But he's looking at it. I know he's looking at it. That's his bread and butter. It's very chaotic, but I hope if he gets the opportunity, he goes for it, you know, for content, for entertainment. But also, I think that's going to be a great chance for him to pick up a point. As both players get low on time, it's already difficult to defend when you're under attack. You add in some, you know, some time trouble, and you got the recipe for all sorts of shenanigans.
You absolutely do. Look at his face here.
Okay,
does that work? Maybe. Or what's going on? That was a very funny face by Pia.
Yeah.
She's calculating all kinds of things over here. Oh wow.
Yeah, and we got the seesaw. The time is back to equal, right?
It is back to equal.
We had a time advantage for Pia, but yeah, the game is complicated. It started very early on its original path, and you know, yesterday we had a 30-move game. She goes knight b3. Okay, very practical. She decides those lines are so complicated. She doesn't want to take the risk, so she gives the pawn, but she does get the bishop pair, right? So after bishop c4, Levy can grab this pawn. Now, taking with the pawn, though, is not advised. You're going to lose material. After takes, knight takes c5. You take with the rook. And now, at the very least, yeah, bishop a3 is going to skewer these two rooks here. So Levy could go bishop c4, and Pia is going to take. Now, if Levy takes with the rook, that's a blunder because of bishop a3. So he'll take with the knight. He's got an extra pawn. But, for example, after a move like bishop e3, the bishop comes to d4. Pia will have this compensation with the bishop pair. But it's a pawn. It's a pawn.
And I think Pia actually just decided, you know what? This whole match, it's been a battle of the bishop pair.
I was thinking that. We keep talking about it in most games. Yeah.
We keep talking about it. Yesterday, she kept saying just how annoying it was to play against the bishop pair. And I think she's just come to the point where she feels like, I cannot go down on time. If I calculate all these bishop takes f2 lines, I'm going to think for so long. I'm going to go for a practical choice. And for me, the practical choice right now is to go knight b3, get rid of this bishop, and just try to defend the pawn down.
And now there's no bishop f2 because the queen on c2 is protecting it.
Exactly. So
quick move from Levy. Yeah, good.
Yeah, Levy plays this very quickly. And I think we're also going to see knight takes c5 very quickly because there's not much.
I mean, if you give me
else to
one
do.
more move, if I play bishop b6, now I have the bishop pair, extra pawn, and yeah, okay. Obviously it takes, and Levy will play knight c5. He will not blunder the exchange. And yeah, the knight is quite nice on c5 because you can also bring it to e6, which could help you push this pawn to d4. So Levy's got a pawn. Levy's going to have an extra pawn here. Both players have, he's a little bit down on time, but roughly around the same. So with best play, he may be able to convert, but still the bishop pair for Pia is going to give him a little bit of trouble.
Do you think that now Pia has more practical chances than before?
Well, certainly. I think that's why she made this decision. Like you said, either she's going to spend a lot of time and, finally she'll go knight d5 and evaluate knight bishop takes f2 and have no time. Or what she's probably most worried about is that she'll make a mistake, right? The position is so hard to play. She chose the most practical solution. So yeah, I think now for Levy, knight e6 ideas, like I would definitely want to put my knight here so that I can try to push for d4. The pawn on a7 is actually hanging if I do that, but I think I'll have queen a5. And yeah, I mean,
it's still quite tactical.
It could get tactical for sure, but I like this, this bishop that we were, I was so worried about. It's you never would have imagined the least in life it was going to get in this game.
No, especially if we look at the early c5, right? This bishop looked like it was going to be tied down there forever. Yes. But then with the course of events that happened, now this bishop is very strong. So I think also there's a bit of Pia's admitting, I have made a mistake. I obviously am worse. I just need to try to defend this game and I need to try to get play to try to hold the draw. That is what she's admitting, I think, also with knight b3. She's just, she's just going for that.
Yeah, trying to find the most practical ways to defend. But I think for Levy, the moves are also simple. Knight e6, followed by queen a5, followed by rook e8 or rook d8. And yeah.
And what do you even do here? Because this is coming with so much force.
I want to move the queen from c2.
Maybe queen d2?
Yeah, and now... now I want to move my queen. If I go queen a5, I actually blunder. If I go queen a5, there's knight takes d5.
Right? Yeah, knight takes d5.
I don't know if I lose, but I lose some material. Yeah, knight takes
f6. A pawn,
yeah, it looks quite bad. Yeah, so maybe we can put that just for illustration.
So let's say
queen a5.
Queen a5.
Yeah, blunder. And this is a typical idea. Your queen's hanging, and now I have an in-between move, just taking on f6. And now I take back. Now I got the bishops, and you don't have the pawn. So Levy, both players starting to play quickly, right? The position's clarifying. Levy's got the extra pawn. Pia's got the bishop pair. I like knight e6 a lot. The knight there is, stopping bishop d4, preparing d4. Excellent move from Levy.
It's a very nice move from Levy, and it just makes so much sense to defend this d4 push. And now, I mean, yes, Pia could play bishop d4 to block the pawn, but I don't think she's going to want to give up the bishop pair that quickly. So I think that it makes more sense for her to go queen d2, move the queen out of the way, still threaten a little bit bishop takes a7. Maybe not immediately, but yeah, queen d2 just to me looks so much more natural. And she's going to spend a little bit of time.
And you're also attacking d5.
Yeah.
That's the nice part.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a bonus, right?
Yeah.
So actually, let's say you go queen d2. What do you do to defend this pawn?
Yeah, it's a good question. Because I can't defend, like I want to have a rook on d8, but my queen is there. So yeah, I need to move, can I move my queen and play rook d8? But if I go to c7 or e7, then it kind of feels like I'm under a tempo. So let's see. Apparently, queen c7 is possible because I guess if you go knight d5, I'll just take it and then I'll be able to play either way, and then I play rook d8. So the pin is deadly. Yeah. So perhaps queen c7 and get ready to play rook to d8 or queen e7 maybe as well. Yeah.
And this could start becoming very tactical too, because let's say we go rook c1 to put the rook on the same file.
Yeah.
Maybe there's even some d4 and what's going on here with rook d8. I don't even know.
Yeah.
This is a bit
now
crazy.
Levy gives up the pawn, gets the bishop, and maybe I see in some positions like you grab a2 or something like that.
Yeah, it looks completely crazy here. Okay, maybe I guess we can go queen e3, but there's also some knight g4.
Yeah, I was thinking that. What's going on knight g4? I know we're kind of we're repetition, knight f6.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yeah. Oh no, but then bishop takes. Yeah. Okay.
But not so easy.
Yeah. So Pia's thing. I mean, queen e2 makes sense. Get the queen out of the X-ray and put pressure on d5. Another move that I saw the engine flash, which was a really nice move, was queen d2, rook c7. That's a nice move. And the rook's coming to d7. You also defend a7 in some lines. And then with the rook and d7, d4 becomes more of a threat. So, yeah, I mean, you have to calculate this. I mean, I presume that after you take nd5, I can maybe take and pin. But apparently, after d7, okay, yeah, I did. That you have to give up the queen. And then you have the rook and bishop. Which is good compensation, but obviously the material advantage would be black. So, yeah,
I think this is quite difficult to play for white. No,
it's we're just seeing it's something that could happen. Yeah, it's quite difficult.
like this certain position. I mean,
oh, just this exact position.
This exact position.
Well, the nice thing is that bishop is so strong. You put on b3, and then you double the rooks. You know, rooks and bishops. You know, we learned that yesterday from Pia. They work really well together. Yeah. But so does the queen and knight, which we have on the board. So we might have like a knight g4. But yeah, we're kind of it really depends on the next move. I mean, to me, queen d2, very natural, but
maybe also knight e2 could be an option because it looks a bit scary, but
you don't have any discoveries.
You don't have any discoveries, and this move now gets ultra protected.
Yeah.
And now
knight d4 is coming or something.
Yeah. So maybe this also doesn't look so crazy.
No, very logical. But I'll play like queen d7, rook d8. I just get my pieces into the game.
Yeah. It's the thing though with this move is that it's taking away the attack on this.
Yeah.
So it's being a little bit more passive, maybe in that sense, where you're not attacking this anymore.
Yeah, and Pia is definitely considering that idea. Someone says, why is bishop e7 a bad move? I think it's tactically vulnerable because queen a5. And now I'm attacking the bishop on apparently not losing. But yeah, I was thinking queen a5. So I attack the bishop and I attack the knight on c3. But apparently you can go just back. And I don't have anything.
What is happening here?
Yeah. Oh, queen a4. Well, that's what. Yeah. Okay. That's. I don't know if. Yeah, I would be not really calculating bishop a7 too much personally because you assume you're just gonna get smacked in the c file.
Yeah.
But apparently, yeah, bishop a. I mean, and if I go bishop b5,
that's what I was looking at.
Just rook a c1, and I just don't have. Yeah, I don't have anything on this pin. So yeah, perhaps Pia is looking at that pawn. It looks dangerous, but it's not losing outright to any particular reason. Computer says d4 is very strong.
Wow.
And just shove that pawn down the board.
And now if you take.
I take it. Yeah. You don't have a way to attack my knight.
Yeah, you just take it back. You can't take it. Yeah, so you have to. What do you even do here? Oh yeah, I guess you just move the queen, but this is very all complicated.
Yeah, this bishop a7 move, it just feels wrong. Like it feels like the bishop is loose and your queen is loose on the c file. So I doubt. Like I mean, she saw it, of course, but I don't know if she would even seriously consider that one.
But it makes more sense for her to just right now try to block this d4 push, but she is down on time, 16 minutes and 25 seconds, just less time than Levy. You know, this is a fantastic moment for Levy, honestly. Like, probably the best moment he's had in the whole classical portion. He did have a very nice position the first day as well, but it's a bit more complicated. This feels a bit easier to play for black than that.
This is, I think, again, we've used this term, risk-free. He's got the pawn. What happens worst case scenario? Well, he'll lose that pawn, play d4, trade all the pieces. So
and draw.
Maybe. Yeah, and draw. Yeah. So I think it's a 2-result game for Levy. He's got the game is slowly but surely, you know, heading down on the clock. Obviously, that will favor him. Blitz skills aside, just you know, it's better when your opponent has less time and they have to defend. So that's in his favor. Yeah, he's got a chance, and he knows it. And if he's able to get a victory in this game, tying the classical portion, it would be an excellent result for him.
It would be an excellent result for him, and obviously there's something Pia doesn't want. She seems a bit frustrated now. She sees that her time is ticking down. She's feeling the pressure, and that is what classical does to you. You've been playing a long game. You've been trying to do your best moves the whole time, but at the end of that, when you see your time ticking down, it becomes even more nerve-wracking than maybe rapid or blitz because of the fact that it's what we talked about. It's a change in pace.
Yeah. You know, we saw the players spending 15 minutes per move earlier in the game. Now they've got 15 minutes. So it's a whole different beast.
It's a whole different beast, and it's just this. Whoops! This is now a very big moment for Levy. So let's see what Pia does. She looks ready to make a move. Will she play queen d2? Will she, I don't know, take the pawn? Will she go knight e2? Oh, we don't know. Are you starting to feel nervous?
I feel like excited, you know. I want to see a time. I mean, it was really exciting when we were looking at all these crazy lines.
Yeah.
I was like, are we going to see this bishop sacrifice?
Yeah.
Levy's immortal or something like that. Now it's a little more calm. The game, it's just like, okay, it's clarified. Levy came out with this with an extra pawn.
Mhm.
So there's no fireworks. It might be more of a technical grind. Like, is he going to convert this pawn? And it's a 100-move game, right, or something like that.
But it's a time scramble. That's making me excited.
Yeah, I'm enjoying seeing the clock go down for both players. Just get them in time trouble, get all the action. But Pia's thinking, obviously. I mean, she knows she can count just as well as any of us can. She knows she's down a pawn. And we even heard her last confession was short and sweet, but she said, I'm in some trouble here. So I'm gonna, fight on, try to survive. She's not losing here, but pawn's a pawn, as a wise man once said.
I have a crazy suggestion.
Let's hear it.
What happens if knight e4? Is this crazy?
It definitely looks crazy, but you're trying to take advantage of this pin. But okay, what happens if, so what if I just take it and then bishop takes and I wanted to move my queen out of the pin? There might be, I don't see any tactical moves, but where can I move my, because let's say, I don't know, queen f6 looks fine because you're not threatening d5, right?
Yeah, I'm not threatening
So
anything.
we've traded these knights, but
I wanted to say we could do some bishop f5, something like this, but
you can, but
and
then what?
No,
down a pawn.
Nothing. Yeah, no, it's still down a pawn.
Yeah, it's a cool looking move, but more flash than
substance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find something. Okay,
You got another crazy move.
No, we can't do that.
But
I'm gonna go bishop h3, but we can't do that.
Queen d2 to me looks, get out of the, I don't like having this, I feel like I'm going to blunder something with this pin. So I'm going to go queen d2. I'm going to play rook c1.
Yeah, I'm really worried about her long think here, to be honest. I'm really, really wondering about what exactly she's thinking about. If she's trying to make bishop takes a7 work, if she's
she could be, right? If she doesn't really, she knows, maybe at this point, she's like, look, if I can get away with that, I'm going to get a pawn back.
Yeah, and it's worth it.
It's like, it looks risky, but if I can do it, I don't have to suffer for the rest of the game. So maybe she has that kind of attitude right now. Again, she's got that pose, and she looks. I don't think she looks too happy. What do you think?
No, she definitely isn't happy, and she's just trying to find a way of surviving this position. But she's feeling the pressure of the position and the clock and everything right now. So. Yeah, in this moment, if she had a heart rate monitor on, I think that her heart rate would be higher than usual. Not very high because she's a calm person in general, but it would definitely be higher than usual. So she's about to make a move. She is about to make a move.
I think she's still used half her time in this moment. No, she's not. She's not about to make a move. And that was a moment where it's like, I feel like I've done that where I'm like, I don't know what my move is. Just like, that's the feeling of like, where's my move?
Spiral. It's just a spiral. You can just keep on thinking and thinking and thinking. And it's so easy to just go down all your clock. I've done that mistake a million times. And I just hope that she doesn't.
She plays queen b2. Okay, we thought queen d2, queen b2. Now it gets a harsh question mark, but it doesn't look that bad, right? Like, I guess the only weird thing about that square is the queen can be under some rook b8s.
And you have this immediate d4, right?
Yeah, but I guess I do, right? Queen d2 prevented it. I mean, it looks, actually with d4, I am threatening to take on c3 because now it's with the tempo. And then for Levy, he can actually shove that pawn to d3.
He doesn't even have to.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, I will say that d4, although you are looking to make that push, it doesn't feel the most comfy having the rook on d1 x-raying the queen. So we'll see if Levy, he doesn't need, like for me, like queen a5, just preparing rook d8, that looks extremely sensible.
Yeah.
So I don't think I think that's a completely reasonable move. I mean, that's the move, that would be my first instinct. Queen a5, rook d8, maybe I can play rook b8 after. He's got a pawn, so it's not like he needs to play super top level moves to keep his advantage.
Exactly. No, he doesn't. And yeah, queen a5, I mean, at some point she's going to have to play knight e2, I feel like, to get this knight out of the way, because the knight is just threatened by so many pieces. But then I'm just wondering, why didn't she want to play knight e2 immediately? Maybe she just felt like...
Didn't like the x-ray, yeah.
Maybe she just didn't like the x-ray. Maybe that's it, actually. So she thought that this was a way of preparing that. But yeah, d4, that's, to me, the biggest question is what happens here,
Yeah, so I'm threatening to, despite the pin, I am threatening to take on C3 here. Yeah, so what to do, right? You could move the queen, but that looks kind of like, I could play
Queen
like
A3?
yeah, but it looks like, yeah, I'm doing some weird stuff.
Yeah,
Queen
you move
B6.
the queen to B6
Yeah,
and okay,
yeah, very
maybe
nice move here.
knight
Yeah,
A4, but there's
well,
just I'm trying to save a piece.
yeah, but the point is that I feel like if you're making moves like Queen A3 and Knight A4, you've gone in the wrong direction, right?
You've
It's
gone
like
very much in the wrong
your pieces are
direction.
going to the wrong square. So yeah, D4, and Levy's thinking. He's got a little extra time. So you can move the knight to E2, but then can Levy just play D3 right after D4?
Yeah, let's check it.
Yeah.
So this, and D3.
Yeah. That pawn is far advanced, but you can also be vulnerable, right? So yeah, it's
maybe you can move it the knight to D4 F. I mean, you have to move it somewhere.
Yeah.
So maybe this makes
because
sense.
I could sacrifice my queen in a lot of positions now. Otherwise, like I could take on E2, take my queen, and then I take back, and then I got rook D1 coming. I'm not sure if it works in every position, but it's the pawn is on E2. You know, that's getting real close. So, but yeah, D4, that would be a really kind of powerful move here. But I like Queen A5.
Yeah, it also looks very powerful because you're threatening a lot of things here too. The rook might be coming to B8. It just looks very uncomfortable. Yeah. And after this, yeah, then now
I think maybe now knight E2. The move,
knight E2, yeah.
And I was thinking, yeah, actually here maybe this is why Pia did this. She's setting up a little trap in some positions, some bishop H6 move. It doesn't really work yet, but that's the point of the queen at B2. You're attacking F6. So maybe, yeah, I don't know if that was a consideration of hers.
She wants to be able to play at some point Queen E5.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, perhaps.
It doesn't work. Maybe knight E4, but
yeah,
it's hard to know exactly. But I am happy that she made a move. She ended up making a move. She didn't spend all her
she
time.
Didn't flag.
No, she didn't flag. But also, she could go down to 5 minutes, and then we have a very different position as well. So I think here time is starting to become crucial for both players. We're reminding everybody that there's no extra time here after 40 moves, which means that the only extra time the players are getting is a 30-second increment per move. This means that both players could play the rest of the game with 1 minute on the clock, only getting those 30 extra seconds, which they might need to use to write down the move. Think a little bit. There's very little extra time that they're getting. So this is the time that they need for the rest of the game. They're not getting any other big chunk of time.
Absolutely. And yeah, although, like you mentioned, it's great Pia made her move. She did use half her time there. But now Levy, I feel like, yeah, let's see. I mean, D4 is I would be very impressed if he plays D4. Personally, I feel like for me, like it could be often different. Like if you have like these simple safe moves, it's kind of easier to go for them. And then you don't really give like the proper, like, you don't want to bother maybe putting in that work to make these like really kind of challenging moves work. So if he plays it here, I think that would be a great sign for him and lots of confidence in his calculation. And he's got to be looking at it because otherwise, yeah, I think you move the queen, you move the rook, and you try to get this pawn going. He's got a small time advantage, but of course, as you mentioned, there's we're gonna, it's move 22. By move like 26 or so, I think they're both going to be under 5 minutes.
I think so too. So we're seeing right now the last few moments of being able to breathe out normally, and soon we're just going to be going for the very fast-paced chess, and it's going to, this is honestly a good preview for what we're about to see these last 2 days of this tournament.
A little bit of a preview, but still, even here, we have the 30-second increment tomorrow, 10-second increment. But I don't think the players have to notate.
No, they don't.
They don't. So they'll just be making moves.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be 15 plus 10. That obviously don't need to notate the blitz. Now, by the way, I did see some questions about, we right now with our camera angle, we don't see the score sheets, but we see them throughout our broadcast many, many times. And yeah, this is a rule. You have to be notating your moves in chess in these classical events. And it's kind of funny because, you think, well, it's on DGT. It's on these live boards. We see all the moves. Why are they doing it? It's the rules. You don't always play on these boards. And when you're playing a tournament, if there's some dispute, hey, like there was this touch move or whatever, blah, blah, like the arbiters are going to check the score sheet. So even in this format, you have to notate. And yeah, it's quite normal. If you play chess since the beginning, you're just used to it.
You're just used to it. And I remember when I was a little kid, I would think that it was so hard to play on boards that didn't have the actual coordinates because it would be difficult to know what is B4, But obviously players of this caliber, they don't have any struggle with that at all. But we're seeing Levy thinking now. He does have less time than Pia at this moment in time. 10 minutes, 55 seconds. What is he going to go for? Will he go for this more flexible queen a5? Will he go for the very strong but maybe risky d4? Will he play something else? Will he play something like rook b8? I don't think so. Because if he goes rook b8, let's say that he goes here. Now actually queen a3 prevents queen a5, and the queen is pretty well placed here.
Yeah, maybe I can grab a7.
I mean, at some point,
Yeah.
if you give me that pawn, I'll take it, because any pawn here is very worth it. And also, if we can get this passed pawn in the endgame, we can be a very
like
big,
Levy yesterday.
like
Yeah,
Levy yesterday.
yeah.
It's a huge difference, right? So,
Yeah. I mean, rook b8 doesn't look natural to me because I like my rook on c8, right? Why am I moving it? It's my other rook on f8 I don't like. The fact that Levy's thinking here, I mean, he's got to be looking at d4.
I think so.
It's the only move that requires like deep kind of thought, I think, here.
And it's a very forcing move.
Very forcing move. And let's see. Yeah, both players investing. This is the last, I think, long think of the game. Like, you know, Pia just thought for 10 minutes. Levy thinking also for around 10 minutes. So they both sense like this is going to be, you know, they both obviously feel this is an important decision that they're willing to pour so much of their time into.
And it looks like Levy is ready to make a move, but no, he goes for the same kind of up and down, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm starting to feel the nerves. I'm starting to feel the nerves. Let's look at d4 one last time very quickly. Let's say d4, you're threatening not to flip the knight.
Yep.
Gotta move the knight to e2. Anything else looks so crazy. Knight e4?
You could, yeah, you could go for it. But the thing is for Levy, yeah, he can just take on e4, let's say. And
he makes a move.
And it is d4.
D4.
Wow. Oh, jinx. Yeah, I mean, that's great because if you know what, I wonder if it was on his mind game one. Do you remember he thought for 25 minutes and he eventually ended up playing rook a d1. This is the move that kind of lost him the game because he lost so much time. He also lost a portion of his advantage. And maybe that was on his mind where he was thinking, I'm taking this time and I'm not going to repeat that mistake. I'm not going to play this simple move. I'm going to trust myself or I'm just going to go for it and play the most kind of, you know, the aggressive move and just set the board kind of more into more complications. So it was a long think, but the fact that he played d4 made it worth it. He still got 10 minutes, 9:54. And now it's going to, I think Pia is going to go for quite a think here as well.
Yeah. She seemed a bit surprised when he made the move.
You think so? I missed it. You saw some reaction?
Well, she just took a bit of time before writing it down. And I guess it's because she realizes, okay, I mean, am I losing? Like that might be the immediate thought. You see a fork on the board and he does it with such confidence too. I mean, she might just think, okay, did I miss something? That might be the first thought. Of course, she's not losing. She can move the knight and this is not a fork because the pawn is pinned. But she's going to have to now make a big decision. Where does she go? She cannot leave the knight over here because if takes, what we were saying before, the queen is hanging. So knight e2 right now looks like the best move just to get the knight out of this fork.
So we were looking at d3, but I suppose I can even take your knight because it is attacking my pawn. So normally I don't know about giving up the bishop. Now I have the two knights versus two bishops, but let's see, takes. And now, yeah, I mean, I can't move my queen just about anywhere because this is going to be hanging, but maybe this move that we saw earlier, rook c7, it's kind of a nice chill move to go rook d7. And my knights have some nice squares. You know, I can go to d5 to c3. The bishop's here, even though it is an open position. This guy, what is he looking at?
Nothing.
Nothing, right? And this one is looking here, which is probably not where he wants to be looking either. So yeah, now I do expect Pia to, you know, okay, yeah, she's gonna think here. She's looking at the clock. I think that looked like she glanced at the clock there. You do start to get nervous, like, oh, I got 9 minutes. You know, now you're down to 3 digits.
Very big moment as well in the game. But very nice move by Levy. Like Levy, he should get all the props in the world. Oh, she goes 94.
94. That is not the move that, that gets an X called a miss on chess.com. So that move does not get the approval at all from our engine. But okay, it's not ridiculous, right? You move the knight out of the way. I think Levy for sure, well, not for sure, but makes sense to take. It's the first move I would look at. Why is this so bad? I mean, did we look at something like this?
I mean, it doesn't look crazy to me, but I guess the main point that at least the engine is making is that the bishop now gets to get exchanged, and now she loses the bishop pair.
And without this bishop, this structure here, you're going to be suffering.
You're going to be suffering.
So this is really powerful. And by the way, if you try to do some funny business, I just take it. You know, you have these like discovered attacks, but Queen g5
doesn't do much.
Yeah, you can take the rook, but I got two minor pieces, and the king is going to be checkmated. So, wow, this is and we have a quick move from Levy, which is takes. Okay, we'll get a quick.
Levy's playing this very well.
Yeah, I mean d4. I think that was like we mentioned, powerful move from him. So okay, let's wait for Pia's reaction.
Maybe is she quickly calculating bishop takes d4?
Yeah, perhaps. But then the knight just moves. I don't think you have good discoveries.
No, I don't. I mean, okay, bishop takes
Knight
d4.
f6,
What
I was thinking
happens?
Knight f6.
Oh yeah, knight f6. You
Yeah.
just move back and you cannot take it.
You can, but
Yeah.
I'll take back. Yeah. I mean, you could even go bishop c5, but okay, if you get my rook for 2 pieces, it's nothing. Yeah. So she's pausing here, but it's not a pause that will lead to a different move.
No, she's gonna take, but
let's look real. This bishop, this is really powerful because without this bishop, if you have to take, look at what could happen here. If this knight gets to g5, obviously the bishop covers it for now, but the knight, like these light squares, are not a good combination. So yeah, next move is rook d8. The pawn is passed. So we get bishop e4, of course, and yeah, bishop d5 here would be extremely strong. Not the only move, of course, but it's like you pointed out, getting rid of the bishop pair.
Very strong, and Levy's playing this very, very well. I hate to say it, but it's looking like Levy's really going to take this home maybe, and it's going to be really exciting to see if he's able to do so.
I think if he plays bishop d5, I will feel extremely confident about his chances.
Yeah.
Because we're not just, we were talking, he's got the passed pawn, but Pia's got this compensation. Pia's got these, practical chances. After bishop d5, he has a great position. Forget the pawn. He's got so many great things in the position going on. Both players, their clocks are ticking, but still enough time to make some decisions. And I would be very happy if he finds bishop d5 here for his chances, but let's see, he might be considering something else as well. I was thinking, can I play queen f? Oh no, but my pawn is hanging. Now it's like
hanging.
Yeah, queen f6 doesn't protect my pawn. Yeah, you just take it. You just take it. Yeah. So I guess you can play rook b8 because kick the queen away from attacking.
Where do we go? Because if we go, let's say we go queen a3.
Yeah. Now he goes queen f6.
Now you can go.
This also looks pretty good. Yeah, but bishop d5 feels so strong because that bishop e4, it's a nice piece. Get it out of here.
So let's look at rook b8 again. Can we try to prevent this? Yeah. The thing here is that we cannot go, for instance, queen d2 to still attack the pawn because we dropped the bishop. So we could go queen c2, I suppose, threatening this bishop.
But now, that's true. But now you took the threat off my d4 pawn, so I can move it. But actually, Anna, one more thing that I just think is important to point out is actually after bishop d5, why is it so strong? After you can actually still take the pawn, right? But now I have knight g5. That was the move that I was talking about, right? So this is what I meant. And yeah, you have this pawn, but my knight's jumping into some very nasty squares. And if you keep gobbling things up, knight h3, your king is taking a walk that I don't think it's going to be a fan of. And Levy's made a move. Bishop d5.
It's there. He's playing this so well. What a fantastic game by Levy. He's playing this so well. And I mean, it's really hard. It's really hard to see what Pia's going to do.
I mean, he's really, there was that moment where there was maybe some misses for both sides, but he's started to play perfectly once he's was able to grab that pawn advantage. This is a fantastic move. He still has 8 minutes. I'm glad he didn't go down to 2 seconds and play it. I think he's got, tremendous chances to win this game. Everything's kind of going his way. He's playing excellently. Let's see how, he's going to try to fight back though. Let's see what she does.
So let's say that she goes
takes or
let's say that takes. Can we go something
h4?
Yeah. I know it looks crazy.
Sure, but now you just go rook d8, right?
Now you just defend the pawn.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't need to checkmate you immediately. I can do it in 10 moves or something. Yeah. That's the problem, right? Once that bishop is gone, your king is going to be always weak, but you're also down a pass pawn in the center, and the queen in d5 is monstrous, right? Rook d8, rook c8. Strong. The knight is amazing. The bishop, it's like the bishop doesn't help at all. You probably rather have a knight even for white.
Yeah. No, this bishop is just so bad. Yeah, this is just the problem. So I guess takes, and you have to go bishop d2 or something like this. But now this pawn, it's just an extra pawn.
Yeah, just rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah. This pawn, now there's no problem.
And knight d4 can come next, potentially rook c2.
Yeah.
I don't need to rush d4, d3 either. So yeah. And now I'm threatening, I'm threatening the bishops, right? You can't just like retreat it randomly. So
what a fantastic game by Levy so far. Levy is, I mean, are we dare to say it? Levy's winning?
It's no secret.
Yeah, I know, Levy is winning.
But,
in this position.
They say that, the hardest position to win is a winning position, right? I don't know if that's true. I think it's harder to win a losing position.
I think so too.
But that is something that they say.
Yeah. But it's because also the psychological part of it, right? I think that is why that is said. Wow. Yeah. It's just so strong. And she's gonna have to make a move very soon. Someone is asking what happens if she goes f3. I mean, f3 here just doesn't look like a move I want to make at all.
There's a few moves I want to make here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it, but
You can't take because this hanging.
yeah,
but...
I mean, let's say I just take the bishop and then stick to the other plan we had, like takes, and okay, now I was gonna say maybe rook b8 to chase the queen away from b2, and then next move I play queen b6 or f6, and the pawn on e4 is a weakness now as well, and you're still down this pawn, and your king is weak, so
it's just all the issues still are here.
yeah, I mean, it's a move. I mean, look, it's your bishop's hanging, it's a move to consider. The problem is for Pia is that there's no move that really saves the game right now.
Yeah.
She's going to need to rely on Levy playing some major mistake. But so far, he hasn't done that.
He hasn't done that. And also to everybody that's coming in and saying, wait, what's happening? Levy is winning. Levy has beaten a lot of grandmasters. I mean, this is not
Even this year.
This year too.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a surprising result in any way. Levy has the ability of playing extremely well. And he has this year beaten 2,500 rated grandmasters. So I think when Levy just gets into his flow and he just trusts himself and he's so good at calculating and he goes for these moves, he can beat very strong players. And he's done that this game. And yeah, I don't think it's a crazy surprise. He's a strong player.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more decisive. This is, even though today's the final game of the classical portion, this is only the 4th game.
It is.
There's 18 more games. We're going to see lots of decisive results going forward. And yeah, absolutely. Levy has beaten, he's played, this is, I guess, his 5th tournament this year since he's made his return. He's so far, I think, beat 3 grandmasters in the run-up. And look, this is why we play the game. Have you ever lost to a low-rated player?
Of course.
Have you ever beaten a high-rated player?
Of course.
Of course, right? This is why we play the game. There's no result that's truly a surprise, right? But still, the game's not over. Pia is under 5 minutes. There is a 30-second increment, but that's all you got. The time on the clock and the increment. And no, bishop d5. I mean, d4, I really am curious. Like, we'll hear from Levy. Like, it's, I think, like a mirrored situation with the first game where he tanked. He had these powerful, like c5, right? That was the move that he had. He ultimately played a safe move, rook d1. And here he trusted himself, played d4 aggressively, and immediately he was rewarded with playing a more kind of ambitious move.
Can we see Pia thinking here? Someone was asking what happens if bishop f5, bishop f5 just loses the bishop. So you can't really move here because then what happens is that the bishop is not attacking this one anymore and you can just simply capture this. So that is not a possible move. Pia with only 4 minutes on the clock now. And I'm wondering what she's really calculating. Is she calculating maybe queen, I don't know, queen b1 to defend?
Yeah, I guess so, because you still keep the pin on the d file. And yeah, that's actually interesting because you do threaten bishop takes d4, although maybe you don't, because after bishop d4, bishop e4, queen e4, I have rook c4. So I pin you through this kind of weird way.
It's all the kinds of pins here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough position for Pia. She's down a pawn. Her king is actually in quite a bit of danger because once that light square bishop gets traded off, there's tons of weaknesses. The clock is ticking.
The clock is ticking. Second per second. Pia's time is getting lower and lower. And yeah, no, I think, she's about to make a move.
Let's see. We're await with bated breath.
Oh, the stress. The stress. And she goes queen b1, actually. I don't think it's I think it makes sense.
I think it's the best one out of what we looked at because bishop d5, queen d5, it's too easy. Levy gets the queen in the center. Now he needs to make some kind of decision. Let's see it. Let's get now Levy. I don't think he expected that move fully.
No.
Because it is kind of weird. The queen just entombs the rook in a1. But you keep some tension in the center, right? Now she's hoping she can take on d4.
Maybe. Are you? No, you're probably not. I was thinking you're threatening to some check and taking here, but no, maybe you're not. There's this check to look at some point.
There is. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if she can get rid of this d pawn, then a lot of problems are kind of solved, or at least one. But Levy, he's got 7 minutes. He's got some time to think. I'm sure this move was not on top of his list.
No, he probably thought she was going to take. So I think it's good that she's making a move that's going to make him think a bit more because like you said, this is just too easy. Takes back and Ash has to come up with another plan.
Yeah. He could play Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, this is the question, right? Is bishop d4 a threat? Let's play a6 just to be funny. And then, yeah, bishop takes d4. I don't think so, because bishop e4, queen e4, and rook c4.
It's exactly
so there's no exact threat. So he has like a tempo to do stuff. What is that stuff?
To pick whatever.
Yeah, like I guess rook e8, like I see that's the top suggestion. And I guess it makes sense, right? As long as you're not threatening. And it also puts extra pressure on the e-file.
Another move that I'm seeing as a top suggestion that some people in chat are also saying, because the engine is showing it, I suppose, is f5. But this
one I don't
crazy.
get, because you take on e3. Now I take here, and you sacrifice the queen.
Wow, that is what. Okay, that's why we didn't get it. Because after
and now you take f2, and that pawn's going to promote because my bishop is going to control.
That was what we didn't get. Yeah,
that's a beautiful. Yeah, f5 is
that is very beautiful.
Because if I play f5 and you're forced to take on d5, then we're back exactly where we want to be. So yeah, the idea is that, well, why can't you just take? Because I still have this pressure, but you go, it's fine. And then beautiful, right? You sacrifice Zwischenzug, king goes to g2, you take here, and the bishop is going to get to helping out this pawn. Not super simple. Levy's now down to 5 minutes. I don't know. Also, you kind of feel like f5 maybe is a little loose.
It does look loose, and this takes a lot of time to count. I'm not expecting f5 here. I think he's gonna. He could play something like rook c4 just to keep control, defend, nice and easy. Not a bad move whatsoever. You could play rook e8 to put pressure on this bishop.
Yeah. The question is, what about your idea? Like if rook e8, I don't think it works because after bishop h7, let's say I go here, and can you grab the pawn?
Yeah, that's a question.
But then there's like these knight g5 moves. This is always kind of the problem. The king all of a sudden, and also the bishop is hanging. It's a bonus problem.
Oh my, it's a disaster.
Yeah, this is not working. So Levy takes. Ooh.
What is happening?
Okay, so he's going to take an f2 next. So he's simplifying down.
Wow.
Okay, we didn't look at this move, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
We were thinking, we wanted to trade the bishop. So rook d5, he's going to take check. And he's going to be up a pawn. He's just taking the pawn to the endgame, and the white king is also going to be open.
But this d pawn seemed to be like the very scary pawn before.
But he also was maybe a little scared to lose it. So
of course. So he's like, get rid of it. But we didn't calculate this at all because rook takes d5 just looked so strong.
And now Pia gets to keep that bishop. But then he'll take on f2, he'll move his queen, he'll keep that extra pawn, and Pia's she'll keep 2 minutes on the clock.
I mean, she has to take it with the bishop or with the rook. Oh, what is she going to take it with?
She's thinking. Yeah, taking with the rook gives you a tempo, right? So it feels stronger.
I think she wasn't really expecting that move.
Yeah, but it does make a lot of sense, right? As well for Levy.
So let's
clarifying.
See.
Yeah, take on f2 with check, of course. You take with the king. And I guess if queen f6 check, that's kind of natural, with the tempo. Now you move the king. And I guess just rook d8. And extra pawn.
You just play this out.
Yeah, this doesn't look fun for white at all.
No,
the king is also so open without the f pawn.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We will see what she does.
Yeah, f5, we knew that was not going to happen.
No.
So this is very practical from Levy, and we're watching. She
takes
with the bishop.
What?
Okay, so that move also makes sense, of course, but apparently there's a tactical problem, not a very obvious one. e2.
Wow, e2.
Yeah. So now you're going to force yourself into a pin is the problem, right? So let's say you play like rook d2. Now you're, I was going to say, can I try to just attack the bishop? And then you're pinned? Okay, let's see. Let's keep it on the live board because the moves are going to be coming in quickly.
Yeah, they are. e2 is possible right now.
e2, according to Arjun, is totally winning, but requires some calculation. Taking f2 is the obvious move. That was what Levy probably planned. But if he does that, then Pia will argue, well, my bishop on d5, that's a nice piece. Let's see what we get. Levy looks super focused.
I mean, if e2, I suppose she's going to go rook d3 to place the rook at least on
defended
a defended square. But there's always these e1 ideas.
Yeah, some kind of, and what's another powerful move? There's some like queen f6, and the rook on a1 is like stuck. He takes quickly.
He takes?
Yeah, not surprised, even though, if you're watching with the edge of the valve, of course, you'll see that e2 is crushing, but he's got 4 minutes. He's going to make their practical decisions.
I wonder, is she gonna take? Yeah, she takes. Can't be 2 pawns down.
Yeah. So
this is getting crazy.
Yeah. So, but Levy's got like rook b8, queen f6, rook b2 ideas. I mean, he's got the extra pawn. The king is weak. He's.
But now at least maybe it's not so bad that the bishop is on d5.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
maybe it's not going to make a big difference.
Levy's
either.
pawn here is not going to, he's got the extra pawn on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be making passed pawns anytime soon. His biggest advantage here is Pia's king.
Mm-hmm.
It's very open without this f2 pawn. And look at this, rook b8, rook b2 could be really nasty.
Yeah,
let's say she
very
plays king
nasty.
g2, then rook to b8.
Maybe she can go some bishop b3, but it just
True.
then also maybe this knight can come in a bit
Yeah,
easier.
knight g5 and
Knight g5,
jumping into the king side.
all kinds of things. And now we're getting into time trouble territory. 2 minutes on the clock for Pia. She goes king g1, doesn't want to let the rook come in with any checks. And she's probably going to try to bring the bishop back to g2 to keep everything together.
Yeah,
as well as she can.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if she can somehow like trade queens, she would normally you don't want to trade when you're down material. But here, like with the weakness of her king, you want the queens off the board.
Yeah.
The queen and knight are a great combo. So get that queen out of there. The king is safe. And then she would have some drawing chances because there's not that many pawns on the board. So you could even have scenarios where you get into a rook endgame, like the bishop trades for the knight, and then you're down a pawn, but you could save it because there's not enough of them left.
Absolutely. So now Levy's gonna have to figure out what he does. Knight g5, I think, looks very natural.
Very naturally goes rook b8. So he's trying to get that rook over to b2. Gets a question mark, although doesn't look that bad.
No, I think it makes sense
yeah,
to try to bring in the queen, the rook. And now, okay, I mean, there's certain things that cannot be played. Queen c2 is one of those moves.
That will get mated, yeah.
That will make you get mated.
Yeah.
So certain moves cannot be played here. But I think now we're going to see maybe a few mistakes from both players now that the time is ticking like this.
Yeah, I think Levy's really trying to play, like you can see his time. He's not spending more than like 30, 40 seconds per move. So I think he's really trying to utilize the clock here. Someone said Levy's going for a draw. He is absolutely not going for a draw here. I mean, yeah, this is, he knows he's winning. He's got the pawn, but yeah, still gotta put in the work. So yeah, his whole idea is to infiltrate with the rook on b2. So let's see, queen d3 looks, you don't have that many options. And now for rook b2, you're going to have, and we have a move, queen d3. Yeah, so now if you go rook b2, there's rook f1. And you stop the checkmate on f2. And suddenly you get some pressure on f7. That bishop on d5 is really, really powerful. So yeah, let's see. Suddenly, that queen on b1 looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's in the center.
Now it's finally, I felt like we were playing with the queen last almost for a little bit. The queen wasn't really active at all. No. Now the queen is back in the game. There's all kinds of chances here. This position is anything but a draw. I'm seeing some people saying, oh, it's anything but a draw. This position can go in many different directions. Either probably Levy will win or Pia will be able to save a draw. But I think now with the time scramble, we are going to be seeing both players not always playing the most accurate moves. And I think this is actually the time for Pia to hope that Levy somehow messes this up.
Yeah, I mean, she's got real chances now because the rook coming to f1 and the bishop can kind of park itself on b3 in some of these positions. Everything's kind of well defended. And yeah, I mean, Levy's thinking because it's not so easy now. I mean, he needs to bring his other rook in, I would think. Yeah, this whole rook b2 idea, right? That was his main point. But now he sees that it looks active, but no big follow-up there. So perhaps it's better to play rook fd8 or something like that.
Can we then go queen f3 and try to trade queens and just save our light squares?
Yeah, perhaps. But
I just want to see.
Yeah,
Of course, there's ideas from knight g5 at a certain point that could
I'm
be
trying
scary.
to see, do I have, can I, like rook d5 tactics? Because the rook in a1 is loose, but it doesn't work because you have queen d5. Yeah, so.
Still a little bit scary,
Well, yeah, I rather keep my rooks.
Yeah, of course.
And the players are, we said move 26 will get time trouble. Now we got real time trouble here. 29, move 29, both players, 2-3 minutes.
Are you now feeling the pressure?
It's still fun. It's exciting. We're going to get lots of moves. This is a great warm-up for the Rapid and Blitz tomorrow because it's going to be nonstop sort of adventures like this.
It is. We're going to be seeing so many adventures, and I hope that none of you miss that because the action will be here tomorrow at 2 p.m. CET with 6 Rapid games starting. Yeah. The score can change in either way then. We have no idea what's about to happen, but we're still here in the final classical game of the Pia versus Gotham match. And okay, he has to make a decision. Yeah,
I mean, there's not really any real risk to Levy for the rest of this game unless he makes, blunders one of the pieces. But, we give players more credit than that. So he's looking to find a way to win, but it's not, earlier the engine was pointing out some very powerful victories. He plays rook d8. I like that move. You got to get the rooks in the game. And now let's see. I think Pia could play your move, queen f3, because like I said, I think trading the queens is actually in White's favor. the king is kind of loose for white. So trade them off. And then the bishop can be stronger than the knight in some of these endgames.
And I think she would be very happy to just know that she's not getting checkmated. So queen.
Queen.
Oh.
No, queen e3 would be blundering rook d5. So that was
okay.
Yeah. she quickly plays queen f3. Great move. Yeah. Now if Levy trades, like it's not so simple here. I mean, you do have the pawn, but the bishop is quite annoying, and there's no checkmates. But Levy's probably gonna go for it anyway. And then just maybe go like king f8, king e7. You're still.
I had a mini heart attack there. I have to say, not really, but like.
Well, this is the thing. The sensors on the board sometimes, she's like maybe dragging the queen or something. We saw that in game one. But that one was really obviously wrong.
This one was not as obvious. Oh, maybe with the time scramble she blunders. I don't know. Things can happen in life.
Things can happen.
And I've done mistakes like this. I'm sure you've done mistakes like this at some point in life.
Never.
Okay. I don't believe you, Alex.
I've been caught in a lie.
All right. So queen f3, fantastic move. And now finally, Pia does have more time than Levy. I think this is the chance for Pia to get Levy into that pressure. Levy is good with little time, but everybody feels pressure with little time. So where does Levy go with his queen? He doesn't want to trade. Does he go queen b2? Does he go queen e5? Queen e7 looks very passive. Queen b2 looks nice because you're threatening maybe some knight g5 things. I don't know. Looks scary. Maybe you have to, I don't even know what you do. Maybe you can go bishop b3 to try to keep everything together. But knight g5, what happens? Can you go queen g2? Looks nice to keep the queen here. I'm not sure.
Big decision. If he can keep them on, he does. I like that. Keep the queens on. The king is pretty loose, but Pia can keep bothering him. Queen e4, just a little yo-yo going on. So let's see.
I like queen e4 here.
Yeah, because we already said the queen trade is quite good. I think Levy wants to play knight g5 next, hitting the queen. He's also going to hit the defend his f7 pawn, which is under a little bit of pressure. But still, if he's able to, this white king is quite vulnerable. If he's able to coordinate, like the rook comes to b2, the knight's coming to g5, the queen sneaks in, you can get mated on the dark squares, for example, because you can only control the light squares.
And okay, let's say she would take here.
She could take, but that bishop's pretty good. Yeah, and she didn't make a move.
She didn't make a move.
Yeah, so just queen e6, and I have an extra pawn, and you have the weak king. Yeah, you can make these trades, but you are suffering in defense here.
You're suffering.
Now, if there were no 8 pawns in that position, it would be a draw because it's too simplified on what side of the board, or it would be very high drawing chances. But with the 8 pawns present, that's another weakness for white to defend. And now Pia's got a minute. She's going to stay under 2 minutes as well. So, yeah, Levy's formidable blitz player. This is not exactly blitz, but let's see if it translates to the time scramble.
And Pia's been trying to defend here for quite a long time, but now she's going to start feeling the pressure of the clock. The other day when we saw the time pressure, it was a much more simple position, it felt like. But now when the queens are still on the board, anything can happen. And she plays bishop b3.
Very solid, safe, no more tactics. Now I think Levy, okay, it gets a question mark, but take it with a grain of salt or whatever you guys have in Sweden.
We have salt here in Sweden, I can tell you that. I mean, now I was thinking what happens at knight d4, but of course, there's hands. You can't have that. Knight g5 is a very logical move. I don't know what happens after queen g2.
Yeah, but now I'm starting to I was trying to see, can I sneak in like queen e3? I guess you go king h1. Knight g5 I really like. Just even if you don't see any kind of threats, just put that knight closer to their king and, there could be something going wrong. He plays it. Excellent move.
Very quickly.
And also f7 is defended. So no.
I think she's going to play queen g2 here.
Yes, ultra safe. Yeah.
Ultra safe. Yeah. I mean, the engine is saying queen c6, but to me that looks crazy.
Yeah.
Queen g2
you know
very
your
quickly.
Mother. Yeah. Rook d4 is excellent here because you can't even take because then you get forked, and I'm ready to just double up.
You're ready
and I want to invade on that d2 square because I want to use the dark. Notice how Levy's all his pieces are in the dark squares because my opponent has a light square bishop. I'm going to put everything on dark. You can't bother me. Rook d4, rook d8 would be an excellent idea for him here, getting all his rooks into the game.
And now there's so many tactical moments as well with knight f3. Like you bring in you double up your rooks, bring them to d2, and if you take, bam, knight f3 check is coming.
I see what you're trying to do. Yeah.
So that is a big threat.
That's why I won the knight on g5. Right now I'm getting these tactics that weren't there before. So it's not rook d4 is really nice because you can double, but not the only move.
What happens here? Maybe this is a bit crazy, but let's say rook d4. Can you go rook f1? I don't know.
You can? What here?
Rook e4. It's just so strong. Everything's so strong. You're coming in.
But you also don't really have any huge threat. I guess you maybe want to go rook f2 or something, but I was going to say maybe I just go rook d8. That's kind of the most kind of natural reaction. Levy's under 1 minute.
Levy's under a minute.
He's under a minute. He's thinking how to take advantage of this. It is 30-second increment, and he goes queen e3 check. Okay, so let's see. So king h1. he maybe
Quick
want,
move.
yeah. Well, king f1 is insane.
Mhm.
Queen f2 blunders knight h3. So king h1 will be played. Maybe he wants to go knight e4, like trying to smother mate or something.
Mhm. We see king h1 there on the board, and
Yeah,
now
he's trying to maybe do this, but there's rook f1.
there's rook f1, and you have
But then
to
there's
give it
rook, but then it's like it's getting pretty crazy. He's gonna get rook d2. Can you give this up and try to sneak in? I think that's what he's trying to make work.
He's trying to make some tactics work. This looks like a scary move.
Yeah.
There's rook e1, but okay, this looks so crazy, right?
Yeah, there's all these checks, but knight h3, it's yeah, let's see.
Let's see. Pia does have now 2 minutes on the clock. Very valuable time at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And Levy's time is ticking. 46 seconds is the exact time right now. Whew, what is happening here? Is he going to go for this? Do you think he's going to play a different move?
I think
Do you think he's going to go knight e4?
yeah, that would be a blunder because rook e1 forces a draw, actually, right? If he doesn't have any nasty discovered checks there, he has to repeat. So I hope he does not. I think queen e3 was, yeah, he was counting on this idea, but now he's seeing that. But yeah, this is a dangerous territory for him because I've been there. Yeah, he makes this trade. I was going to say, when you have like 10 seconds, you panic sometimes. Your hand makes a move that your brain doesn't agree with, and then you live to regret it. So, okay, but now maybe he's still trying to play knight e4 after rook d1 because there's no rook e1.
Exactly.
But then you go rook f1.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the rook invading. Yeah, this doesn't seem like the most. I mean, he's not kind of spoiling too much, but I wanted my rook on the d file so I can play rook d2. Maybe he'll play rook e8 after rook takes d1.
So let's say rook takes, knight e4.
Yeah, rook
now
f1.
Rook f1 is important. And okay, now there is no rook d2.
Nope.
And I guess if we do something like this, there is time now to capture an f7. I don't know why Pia is thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say this is.
I have no
You're
idea.
not gonna play, yeah,
she plays that. Okay,
yeah,
good. She did spend a little bit of time there, but at least she did take it with the rook.
Rook c8, rook e8.
Maybe she was calculating what happens if knight e4, but yeah, rook f1 over there.
Yeah, rook c8. Okay, good. I think Levy's maybe going for just rook c1 in some positions.
So crazy move. Can you go queen b7? No, you can't because the knight is defending everything. I want.
Yeah, the knight in g5 is quite nice, right? Defending f7. You could go queen b7, but even my queen on e3 defends a7. Not that you would be able to take it anyway.
Maybe you can go queen d2 to try to trade. Queen f3, you go back. Everything is defended, but it looks scary.
No, you can't go back. Oh no, yeah, you can't. That looks very loose.
It looks loose. I don't know if she's gonna do that. I think now it's a moment where she just doesn't really know exactly what to do, and it's scary with this time.
I think Levy, he needs to keep the pressure on, and there's a chance, you know, especially with 1 minute, Pia is going to make some inaccuracy, and he'll get, because he has a pawn, which is good, but because it's so simplified, it might not be enough to win some of these endgames. So he needs to keep pieces on and try to take advantage of the potential vulnerability of the king on h1.
Exactly. So we will see now Pia is under a minute. Crucial point for her. Will she play something like queen d2? Will she, I don't know what else she's going to do. Play rook f1, queen f1. I don't know. It's a position where you don't want to have the white pieces. You don't want to have the white pieces here. Only 40 seconds. What does she do?
She's reaching. She's looking at the clock.
Queen
G1. Yeah, so nice and safe, you know, trying to trade those queens.
I mean, I'm scared for my king here.
I know, but I don't have a lights for bishop, right?
No,
so it's safe on h1.
It's safe, but it does look scary. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, queen, I don't know, somewhere. Don't trade it.
She makes that move with 30 seconds on the clock. Now it's time for Levy to make a choice. Where will he go? Maybe she does this. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe she wants to be able to go queen e1 after. I'm not sure.
Just the move to, you know, it's not bad. I think now she's going to go here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gets a bit extra time.
Yeah, for both players. And yeah, Levy's got to keep these queens on. I would think. So maybe just like queen e5. I don't know, just some square where
I think it's just going to keep going. Yeah. There's no way for him to trade here. He doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, because now you can't, you know, he's counting on trying to attack the king, as we said.
So what's the plan? Let's say you go queen e5. How do you continue here with white? I guess you want to put a rook on e1 if you can.
I think your plan is just to sit still. Like like everything's defended.
Can you go rook f1 to force the knight
rook
to
f1.
not?
Yeah.
Rook
f1, rook d1 is the plan. Just back and forth.
Just back and forth.
And Levy's got to come up with the moves. Come on, you got to move now though.
24 seconds. Time is ticking for Levy over here. Will he be able to convert this position, this very favorable position for him, into a win? 18 seconds. Time is ticking.
Yeah, you get 30 seconds every move. I saw someone asking, but that's all you got. So he's got 7, and if he makes a move here, he'll have 37. He goes queen e5. Yeah, he keeps the queens on, as we expect. The nice thing for him though, or he could make a lot of quick moves here, like which is not a bad idea, but to gain some time on the clock. But if I was him, I'd want Pia to have less time.
Of course.
I don't want to repeat moves.
No.
To give her the time. I want her to make a mistake.
Exactly. And he goes queen e5 with 5 seconds on the clock. So now Pia has to make a move. She has to make a move that will not blunder anything and that will just kind of hold the position. She can go rook f1. She can go rook f1.
Rook f1. Everything defends each other. So very, very solid.
Very nice and solid move. And she's not putting the queen on loose squares where the knight can jump in. This is also nice because if the knight now, for instance, would go somewhere there, this pawn is hanging. So it's keeping a little bit of tension, and Levy has to come up with a plan. He only has
rook d8,
seconds.
I think, just because I want that rook on d2. Although then, I would go rook d8 because I can't invade on the c2 square. He's thinking.
8 seconds.
He'll make a move.
He has to make a move.
He will make one. He goes rook. Okay, very solid move. He wants to overprotect. The rook is defended. The f7 square is defended. So sometimes when you're low on time, you just want to make sure everyone defends each other. And you're not worried.
I would go check and back here if I was Pia.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, king h7,
just
queen g2. Get a minute.
Time.
Get a minute.
Get a minute. He's not going to want to go for the draw. So you just get a minute instantly. Let's see if she does that. I think it's a very practical choice.
Yeah, rook c7 I actually also like. Now the knight might be free to move in some positions without f7 being hanging.
Yeah, so that's thinking, a very nice idea. But he made that move with 4 seconds on the clock. So it's very tense right now. Very, very, very tense. Let's see what happens actually. Let's say you go queen h check, king h7. Let's say you go, can you go back?
Yeah, and now Levy's got to make a plan. So I would think maybe he tries I don't know. We'll see. I mean, his pieces right now, like the queen on e5, I think is pretty excellent in the center. The rook, I want the rook on the second rank. And also at some point, it's not easy, but he can try to push either a5, a4, trying to destabilize the bishop. Maybe even h5, h4, just double flank attack.
Yeah.
And Pia's thinking hard. She's got 19 seconds. She looks at the clock. She's aware.
It's stressing me out, though.
Yeah.
Come on.
They're both going to be going very low every move.
She gives the check. Okay.
Levy's instant king h7, and I think she's going to come back.
Yeah.
And she goes queen d5. Okay. Also makes tremendous sense. Give me the queen trade.
And I'm very happy that she makes that move very quickly.
Yeah.
Because that was getting very stressful,
Yeah.
When Levy has less than 10 seconds, it feels like at least he's fully aware he can make a move with 2 seconds on the clock, but it's stressful when Pia is down on time. It's very stressful. So queen d5 is the last, but this is a very nice idea, I think.
Still wants to trade.
Queen d5 wants to trade and a little bit more active than just going back.
Yeah, and also makes Levy think. Right now, he's like, do I trade? Do I not trade?
Exactly.
She puts pressure on f7. So there's also some queen f5 checks. So,
there's several checks here.
Yeah, I mean, he also always should have g6, but yeah, he's thinking his hands up. Queen e2, very active. Scary. Yeah, queen e2, good move.
Can you go queen f2?
She goes back immediately. I mean, makes sense, right? So she's just yo-yoing.
Yeah.
And now Levy...
Just getting more time.
Yeah. He's not going to trade the queen. He might repeat once. He might go back to e5 just to get those 30 seconds.
And we see the players now changing to the other side of the score sheets because they've made 40 moves. And in many tournaments, this would be the moment where both players get an extra 30 minutes. But in this tournament, no, they're not getting any.
You don't get anything.
No.
You get what you get and you don't get upset.
Exactly. Exactly.
So queen e3. Okay, good. So yeah, again, Levy's just keeping the status quo. Pia has to keep defending. He doesn't have any threat right now, but I think he might be looking at potentially playing rook c1 at some points. Alternatively, I would be wanting to play rook d7 and rook d2. I feel like if I get that rook in the second rank, I'm gonna get a lot more threats.
Of course. Can we go queen f2 and then try to go for queen f5?
Queen f2. Yeah, I'm trying. Again, I'm always looking. Can I trade back rank and some knight fork? But yeah, I mean, at some point, Levy could make the trade of the queens. I mean, if it's forced, still gonna have an extra pawn. Still gonna try to win that endgame for a long time. But it feels like he wants to keep them on to create threats. So we saw Pia play queen g1 earlier. So I think that either queen g1 or queen f2, like you mentioned, are definitely possible ideas.
Queen g1 and move here.
Yeah, it looks so funny.
She makes a move.
She plays bishop d5. I'm surprised because now she loses. The bishop is a little bit loose and she kind of blocks the queen. I don't know why it's a mistake. But it does look like, practically speaking, the bishop on b3 was quite nice. But
it was protecting everything. Yeah, I'm surprised she doesn't try to chase away that queen anything more.
So now, now, what is Levy going to do? Well, I was going to go for rook d7, rook d2. He could go rook c1, but
I mean, rook d7, do we have check and some checks?
yeah, well, I'll go g6, but
Yeah.
we do have check and some checks. Levy's thinking. Yeah, he's going to be bouncing around those seconds. Let's just wait for his move.
5 seconds.
Rook d7.
He makes that with 4 seconds on the
Makes
clock.
it 4 seconds. Now, miss. So the computer was saying rook c1 is very strong, but rook d7 makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense. And yeah, I mean, now she almost has to play h4, it feels like, because otherwise the rook is coming in. At least now with the bishop over here. Oh, and she does it. Wow.
Okay, so
wow.
Yeah, okay, so that was probably her plan with bishop d5 because she stops knight e4.
She stops knight e4, threatening this pawn, and she realizes she needs to get the space for the king to be able to move.
Yeah. So knight e6. Okay. After knight e6, she can play queen e4 check if she wants to trade queens. But Levy doesn't have much choice. His knight only has 1 square.
It only has 1 square, and he only has 5 seconds on the clock.
He's got to go there. 3, knight e6, yeah.
2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. I don't see him flagging.
No.
But it is obviously very, yeah, you never know. You never know.
Yeah. I think she's going to go for queen e4 check now and trade the queens.
Yeah, I mean, she's been trying to get that queen trade going. Here, you do it with tempo. So trade, trade, trade. And Levy's got the extra pawn. So he still is going to have great winning chances. But yeah, it's very simplified. And the bishop versus the knight is going to be, I think, in Pia's favor. But yeah, he's going to have the 2 result. It's going to be a long endgame if we get queen e4.
Yeah, it's going to be a long endgame, and we get it right over there. I think these are the best chances she's had so far to drawing this game.
Yeah, I mean, she's defending very well, but it's far from over.
It's far from over.
It's going to be a long defense.
Yeah, it is absolutely going to be a long defense. And, you know, Levy has still all the chances to, of course, convert this. He has a pawn more. He is in a very safe place. He can never lose this. It's either going to be a win for him or, in worst case, a draw. But if we look at this position in comparison to the middle game that was so tactical, it felt like it was over for Pia. Now there's chances.
Absolutely. But Levy's coming. He's going to go king g7. Maybe he's going to play f5, king f6. The tricky thing is Pia has her pawns really well set up here. If Levy tries to make a passer, which he should at some point, he's going to have to keep trading stuff. You know, he's going to have to keep trading. And for example, this is far off in the future, but it's not that unlikely. You can get into a rook and knight versus rook position, which is a draw. It's not enough material to win. So yeah, when you don't have a lot of pawns, these endgames become more of a reality.
And I'm wondering, can you go h5 simply?
Yeah, you could. You could try to trade more pawns. Levy's going to go king g7.
We do.
Yeah, it's reasonable, but also Pia might want to keep the structure. It's quite reasonable because you trade him 1 more pawn, right? What's so bad about that? Nothing. So she definitely could play that move. Otherwise, yeah. So she goes back, and I think for king g7, move the king to defend f7. Pia just wants to get the bishop back to b3, defend the pawn, and put pressure on f7.
That makes a lot of sense. And I mean, how does let's say that Levy can make all the moves in the world. How does Levy win this? Because he does have an extra pawn, but it's a pawn on the same side as the other pawns, which makes it a little bit harder for him to get a passer.
Yeah. So I think he's going to start with bringing his king in, possibly play f5 if he can, although you got to be careful not to get kind of hit on this diagonal. He plays king g7. And also the fact that there are still 8 pawns, he could try to, make some action happen there, some kind of like start pushing this pawn down the board. And like I said, if the bishop's on b3, try to destabilize it. Like imagine my dream scenario. I put a pawn on a3 and a rook on b2. Again, that's very far from happening. But if I do that, like the fact that there's these 8 pawns gives white another pawn to have to worry about. If there was no 8 pawns, it's just the battles on the king side. So yeah, you can see here, you might be wondering, why is the engine saying a5 is best move? But that's what's one of my ideas, right? I want to make sure that if there's bishop b3, I have a4. And if I can get the pawn here, I can start targeting the a2 pawn.
Exactly. So this a2 pawn, I suppose, is going to be the weakness that...
I'm going to try to make it a weakness. It's not really weak right now, but that's kind of my goal, to get you distracted on both sides of the board.
All right. Well, this position is at least easier to play than the position that it was before with the low time. He plays rook c7, and now bishop b3 looks like the most sensible, or it looks like it makes a lot of sense. However, maybe it's scary to put your bishop in a square where you can just easily be targeted by the knight.
Yeah, he'll probably play knight d4.
Yeah.
Levy's going to try to just keep maneuvering his rook and knight until he finds a nice spot for it. So, for example, he can play like knight d4, knight f5, right? Putting that, like in some positions, the knight on f5 puts pressure on the pawns. He's going to try to bring his rook down to c3. He's going to just make threats and just, you're in these positions, objectively, he's probably not winning with if Pia defends perfectly, but you just kind of try this idea, try 5 different ideas. And at some point, your opponent might give you an opportunity that you didn't have before. So, okay, see, that's a mistake. Why is it a mistake? I don't know. But rook c3, bring that rook in, attack the pawn, and then look for a way to get the knight in and target g3.
And so, yeah, I guess her idea with this is she wants to put the rook in a more active square. Maybe she wants to have the ability of going bishop b3, rook d7 at some point. Yeah, I mean, rook c3 maybe makes sense.
I don't see why it's a mistake, you know, but
no, but the engine is ruthless, and yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, Levy's rook c3, like I guess, you know, attacks the pawn, but the question is, okay, king g2, but then you try to bring your knight somewhere.
And the thing is that if this pawn gets attacked by both the knight and the rook, because my mom has a light scored bishop, there's just no way for her to defend this pawn with the bishop. So she has to defend it with the rook, and important for her to not get the pieces too uncoordinated there.
Yeah.
So Levy's thinking 7 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of normal. He plays h5, so he yeah, so he puts the pawns in light squares. He makes sure that pawn on g3 can't move up the board. It's a fine move. I mean, there's almost no bad moves he can make here. He just needs to try to keep finding ideas to pose problems. But yeah, him playing off 5-6 seconds is going to make it hard to play these, you know, the most testing moves. He wants it to be the other way, right? Where Pia is bouncing off that couple seconds and you're liable to make more mistakes.
She plays bishop b3, activating the bishop and taking it away from a square where it can be attacked. And this, I think, makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
now there's no knight d4 because she played rook d2.
Exactly. So I suppose that was the idea of that. And she's going to bring up the king after this probably at some point. And it's going to be a long game. But Levy, under the pressure of time right now, 15 seconds, once again, needs to make a choice. What does he do with this knight?
Yeah, king f6, maybe bring the king over to e7 or something like that, closer to the center. Again, there's no winning plan here. You know, it's not like Levy has a plan that wins. You just make moves. He made a move. Apparently not a good move because there's rook d7 now, which you mentioned earlier. And okay, but this actually, hold on a second. So rook d7 can actually get really interesting. So the threat is bishop takes e6. So there could be some position, and she plays it immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, immediately. But now he goes king f6. I was going to say, yeah, I don't see her doing this, but he can give up the a pawn and win the g pawn. Then you're going to have this massive race. But
I can't believe she just played it instantly. Maybe she just wanted activity, I suppose. But yeah.
So Levy's got to not blunder his knight here.
Of course, bishop takes e6 is a threat, but so he's
king f6.
Of course going to see it. King f6 makes all the sense in the world, and
yeah,
actually maybe
king g2. Then he has
5 seconds.
Yeah, well, you got to go king f6. Yep.
Yeah. Now is she gonna take or is she gonna defend?
No, I think taking is not great. I'm gonna take g3, then h4 is loose, and 3-on-1 is I'm gonna take those odds. You know, if I get those pawns, I think she'll just defend the pawn. But the problem is, how is he gonna get his knight in the game? f7 is gonna be very loose, and you can't play rook c7 because bishop e6. I guess you can because you have rook c2 check afterwards, but you lose the a7 pawn, so it still doesn't really work.
So okay, let's say he moves the pawn. He has to defend it.
Yeah.
What happens if rook a7?
Rook c5.
Rook c5 and rook a6.
Yeah, but the problem is it's hard for me with the rook and a7. It's perfect. You put pressure on a5, you put pressure on f7. It's hard for me. I guess maybe I'll try to put my rook in f5 so I can guard both. So 3 seconds for Levy. He plays a5.
Very little time. And yeah, I guess now she keeps the rook. I think rook a7 looks very natural, but she's probably going to spend a couple seconds calculating. But I think definitely she's not feeling as much pressure with the time anymore now that she has these 2 minutes, which it's not a lot of time, but in comparison to 37 seconds, does feel good. And she does almost make a move. She holds her hand over the piece.
Yeah, the rook just staying on the 7th rank is going to be a big problem for Levy. She plays rook a7 because he can't move the knight. He can't move the knight without dropping the f7 pawn. So maybe he'll have to play g5 at some point to kind of get the square for the knight. That might be right now. He needs to defend his pawn. So this is he plays it relatively quickly,
which is really good.
Yeah, I think he might need to play g5 because otherwise the knight can't move. But that's another pawn trade.
It's another pawn trade, and the more pawns we trade, maybe the easier it's gonna be. We'll see
for sure.
So yeah, what is she gonna do? Is she gonna go rook a6? Is she gonna keep the rook here? Is she gonna start moving up the king? She's probably just calculating all of that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's got a great setup here. The bishop on b3, really strong. The rook on a7, very strong. Yeah, Levy's best chance is like g5. The knight's going to come to g5 and somehow later on start targeting the g3 pawn.
Yeah, the weak pawn that we see here. There's also in a dark square, difficult to defend, and she's spending almost a minute here. She ends up going king f2, and now the question is, are we going to see Levy going for this g5 move?
Probably not immediately because he might try something else, but it's hard. Like, I can't even move my king. Like, I move my king, I lose my knight.
Yeah.
Or I move here, I lose the pawn. So he's really in a stuck situation here. One thing that I was trying to do is seeing if I can put the rook on f5 to defend both pawns. But then where's my king going? That's the problem. I still can't go king g7. I mean, my knight can go to d8. I don't like that move, but that's probably why the pawn. Yeah.
That's probably why she's keeping this rook on a7, right?
And he so he goes for it. He's like, okay, I need to get this knight in the game. I like that decision because if Pia takes, which is not a bad move, he can at least play knight g5, and the knight's not just like stuck babysitting on e6.
No. And the knight is just very sad over here, just waiting. So yeah, is she gonna take? She does take. Now the knight gets a little bit more active, and she has to be a little bit careful with all of these different checks that we see.
That's my dream, giving some checks.
Yeah. Using the knight for what it's
what it's born to do.
Born to do, forking and checking maybe. So he's spending a few seconds calculating the
I can take with the rook, I guess, but the knight just feels
more natural.
Yep. But double checking, takes with the knight. And it's hard because the rook on c5, right? Like you if you want to attack this pawn, you might want to combine the rook and knight, but someone's got to hold these pawns. And that's what the rook and knight are doing. Excuse me. So Levy's got a minute now, but with every pawn that gets traded, it's getting more and more simplified.
Exactly. And especially now, these pawns are at least also not
split now.
Yeah, they're split now, exactly. So it's gonna maybe make it a little bit harder to get a pass at some point. We will see. She's spending some time here thinking, calculating all the different checks. And yeah, I mean, what are we expecting? Are we expecting king g2 just for her to not have any check? I feel like that move looks very natural.
Yeah, I mean, her rook and her bishop are optimally placed. So yeah, king g2 looks quite reasonable. It's a position where, you kind of just sit and you react to your opponent's ideas. I think at this point, she's found the best setup for her pieces. So yeah, king g2 is fine. I mean, Levy's, he's going to keep trying to find ways to maneuver the pieces. Like I don't know if it does anything, but maybe I'll try to go rook e5. And at some point you try to move the king, and it's hard because I want to make a passer, I guess. So if I could at least trade a pawns, I'll have one pass pawn, but even that position is still far from winning. But Pia's got 30 seconds. That's what Levy needs her. He needs her to have 2 seconds each move, and that'll increase the likelihood of her mistake.
She's looking at the clock, knowing that she has 20 seconds, and then she plays king g2. She doesn't want to spend a lot more time here getting down when she probably realizes, okay, king g2 is safe at least. Very
safe. Yeah, I think for Levy now that I see an idea that I'm at least reasonably happy with. I'm going to go king g6, and I'm going to play f6. So the pawn's on a dark square. You cannot attack it anymore with your bishop. So I think that could be an idea. And then once you've played f6, maybe I can start, coming up with ideas to bring the king in. So yeah, I think he needs to try something like that. The pawn on f6 will free up the knight on g5 to go on a little journey.
And he goes for that. Look at that. Very nice.
And then the knight can go somewhere. We'll see where it goes, but I'm sure Levy will be eyeballing that.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see now where Pia goes. I mean, she can give a check, but that wouldn't maybe be so useful because there's simply f6.
Yeah.
So maybe she can try to bring the rook to the other side. I'm not sure. Rook a8. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening. She's probably looking at all of these sort of things as well.
Yeah, currently the knight can't move. She gives the check, but yeah, f6, easy peasy. I think that's the move we want to play anyway. Rook a6 is not bad. Again, like it's not like Pia needs a huge plan here. She just needs to keep the status quo, and when Levy goes for ideas, she needs to be ready to react if he has some threats.
Exactly.
So this check after f6, she'll probably just go rook a7 or rook a8.
Yeah, just bring the rook back.
Yeah, that was just a move because every move is okay. And I like your idea of rook a8. Maybe you have ideas of harassing me on the back rank.
Yeah, some check, some sort of attack, something,
Something.
Because rook a7, maybe you have some bishop f7 check ideas, but I'm not really sure exactly what that is going to do. So her time is ticking again. 27 seconds, Pia. Time is going down second per second. And the only thing that scares me is that she's somehow going to lose control of how much time she has left and not look at the clock and start calculating these lines. And well, now she looks at the clock. And as soon as she does that, she always makes a move. But
no, there's no chance she flags. But the thing that obviously is a big factor is you could just make a mistake with low time.
Of course.
I know it's nerve-wracking to. Have you ever seen your mom flag? I'm curious.
Have I seen her flag?
Yeah.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah.
In tournament game?
I'm not sure if I have in classical.
Yeah.
But I have definitely in
With increment?
with increment. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why my heart is
like, but with 3-2 or something.
I
flag
actually
in
can't
3-2.
remember.
Yeah. But in classical, it's quite hard. You have the 30-second increment. I mean, again, it's mom, but it's also Grandmaster Pia currently.
It is. That's
And,
a very fair
You know,
point.
grandmasters do not flag, or rarely do. So
And grandmasters are also
Yeah.
good at endgames, which actually is the one
Yeah.
thing that's giving me some peace here.
Mhm.
That she's experienced with endgames, and of course she's not happy because she's up pawn down, and she's.
I think
never
she's
gonna-
happy because she knows that this is the best that she could have got.
Of course,
Yeah,
so
so
she's
you-
happy in that
yeah.
way, but she's
Mhm.
she's probably relatively comfortable
Yeah.
with the endgame.
I like Levy's move for 94, especially now that Pia is kind of playing him 20 seconds. She gives a check. I mean, there's almost no bad moves here for white is the difficult thing.
Mhm.
But Levy, like I get 94, like if these G3s under pressure, like now, like, yeah, the problem is I can't bring my king in. Like, even if I get it to G4, like Bishop G1. you know,
Yeah,
so-
exactly.
So I would love to, I would love to get a tempo to play Rook C3 and get that pawn, but not easy to do so. Maybe Levy can go King H7.
Yeah, that's
And
what
then,
I'm wondering.
and then, yeah, if Rook A8, like Rook C3. So it's a little risky because I'm giving you the pawn on A5, but I'll go Knight G3 because H5 is
Mhm.
hanging. And now I got these two pawns, I'm going to try to run with them, but you got the A pawn. Like,
Maybe King Bishop D1.
yeah,
and put a
but
lot of
king goes
pressure.
up. Yeah, king goes
King
up.
H6. Bishop here.
Yeah.
Oh, we do
H4,
it?
H4,
Ah, yeah,
H4. Yeah.
H4. True,
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Trying to find something.
But like for black, I'm also trying to find something where Levy can like put some pressure, right? Or at least like change like the position a little bit.
I think she's gonna go for another.
He
check
has 5
here.
seconds. He makes a move. Yeah, he can repeat moves here once, perhaps. Now he's actually setting up a little trick, I think. Is he? Yeah, Rook G5. Rook G5 he's trying to set up. Okay, she attacks his knight. Because otherwise, I mean, if she like skips a move, he goes Rook G5 and tries to create this double attack. So we got Rook A8. If I'm Levy, I'd think about going Rook E5.
What about F5? Can you do that to just
Yeah.
keep this knight here?
Yep, you could, but I'm losing out on Rook G5 ideas.
Yeah, true.
You can do
True, true.
You can do some different stuff here. Let's see. Let's see
12
what he does.
seconds.
Knight D2, you can like just try to get rid of the bishop.
And any move is a little bit more scary with all this time situation.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, he's played some moves with 2-3 seconds. Rook E5.
With 3
Yeah.
seconds.
So the point here is, I think most of these endgames you do not want to be trading if you're white, because now without the rooks, apparently this one could still be drawn. But I got a pass pawn now, and now you don't have that active rook harassing all my pawns. So Pia's not going to want to trade. She's got the very active rook here. She'll probably just throw in another check on the H8 square. She could also put the rook on A8. But okay, now they're really playing under 1 minute most of their moves.
Now the pressure is absolutely on, and it's smart because it's gonna make her think about the trade, right? So it's gonna make her think a little bit about the trade. And who knows what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think she'll give a check and then she'll move the rook again. Yep, that's
There
exactly
we go.
what happens.
Look at that.
And it's a good move, but you also get to play 2 moves, so you get a minute. So it feels quite
nice. In
quite
that
nice to get that
moment.
time.
Yeah. So come on, I want to see a quick rook g8 check, just bum,
Mhm.
right there, instant.
Yeah. Let's see it.
Yes.
She does it, and now Levy will go King H7. He's not gonna. I mean, he could repeat one more time, but King H7. So the game keeps going, right? He does have the extra pawn, and again, he is definitely. Well, you got to be careful. I was gonna say, considering these moves, you could, you gotta not blunder any pins in some positions, but yeah, I think he's all fine.
Now she's gonna.
Yeah, now Rook
think a little
A8,
bit.
I think, just to bring the rook all the way to safety, because now with the, you don't want to be falling for some random like A4, and you can't keep the bishop protected. You can't keep the rook protected by the bishop, I meant. So Rook A8, yeah, very safe. And now, can he go Rook G5?
Yeah, this is the question.
Yeah.
Threatening this pawn on G3.
Yeah. But I
but
guess you have
bishop
Bishop
C2.
C2, yeah.
Which is the idea of
But-
placing the king here.
Yeah, I was going to play Rook takes G3 then.
King H2.
Yeah, Rook G4.
And then Rook
Rook
E8.
yeah, I have F5, but I think you can go Rook A5 instead.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
can probably just take here,
Yeah.
and you're threatening this pawn
Yeah,
as well.
but I'll go King H6. But okay, I feel like for Levy,
just put it up.
yeah, sure. Bishop C2. Well, Bishop
Bishop
C2, Rook
C2.
G3. Yeah, King H2. And now, yeah, Rook G4, I said. Okay, it's fine. And then here, and now King H6. Yeah. So, okay, like this is like, if I'm Levy, like I wouldn't mind that, because if I'm trying to win, because at least I have my two passers. Yeah,
Exactly.
so I'm gonna pose you some different problems.
Mhm.
And that's what he's thinking about. I think he's because rook g5, you got to be careful about bishop c2. Make sure you're not hanging your knight, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
That would be quite
quite something. And
quite
he
something.
plays it. He plays it. He goes for it. Okay, so that's I like that decision. I mean, you need to do something. The position hasn't changed, and trading the g for the a pawn, you do give white the passed a pawn, but you're banking on your f and h. But yeah, let's see.
I mean, bishop c2 now looks very natural.
But you got to calculate out. Well, I guess you don't have a choice because you're going to lose this g. Yeah, she plays. I was going to say you can't defend g3.
Yeah.
So you got to do it.
And I think also that was her idea with trying to get the king to h7 and having it in this diagonal, putting it on a light square.
Yeah.
So she does it very quickly, actually. And now the question is, are we going to see f5? Are we?
I think it kind of transposes. f5, you go rook a5. And actually now I'm threatening to win. I'm threatening rook takes f5 after.
Rook takes f5, just winning with the a pawn.
Yeah, I'm going to trade everything off. So
I'm just going to show it really quickly.
Yeah, sure. If you play a super random move, but you can't even blunder it by accident.
I guess
even know
h4,
what you do. H4 maybe or something like this. And
let's say
that could be something like this, and you could lose this.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, Levy has made a move, so let's check.
Rook takes g3. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we're going to see king h2.
Makes sense. Keep the rook under attack.
Or king f. I don't know, but it makes more sense.
Yeah. All good.
That's actually the nice thing when you see it, that there's no move that can lose.
No, the margin of error here is ocean's worth. But when you're playing these positions for a win, you're just looking for that one moment where your opponent's margins kind of go down, right? You're able to pose some extra problems.
Exactly. So she's spending her time here, but looks at the clock and says, "Okay, we gotta make a move, yeah." And
you got 40 seconds.
Still not, at the scariest point of time, but okay, come on.
Yeah, I mean, she's evaluating the position ahead. I mean, we're gonna get this f and h versus a. There's a universe where the a pawn really goes down the board, so Levy's gonna have to be a little careful. Although he'll be fine. He can even sacrifice the knight for the pawn. But okay, yeah, Pia's thinking. But
come on, Pia, make a move. Make a move.
She's looking at the clock. She's very aware.
Make a move. Okay. With 6 seconds on the clock.
6 seconds. But now, yeah, Levy, quick move. Rook g4, rook e3.
Oh, okay.
But you know how safe this position is, I'll tell you. I know the clock might not be safe.
Yeah.
But you know what's kind of crazy? Let's say Levy goes rook g4. This position right here, it's a draw. Even, let's say we have, let me example. This position is a draw.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Now, that's why you'll see the engine just calls it even. Obviously, I would take black. And I wouldn't be surprised if black wins some games. But that's how objectively safe the position is. But with the 30 seconds, there could be surprises.
I mean, okay, she has to make sure that she doesn't,
She just takes it, yeah.
She just takes it, and now she's going to take this pawn.
Okay.
I was going to say she has to not blunder the bishop somehow, but yeah.
Okay, but king g6, we got 2 pawns. It's a theoretical draw. Even rook, h, and f is still a draw against the rook, but it's winnable. I've won that endgame against an international master before. I've also lost that endgame against a grandmaster. So definitely not the easiest endgame, but having the a pawn helps.
Having the a pawn helps. And now it just, okay, a4, king g3 just looks so natural.
Yeah. But Levy's going to go f5, king g5, bring the rook in.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, even if the engine is saying it's 0.00, this is not a dead draw. Levy's going to be pushing for the win, and Pia has to hold this.
Yeah. She has to hold it, but she's getting closer and closer to the draw. Yeah, I don't think Levy's winning chances here are realistic anymore. But of course, he's going to try. Yeah, f5, so that you can advance the king. You'll probably put the rook behind the pawn. We'll see. I saw there was an incredible endgame that I saw in the Olympiad where you were present. Yeah. It was between 2 grandmasters. It was I was watching the Team USA match, and Grandmaster Ray Robson, he played a grandmaster from Singapore, I believe, and it was like rook and 2 versus rook and 2, and he won. I've not really seen that too much, but yeah, he was able to find some tricks. So never say never. So Levy goes rook e3, cuts off Pia's king. He's getting ready to put his own rook behind her pawn, and yeah, if the pawns were together, he would be winning. But unfortunately, they're divorced, so he cannot do that.
Yep, they're one step away from each other, and yeah, I mean, I believe that Pia's seen this endgame a lot of times, and I guess that's also what now experience is going to be helpful for her. She's played chess for extremely many years, for 50 years actually she's played chess. So I think that she's seen this a million times, but at the moment of pressure, at the moment of sitting there, and after a long fight where she's been able to hold this crazy position that was completely losing for her before, the pressure is up there, and one can, of course, still make mistakes. So never say never for any result here.
Yeah, maybe black will hang a rook.
You
know, there actually is a ridiculous way to lose here. You can go rook e5, be like, oh, let's trade some rooks, and you can, but you can forget about this pawn.
But you can get,
So everyone can do something here. But yeah, we get rook a8. Yeah, Levy puts the rook behind the passed pawn, and I think Pia can make some pushes.
Yeah, she can start pushing. You don't want to push this pawn too far, though, right?
Yeah, why not? In some cases you don't, but I think here you can.
Here you can, all the way to a7?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Because again, remember, not that she wants to do this, but even if you lose the pawn, you're fine.
Yeah.
But the point, I know what you're trying to say, because let's say my king is here or something, you don't have any checks. But even in that hypothetical, let's say we just kind of go, here.
Yeah.
Like somewhere like this, it's always fine because you can just go here and then you take my pawn.
Yeah.
And then with one pawn left is going to be a draw. So it's not like there's one incredible way to draw this. But yeah, time's ticking. He's going to push his pawns too.
He's got to push his pawns, and I'm scared about the time. Pia, make a move. Pia, make a move. 15 seconds.
She is constantly looking at the clock, though, which I think has got to give you a little bit of comfort. Okay, Levy, king f5.
Yeah, I got to try king f5.
Go forward.
And what happens after king f5 if you just simply go rook here?
Yeah, I don't know. King g4.
King g4, check, king h4 maybe.
Yeah, I mean.
But then maybe rook f8. I mean, as long as we get one of these pawns traded.
Yeah, I mean, there's like I said, it's not like she needs to find this one amazing precise way to draw. It's like, Pia, there's 20 legal moves here and 18 of them are good.
Yeah.
So this is like, yeah, but Levy's, he's thinking. He's got a little time to think. He just doesn't have the resources. Yeah, so I mean, a5 is fine, rook g8 is fine.
He was king g5.
Yeah. But that's the best. Just move the king up, right?
Yeah, of course.
But I like your idea, rook g8, rook f8. That actually might be the most straightforward. Just
instantly go for the pawns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, let's see what she ends up going for. Every time
But that's the thing, right? You have all these choices, right? Which might make it more tricky. You're like, oh, this is good, this is good, this is good.
Everything is good here, yeah.
And then, all right, Pia, she's thinking, she's looking at the clock. She goes rook.
Oh.
Okay, I was like, what? She gave up the pawn? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I know we've been through this, so.
But it's still, you never know, right?
I mean.
Yeah. Okay, she makes that move with 10 seconds.
Yeah, king f4.
I have to say that my heart can't really handle the time situation.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that's going to go tomorrow with the rapid. But okay, now rook h8.
Because then you only have 10-second increment as well.
Then, yeah, exactly. So you don't have to write down the moves, but yeah.
The thing for Levy, just for everyone watching, is that if these pawns get traded, this endgame with one extra pawn, it's a draw because the king is too close. If the king was like, here, we could have a discussion about who's winning. But with the king in front of the pawn, the winning chances are very low. And
she goes for that rook h8 idea where she's just going to keep checking. And worst case, the king will go to h4.
But then she'll attack the f pawn.
But then she attacks the f pawn. And you can't protect everything. You can't be too greedy here as black. You can't keep everything.
Can't have it all.
Can't have it all.
I mean, one thing you could do, which I doubt he wants, you can go here and then go here. So this way, I'm able to keep things defended, but I'm quite passive, right?
And rook f8 here?
Yeah, rook f8 to go here, but it's something you just come back and.
And now
I haven't made any progress. Yeah. So, yeah, I think both of the players know this is a draw, but you gotta try every last chance.
You gotta keep all the way going. I mean, this game is not gonna end in a draw anytime immediately soon. Levy's still gonna fight, of course. And yeah, wow, what a dramatic game. And there might still be drama,
Might still be drama. I mean, I am very confident in this game finishing in a draw. I mean, Levy had excellent chances. He was playing very well, especially after he grabbed the advantage. But yeah, once he missed the most kind of incisive moves for victory, they were not easy. But Pia defended tenaciously down the pawn. And I think she'll be rewarded with her half point. She'll be very happy. For Levy, it'll be a bit of a disappointment. But let them finish the game first.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about results yet because the results are not on the table. Anything can happen. 10 seconds for Levy. He goes...
Check.
King h3.
Rook a1. Just trying whatever.
You're going to try to check? You're going to trick me.
Yeah. It could work.
I see. I see.
Yeah, you see what I'm about now. But yeah, well, actually, King H3. You know what? Hold on a second. King H3. Now, yeah, no, I can't. I was gonna say this king is not placed very well, but I'm missing.
But what happens if king f3?
Well, there's no threat though, right? Like rook takes h5.
Rook takes h. Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
because the rook cannot
I
check.
can't
I
do
forgot.
it.
Yeah.
No, but I was thinking like, yeah, instead of rook takes a4, rook h5, as Levy thinks. Like if I could somehow like, okay, I don't want to blunder my rook. That looks like one of your team match rook blunders, right? Like
you know about it.
Yeah, but I'm like, if I can like cut the king off and like bring this pawn down and or like cut the king off like this, I could somehow maybe get So Levy goes for it, but this is still a draw. So P is obviously going to take. This is still a very safe position for her because let's say I play rook a2. Let's even give me some other moves. Let's say let's give me like several moves.
Yeah.
Even something like this is a draw. This is called like my king is cut off, but the rook is what's called on the long side. So you just check me forever and I'll just, do all these arrows and it's still a draw. And Pia obviously knows that as well.
And he actually did that move with 2 seconds on the clock. So time is ticking again for Levy. What is he going to do?
Yeah, he goes for this. I mean, it looks smart because you cut the king off. It's just not enough. The rook is going to come over and I'm going to be ready to give you lots of checks. The long side defense, or maybe it has another name, but yeah.
And I would like to think here now that Pia feels pretty comfortable with this. This is one of those classic endgames.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Levy, she goes rook b5. But yeah, Levy's idea here is that, is this a bit of a strange position for this endgame? Or is this just a regular?
Regular enough. I mean,
Regular
usually
enough.
you're used to the king in front of the pawn, but yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, Levy's going to play like f5, and then Pia's going to go rook b4 check. He goes here. Okay, so that's a good try because he's saying, I'm going to block. Okay, so he's still looking for his chances. That way, that's a smart move because now if you have a check, I'm going to go rook e4. You can't trade into the endgame. But nevertheless, it's there. So he's trying every last chance, which is obviously great. His goal is like, go down, make this a queen.
Of course.
And yeah, it's a great idea because the king on h3 is ever so slightly awkwardly placed, right? Like you don't want to touch it. You don't want to make a touch move.
No, you don't want to accidentally go king h4.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah. All right. So Levy's still looking for his chances. And even, like you said, Pia's got, it's battle generations. She's got the experience, but at the same time, with, 30 seconds on the clock, sometimes you forget some of that experience. So, but yeah, Levy goes f5 now. You can't win if you don't push the pawn.
No, that's the only thing he has. It's this pawn.
Yeah.
This pawn disappears. Just shake hands.
Yeah.
So
yeah, f5.
f5, and then okay.
She's gonna So
she's just gonna go.
She's gonna wait.
She's just gonna wait.
It looks scary though, because it's like I'm coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, the king, even though it looks awkward, it's also very close. So I can step in and assist, trying to stop the pawn, and my rook is ready to give some annoying checks at the right moments.
Exactly. So yeah, what is she gonna do? Is she just gonna keep the attack on this pawn? If she goes something like rook b5, it's gonna be hard to see where the king moves.
So king e4 will be played.
King e4,
and
then
then
king g3.
But then f4. Then you got to be a little careful.
This is why I hate rooking games.
Yeah. No, there's definitely still like some accuracy required here. And Levy's got the pawn. He's his plan is to promote it.
And it's easy to start getting a bit scared and worried somehow about that pawn.
For sure. So Pia's taking a little bit of time. Someone says, what if Pia trades rooks? Well, then you're probably, most of the endgames you're going to lose. Like one way you don't want to lose here is go here. And then we get this check. And I have the pawn going to promotion.
Pia, make a move. She's not looking at the clock.
Thought. She's not. And now she is.
Oh, okay.
Rook b5,
Okay.
5 seconds. Yeah. It's a short move too. So if she was having to go rook d5, it might have been a flag. Yeah.
Oh man.
Because you got to bring the hand back.
I'm happy that she thought about it. Okay,
Yeah.
Pia, let's now go for a quick one.
So Levy, quick king e4, good. And
Okay.
yep.
I mean, maybe just rook before check,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So Levy's pawn, it's going down the board.
It is going down the board. And she's very deeply calculating. Come on, Pia, let's make a move. Oh my. I can't watch this. I can't watch this!
She's reaching over. Oh, she reaches back. What?
Oh,
Oh, okay. No. So
she made a move with 2 seconds.
yeah.
Oh my. Okay. Okay.
Okay, Levy, F4, quick.
Okay.
She wasn't looking at the clock though. You're right.
Yeah, she has to
wasn't
look at the
looking.
clock.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, I can't. This is just.
But she made the move very quickly. I don't know if you caught that.
No, I did not.
It was one of the fastest movements I've seen a human being make.
I can't.
He's pushing. He's pushing the pawn.
And she has to play faster. I almost I'm almost leaving you here because my heart can't take this. But I will not. I will not. But I need some fast moves.
I'm going down with the ship.
I need some fast moves. Get that rook going. Get something going. We can't lose some time here. Pia, make a move. Pia, make a move. What?
No. That's exactly what we needed there. One of those, yeah.
Stop giving me heart attacks. I can't deal with this. Oh my, I'm shaking in every single part of my body. Okay.
You're battling the clock, the technical difficulties.
Oh, you have no clue what my body's going through right now. Okay.
All right, King F3. King F3, come on. The thing is, it's I'm sure she knows it's a draw, but you want to be careful. You don't want to.
I mean, the king and the rook and the pawn are also close to promoting, so you want to make sure that.
Well, that's the thing. You can't stop the pawn from going down. It just doesn't reach the last rank.
Yeah.
So she hasn't done anything wrong. Levy's having a little bit of a think here, but King F3 is quite fine.
Come on, Pian. This is the time to think. So we get a fast move right after this. No going down to under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
What's he thinking about here?
I mean,
you can go King E. I guess you go King E3 as well. Sure. King F3. Yeah. I wonder if Levy knows it's a draw. His endgame knowledge is not the most advanced. Not that mine is either. But I wonder if he thinks, I think I'm winning. I got this got this pawn.
I mean, I would think that.
Yeah.
Come on, Pia. Let's get a fast move here. We can't have this clock running down. Not another heart attack. Come on, Pia. Fast moves. Fast moves. Keep going. Oh no, it's going. It's happening again. It's happening again.
Yeah. Oh, but she looked at the clock. She looked at the clock.
No, I mean, I'm stressing. Is she gonna lose?
Okay, 4. Any move is fine.
Has she lost? Oh no.
Well, let's see how much time she actually had, or was it lagging a little bit for us? Wow. What? She flagged.
What?
What?
No.
What?
What?
They shook hands. Did she? Oh my goodness.
What?
Well, they didn't put the kings on the board, so that's why we're getting moves. I think she flagged.
Oh,
she slapped the clock.
Yeah, this is what I thought could happen.
Oh man. I honestly, I wasn't just saying it. I thought there's no way, but
no, I thought that it could happen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she flagged. No, I really think that she just can't. Sometimes she just doesn't have control of the time when it's very, very low.
I'm shocked. I mean, she was looking at the clock every move, but
I know.
somehow
That's why I was stressing so much. Yeah,
wow.
She flagged. She missed the clock and she flagged in this equal in this draw and endgame. Wow, what a crazy result.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for you, for Pia. I mean, such a long game. I really did not think it was going to happen, but I guess she wasn't sure. Maybe she wasn't sure it was a draw, so she was taking every move because she thought it was so critical.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Levy was playing a great game. He had a winning position. Pia then defended extremely tenaciously.
He defended so well this game.
But he kept 79 moves or however much.
And this is a huge win for Levy because this is now 3 points that Levy is getting in this very kind of anticlimactic finish. After such a good defense from Pia for so many moves, this game became 79 moves long.
I think right here, she wasn't able to finish her move on time.
Yeah,
because we saw her make the move, hit the clock, and they shook hands.
Yeah, she's going to be really annoyed or of course, frustrated. But I think she just had to go for a few just fast moves. She just had to add up the time.
The thing is, let's say you make any move like rook a4. Mm-hmm. So this is the thing, right? The pawn is going. But how's it going to go? Let's say you go king e3. Now I give you a check. Now if you go king f2, king g4 draws on the spot. Mm-hmm. So this king, it looks quite bad. But once the pawn gets close enough, it's a draw. It looks very scary. But of course, with low time, you're capable of doing, I'm capable, everyone, of bizarre things. But yeah, rook a4, there's just no way for the pawn to keep moving.
Yeah, but that's why she had to just keep making moves with 10 seconds on the clock to just not get into this crazy time is ticking.
Every move, right? She had 2, 3, 4 seconds and Yeah, and you can see they're having a long discussion.
Yeah.
Five.
Here.
I just realized what a mistake I did.
Let's listen. Let's
So,
listen in if we can.
Sure.
Yeah. So I should have gone. I think I should have gone c5.
I'm gonna have some water after that. I'm gonna grab a little bit of
I
water.
could have taken on d5. Why didn't I do that? I took, and I took here. Why didn't I take on d5? What would you have played? Yes.
Probably knight takes d5, bishop d5, c takes b3.
Queen take, because my queen, no?
Yeah, then it's probably equal. Knight c5 and...
It's equal. Yeah, this is what I have to play, of course.
Actually, knight c5, your queen is hanging, and so is your bishop. Maybe it's not so simple.
No, isn't it defended by the pawn on c4? I have a pawn on c4.
Ah.
I still have the pawn on c4.
Ah, then knight c5.
What happened with the pawn on... Yes. So what happened? I took on c5. What did you do? You took on... Yeah. So yes, I should take on d5, not take here, of course. Ah, but you take here. No, I don't have it. Can I go queen f3 here?
Maybe. Probably.
Yeah, queen f3, maybe it's not.
It's yeah. I felt so uncertain. Like I was thinking I should take on c4 and then play c5.
I thought that was the strongest at that moment, but I thought c5 was good because when I took, I was very scared of bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop takes. But I thought e takes d5 and I can sack, but I didn't see how.
Here you go. You go queen b6,
Queen b6.
king e, knight g4,
Yeah,
knight d4. You take here. And it's, I thought it just...
It
and the
looks
rook
scary,
three,
yeah. It
and
looks
you
scary.
take on
Yeah,
d5.
yeah.
You take on c4, you take on d5. I just thought it was crashing. I didn't even know if I was going to take the piece or not. But okay, I
Yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, like bishop f2, and you don't have to capture. Maybe we can go.
Yeah, we can go
They will tell us all the answers.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, so I don't know.
No, but I mean, you defended like unbelievably, and you got the queen trade. I was thinking when you played bishop d5, it was a mistake. Like you set up h4. Maybe I can just leave my knight and play like queen d3, but then you go back. You're threatening to skewer my queen. I have knight e4. I couldn't like. I thought
I have bishop c2.
Knight takes. Oh, knight g3.
Yeah, you can go knight g3, and what happened? I moved my queen. I just moved the king somewhere. It's still a pin.
Yeah, so then maybe it was smart not to play this because I
It's still a pin. Yeah.
I thought like when I saw I could lose my queen, I thought like okay, no, I'm just gonna. I mean, I'm sure the endgame is probably drawn for a while. I was just trying to force the king. Probably.
But of course. What should I have done?
Probably you should just go to g1 with the king, and just wait for me. And I don't think there's any way I can walk with both pawns.
Yes, wait with the king on g1.
Maybe. That's what I was thinking. I thought if you get out there...
No, this is win. But I had this and I had drew this. But this is winning because in one moment you just give them pawn. My king on g1, but it looks very, very passive. Yeah, but maybe this is right. Yeah.
No, I was just trying to avoid Philidor. Like somehow just not let it...
But I don't know from the beginning. Is it really lost from beginning?
No, I don't think... I'm sure it's a draw. Like, I'm sure there was a...
But I mean this. Can we now we can put it.
Yeah.
Is this really... But I am very... this position here. You play rook here. This is here. Is this really... so what you went here.
Yeah,
and you went...
Yeah, rook b5, f5.
And here you have this.
I think this must... I feel like this has to be a draw. I mean, it's a lot harder with this. Like, I felt if king g1, it's... You just get the Philidor positions.
But I don't know. This was the position you played here, yeah. No, but I could give this check here. This is what I should do. What you're going to do here? Yes, check. I should play.
Yes.
Give
This is what I thought.
here, and I come back.
Yes, I saw this repetition, and I thought like, oh, I can't make any progress if you just check and rook h5.
Yes, that is what I should do.
Yeah, because if I walk here, you get the king.
Yeah, check here, of
King
course,
G3,
king
yeah,
d3.
yeah.
No, that is not. So this is, it should be a draw here, yes.
Yeah, I think there's one moment you can stop.
This is probably the only moment, yeah? Check here now. Yeah, I must come here. Check, I play rook, yes. King f4, and I come back now.
Yes, and I saw this rook g3, take, king f3 is a draw.
Yeah. Okay, you saw the this was good. Yeah, no,
Was
that's all
like-
yeah. So yeah. This thing. But also in a position like this, I can even play this.
That's-
No, you have this. No, but this is why not play this? Yeah, this is much better here, and here, and we play. Yeah. So this is. I have the Villador. Yeah. So yeah, this was my moment. So this was okay, and now he has to go. Check here.
Probably
Yes.
rook h4, yeah.
Yeah, this I have to do. But after this, f5.
It's maybe still a draw, but I felt like I'm gonna walk.
Here, and check. And you come here, and I come here now.
Yes, again, I thought yes, but here
My king is so
maybe I
much
can
more.
use my rook somehow. Like I can play rook e2, then come back, then play.
What
rook
you play?
e3.
You play rook e2, but
Oh,
maybe
no,
I go.
Sorry, rook f4.
Yeah. No, you need to go maybe check here. But the question is, maybe can I come here? Yeah, no.
King f3, king g5.
King g5. No, it's okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
So maybe even after here, yes, maybe here is still a draw. Yeah, but I need time. I know this with these positions. I need time. So still, maybe it's still. Yeah, they will tell us, of course. But maybe.
Yeah, I feel bad they're sitting there.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. So I will sign here. So here.
Few comments here in the postmortem. They are signing the papers. And is it true that Pia thought that this was a loss, or that she was losing in this position?
I guess that was the case. It would explain, her really taking time in those moves, because if you know it's a draw, then you double check a couple things here and there. But she was probably really, really trying. Okay, how do I save this? Right? Where's my chance? But yeah, it looks very scary. Your king's out of play, but this is I believe it has some other name, but the defense is called, the way I learned, the short side, long side. The king goes on the short side, rook goes on the long side, allows you to give a bunch of checks.
Yeah.
And the king is, although it's boxed out, it comes in at the right moment. But we saw in game one something similar where Pia made a move with 1 second.
Yeah.
She was winning in that game, and Levy came in and he said, I don't know what I would have done if she lost in time. I almost, would want the game to be a draw. So I'm sure, obviously, while he really wanted to win today, this is not the fashion he wanted it in. He did have an excellent chance to win the game on the board, but in the end, he kept fighting until the very end. He took every single chance he had. I mean, he was playing this final position for a win. He has the extra pawn. He was trying to win, and Pia didn't realize that perhaps this was a drawn endgame, caused her to spend that extra time, and unfortunately for her, game ends on a flag, as we all saw.
Yeah, of course, very sad for Pia, and yeah, I mean, it's part of chess, of course. The clock is a very important piece as well, as many know. But yeah, I think that for her specifically, this is gonna maybe take away some confidence for the rapid and blitz, or it's going to inspire her to just play faster the whole time. That is what I hope, right? That she just says, okay, I can't do this mistake. I made this mistake the first day and I got away with it.
Yeah.
Very luckily. But now I properly made this mistake. And yeah, I mean, no matter what, I do really want to give props to Pia. She played a fantastic game after that really bad position she got out of the opening. Levy was playing so well that opening and middle game, and Pia was just in a losing position. But then she was able to play a fantastic end game. She played 40 moves on this second increment, on this time trouble. But then at the very end, she wasn't able to make her final move on time, and she did end up losing this game on time. But yeah, some love for Pia in the chat, because it's going to be tough for her. This is one of the very frustrating ways you can lose in chess. It's almost more frustrating than any other way, I would say. Oof. Because you've been fighting for several hours and it gets decided on something that you feel like shouldn't happen in classical. So, she's going to be very frustrated. And I just hope that she's able to tackle this off and start tomorrow as a new day, because tomorrow is when things are really going to get decided in this tournament, with 6 rapid games, 2 points in each.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as you mentioned, of course, this is heartbreaking and maybe one of the most difficult ways to lose, but you could also have inspiration. Like, okay, now I'm going to play much faster. And and also perhaps, I'm sure Pia has, she's played a long, illustrious career, but she has more games ahead. So perhaps, in her future games, not only would the time be helpful, but also the endgame, right? You could have this endgame again, and maybe she'll, you'll be on a team together next Olympiad, and she'll get the match-winning draw against, whichever team you guys are up against. Then she'll remember this moment and how she held the draw, and then you make a positive out of a negative memory.
That's the thing. Chess and every chess position is, of course, a learning experience. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, Pia, she doesn't play a lot of tournaments where you don't get extra time at move 40. She specifically avoids them. But when we decided to do it this tournament, she said, "Oh, Anna, this is great. It's going to be better for the viewers. It's going to be more dramatic." And because she knows that she struggles with time. But like I said, I just hope that she's going to be able to play faster in the rapid and blitz. So yeah, it's part of chess. It's part of life, but very frustrating loss for her, of course. And yeah, I'm excited for us to be able to talk to them. It's, of course, not something you always immediately want to right after.
Yeah.
But we're going to be having them for an interview here very soon. And we can see now that the match score has actually equalized. Now with this win from Levy, it's 2-2 in the classical. And it's 6-6 in the total amount of points, as each win here gives you 3 points. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. CET, we're going to be having the rapid that's going to start. We're going to be in here for a long day because we're going to be having 6 rapid games that are all going to be worth 2 points each. A win will give the winner 2 points. A draw will give each player 1 point, and a loss will be giving 0 points. So there's 12 points up for grabs tomorrow, which is going to be huge. So it's going to be very exciting. And then the final day, we're going to be seeing the blitz as well. 12 games with 1 point on the line for each. How do you feel like the rapid is going to be tomorrow? Do you think that this is going to give Levy now a lot of confidence for the rapid?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's like a whole different tournament. You go from playing 1 classical game per day, very intense, and now you're playing 6 games all at once, which is, the match strategy is really going to change. I'm sure both players were preparing, very diligently for 1 game per day. The role of preparation is going to play a bit of a less role because you have way more games. And of course, I'm sure Levy's very happy to equalize the match. Obviously not in the fashion that he thought it was going to go, but both players, I think they're going to have to, and as we see them coming in, they're both going to have to kind of change their mindset, change their approach for 6 games of rapid in 1 day.
That's right. And we got both of the players here now. I thought maybe we can start with Pia, actually.
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's get her
right.
here. And I will be happy to donate my wonderfully working microphone.
We're happy about that. Okay. Hello, Pia. Hello, Mom. Hello. I don't even want to call you Pia now. I'm just going to call you Mom. Oh, what a game this was, Mom.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sad. I just blundered the rook and game when it was a draw. I think it was a draw.
It's always a draw.
Yeah, it's always a draw, but not the last position.
The last position is a draw.
It's a draw still.
Yeah.
This is draw, what? King h2.
King h2.
King e3. Check king d3. So it's a draw still.
Oh, so you thought this last position was losing?
Oh, I thought it was losing. Oh, wow. It's still a draw. Oh.
But if you think it's losing, it's so much harder.
Oh, wow. Because every king g3. Wow. There's nothing to do here. Wow. Of course.
But it's so much more different when you've played with time trouble for the last 40 moves. You start seeing, ghosts, as we call it in chess.
Yeah, it's still a draw. King g3, of course. I only saw king f1, but of course king g3. Yeah, this is a draw. So, and now I just wait. You wait and I wait. I don't know there's any trick you can do. I don't think so.
Oh, but you thought here that you had messed it up and that it was losing.
Yeah, I thought it was losing. I just forgot king e3. I just forgot king g3. Yes. Yeah, no, I'm a bit tired. Yeah. Oh, wow.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so.
But you played such a fantastic game out of this opening and middle game where.
But I mean, when I play 92, I should just go c5, yeah? Isn't that normal?
C5,
b4, knight
we can go back to that moment.
Because that looks very normal. I was just so upset with myself that I played this. Yeah.
We can go back to that moment if that's okay for you. Here we go. So yeah, in this moment, so yeah, knight c3.
So I should just, what should I do here? c5 directly. So c5 directly is the good move. Aha.
But I suppose maybe you didn't like the idea that he would come up with the knight and then start going F5, or
No, no, no.
was
I
there a
was,
specific reason?
no, no, no. I wasn't. The C5, of course, I have to go C5. No, so knight C3 was a mistake. Ah, it wasn't the bishop A6. And if I go C5 now,
Yeah, now C5, because yeah, the problem here now, yeah, the pawn becomes hanging.
yeah,
So yeah,
so
B4.
knight A4.
Were you close to playing C5, or did you just think knight D2 would be better?
No, no, C5 was my plan. C5 was my plan, and then I changed my mind. I played knight D2, and after rook said, "Oh, I realized this is very bad for me."
You said that in the confessional.
Yeah, I said that.
You went up running to the confessional, and you said that. It was so nice to be able to hear some thoughts, though.
Yeah, it was so bad. So rook said,
but Mom, I mean, like really. It looked so tough at a certain moment.
I thought bishop takes c5 was good, and after yes, take on f2. This is
what you saw all of these ideas of taking.
Yeah, and then after that, I thought maybe it doesn't matter which way. I thought he has to play knight g4. That's what I thought, or maybe queen b6 is the same. Yeah, I saw that. So I would have taken e take d5 here, and I took now again. I made mistake take. And why I don't take knight take d5? This is yes. I took on c4. This is yes. I have knight takes c4. Wow, I forgot knight takes c4. Wow. Knight takes c4. I didn't even see that. Wow. Yeah. B takes c4 was a big mistake.
This is a very.
Yeah. But this is a big mistake. Yeah. So now I'm worse again.
And now here, yeah, this is a big moment as well, because you can take back the pawn, or you can play knight b3. But I suppose that you were very worried about this bishop being on c5.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Take on d5. I wasn't sure what will I play here now. Yeah, bishop take f2, queen f6. Do I have knight d4 then? Is it like this here? But maybe this was okay. Maybe I wasn't so worried about this. Knight f3 is the good move. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, the idea here is that the queen is trapped. So
I've seen that the queen was trapped, but I didn't forget. Yeah. So why didn't I do this? Why didn't I take on d5?
You don't even have to go for this. I mean, yeah, but this is crazy.
So let's go back. No, I wasn't scared about what was I scared of? Yeah. So queen bishop take f2. No, queen f6. I go knight e4. Yeah. Is this knight e4, and it's just very good for me. Take. And what is happening here? I will just go, bishop b2. I will just, and I have rook a1. I forgot that the c pawn is defended. So I should just take on d5. Knight take d5 is fine. Yeah, this is mistake now. Here.
Now you just get to play with this pawn
knight e6 is a good move.
Yeah.
And what did I play queen b2? Yeah. So.
And then d4 was very strong by Levy here.
It's very strong. So I went. I can play knight e4. Okay, so I have to go knight e2.
But yeah, and now things were looking really. But you found this move queen b1, which I thought was very nice.
A little bit tricky, yeah. I was surprised it took an e3. I thought he should go, that he should play something else. No, I got a little bit desperate because I assumed that. So this was, should I take with a rook?
Well, he has apparently this tactical idea of e2 here.
And what is happening now? Rook d3. What is happening here?
Yeah, this all
knight c5 maybe. Yes, knight c5 is coming. No, bishop take f7. So what is happening now?
Yeah, I mean this is all very crazy, but the engine just simply thinks that after queen f6.
It looks very, it's winning, yeah.
It's just too many problems. This pawn is, everything is kind of hanging. So I guess, I mean, okay, it's very hard, but he took here. And then, now this started to become you played perfectly. You were playing all these moves perfectly, Mom. Like this was beautiful. You were playing so well.
Yeah, I knew.
This was beautiful.
But bishop b3 was a mistake.
I mean, don't look too much at these.
What should I have done here in this position?
I mean, I'd like queen e4.
Yeah, of course. I want to change queens.
But don't look too much at these. The engine is a bit mean sometimes. So you can't
here,
too much.
So we had check, king, take.
And this was just so, you were playing so well.
Now queen e1. Yeah, because I want to chase queens. Here we have
this is so nice.
Queen. And now bishop d5 is always mistake.
But this h4 was amazing.
Knight e6, and this was right here. And we have this position here.
And you were playing so many moves here so nicely and so fast as well.
But yeah, here. 94. Now I give it check. I want, yes, I think this is check here. Okay, yes, and give it check again. No, not this. I want to give it check again. I want the king on white square. I forgot this.
Oh
And
yeah.
I want to, no, yeah, I give it check.
Or where do you want him to go?
No, he will go here. So I will come here, and I will go rook a. And we have this position. This is what I wanted to play.
Yeah, with ideas of being able to pin this knight at some
so
point.
it's rook e5 is not possible now any longer.
Takes some bishop here.
So he needs to do, I don't know what his plan is to do. Okay, if it goes knight d2 here, I was thinking that I can go yeah, this is true. Maybe I can just come here. Can I do this? Yes, a little bit to annoy him. King g7. I want to see rook e7. Can I play this? Yeah. So yeah. So this.
No, what you played was perfectly fine as well.
So I played this.
Oops, let me just give you 1 second.
Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't touch. So it was still a draw. I thought I was losing. Oh, the last. Yeah.
Yeah, but I still. Yeah, you were playing all of this perfectly. And then this, this was also nice. And then you went for this pawn.
And now the rook b5, is that the best way? I thought maybe rook h4 was better. I thought what after this move here, isn't this better to play? Check. King f3 and come here. I thought this was the easiest way of playing. I thought that was the easiest way of playing.
Yeah, maybe. But
yeah.
But so, yeah, all of this was always.
It's always a draw. Oh wow.
But yeah, I guess And so what was, because we saw that you were looking at the clock, you were looking back. How were those moments? How were you feeling with the time in general?
No, I have problems when I play with half a minute, and also today I was very tired. Today I felt I didn't have the energy I had yesterday, so it was a tougher day today for me. So yeah, and
you can blame it on us for starting the round an hour earlier, Mom.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy about that. I wasn't too happy, but yeah.
But this was such a fantastic fighting game, and you know what I think everyone appreciates so much? The fact that you're still here, super excited about chess, looking at all of this, even after what happened.
Yeah,
that is a beautiful skill that not everybody has, and you're so strong for that.
Okay, thank you.
Truly.
Yeah. I'm I'm so upset that it was a draw, and then yeah, you have to not lose some time. And actually, also I had only one move to play, so it was strange that I lost some time. But I started calculating, and then the time went away.
The time did go away, and that's what can happen. So final question, we're gonna get Levy in here very soon, but this was the final portion of the classical game, and with what happened, it ends up being a tie. So 6-6 is right now the score. Despite what happened today, how are you feeling for the rapid tomorrow? Are you?
Yes, now I'm exhausted. I don't want to think about it.
Okay, we don't have to think about it. All right.
I don't want to think about it just now. I will think about it later.
You'll think about it later. Sounds good. All right, everybody. We will let Pia get some rest and start thinking about something else. Thank you so much, Mom, for coming here after the game. And we're gonna now move on to Levy.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There we go. Can I just get the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Let's do a little switcheroo and get Levy and Alex in here. Okay, all right. Let me do a little change here.
Thank you.
You are
dying?
No,
it should
it's
be fine for the rest of this.
yeah.
Okay.
If it dies, we'll split
It
mine.
was a very interesting game.
Oh.
We were just discussing like a bunch of variations.
Yeah, we were going. Yeah. All right. Well, what a dramatic finish there. You want to give us some thoughts on the game?
Yeah. Okay, we both thought, I didn't hear all of Pia's interview, but yeah, we both thought that the end game at the very end might be practically winning. I mean, folks have to understand, like, it's very different to play this game
Which was the final position? Because I think you guys, some of the moves in the DGT got registered. Was the final position? It seemed like you guys like these. Was this? Does this happen or no?
Yeah.
This did happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And then I think Pia was undecided where to move here, because I guess I'm gonna go king e3 and start pushing my pawn. To be honest, I thought like this is already practically pretty challenging. Like, you know, the best GMs in the world will like get some endgame with no time on the clock and try to like trick their opponent. Like, for example, I don't know, maybe everything's a draw.
It almost is here, actually. It looks very scary because you're, you know, F5, your pawn's starting on F6, now it's on F4. But the king is always ready to come back.
It's interesting. Yeah, so the reason why I guess this is a draw is just short side defense. Like, this is the like I had a feeling it was a draw because the king is on the short side. You should all know your end games. But yeah, I mean, I was just gonna play, right? Like I was gonna play, and I was gonna try to create winning chances. And yeah, as you heard, like even Pia thought it's losing at some point. But no, the strategy was definitely not, you know, win on time. I thought I'm gonna push the pawn down, but even apparently if I push the pawn down, it's still a draw. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, chess is hard. Like, it's not like you know, tennis or something where you watch a 4-hour match and you are satisfied. You're like, oh, these players, they don't know anything. It was a draw the whole time. Like, we're doing our best. And oh my God, I look pale on this lighting. Wow.
Well, I think that just shows how draining this game was. You left it all on the board.
Yeah, it was very draining. I mean, you and I were just discussing, like around here, it was super complicated. I had a feeling it was quite nice for black after c5. Like very practically, it's very difficult to play. Actually, yeah, I thought knight b5 was the best move. I was annoyed at myself for not taking on c4. I mean, again, just like yesterday, there was a million possibilities. I think it was better to take on c4. I don't really know why I didn't do this. I think like,
and now c5.
Yeah, now c5. Like but I thought like, I'm allowing counterplay. You know, you convince yourself like, yeah, this was smarter. And I saw it take. This is not even the best move. What?
Well, what's the plan here?
What?
Who's up? What? You're up something?
What?
Queen takes.
I didn't see this. What? Oh my! Everything else is winning.
Just hang the queen. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, the queen takes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you were looking at some insane lines.
Yeah,
here,
yeah. But there's a million lines here that are insane. Yeah, I mean, it just felt, yeah, P and I were discussing on the way here, like it just felt like white was going backwards, right? And the game is sort of opening up. So yeah, I don't have to take on c3. I mean, I could just go here. I saw this as well. There was like a million lines where, whatever, like I can take on c5 immediately, and there's bishop f2. And I saw this, but I rejected it because of this. Bishop f2, king f2, knight g4. I saw all of this. I saw this, and this is winning because I just go here and apparently.
Yeah, rook maybe gets c8 in some positions.
Oh, just f5. I'm so stupid. Like, how did I not? Yeah. I mean, I saw this and go, I have no checks. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, f5 is winning. Yeah, I mean, that's very tough. I mean, I saw bishop c5, but again, it's one thing to like see it and another thing to like just give up a piece. And no, it was a very, very interesting game. I had a bad feeling somewhere here. I was slipping up. I mean, I wanted to go here, but I was like, why would I allow this? But so what is it? What is the best move here? Is it like
just take back and you got a ton of compensation, like 95.
Yeah.
d3, knight g4.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, sometimes you have like 7 or 8 different choices and they all look good and you choose the wrong one. Yeah. So here, Pierre and I were discussing like knight takes d5. It's probably the best move. And then even here, knight takes d5 is probably the best move.
But this is one of the moments we were really kind of spent a lot of time analyzing as well, because these bishop f2 ideas, they're present in all these positions. So this was very practical because P already had something like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you miss something, because here this is incredible. And the funny thing is, you were mentioning, oh, is there queen f6? You don't even do it.
No, because you get your queen trapped.
Yeah, because bishop b2. So your whole plan.
Yeah, this is when I saw that I can't do this.
Apparently this you can do because rook c4, like
oh right, just move. Knight d4, knight b3.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
No, this is not.
But I was actually quite confident in your chances here, because even if you don't play bishop f2, knight b6 instead, and you get a lot of compensation. Well, not instead of bishop, but here also. But this is like kind of crazy. Like, oh, bishop f2, and now knight b6. But the immediate knight b6 looked like really good compensation.
This is like findable. If
you think so?
No, not from a distance, but like in this position, you know, you like take knight b6. The
Yeah.
threat is knight d5, so the queen
Yeah.
has to move. And
You
then,
still have queen f6 ideas, actually. At some moment, you could take
here
the
it's findable. But yeah, I was going to go knight b6.
Yeah.
And then we trade some pieces, and I was like, oh, another game, another draw. But okay, I mean, as far as match strategy, it's fine. No, it was like a really, really fascinating game. Like when I went in the confessional and was like, oh, I think Pia is going to go like knight d2 and e4. I mean, I thought the way I played it was smart. I thought this was good. I was like very happy with here. I thought rook c8 was a very good move. Like I was very happy. This move came to me pretty quickly. And yeah, here it's just chaos. I mean, I'm glad people at home. Yeah, I don't think people like can even fully appreciate how many permutations and just lines there are in this game. And yeah, no, I can like feel myself playing up to the level like of the match and like of all the people watching. And yeah, I felt like oh my god, I should actually play good chess. So I feel like we've been fighting pretty well. I almost feel like we should just play like 14 classical games. Like there's so much depth to classical, and tomorrow we're just gonna have to spam some 15-minute games and worsen the quality of the match. And anyway, yeah, happy Halloween. That was
well, yeah, after all these twists and turns, you do get the victory. You tie up the classical portion. I heard Anna asking Pia the same question. Now, you know, I know you're tired, but what are your thoughts about going to Rapid tomorrow? You know, do you feel like a lot of boost of confidence with the latest results, or just gonna go sleep it off and figure it out?
Yeah, probably. I feel. I mean, if you told me I would be 2-2 after the classical, I would be very happy. But I never really, like I said in the interview with Anna, I'm not really a subscriber to this like theory that like I'm the huge favorite in Blitz because my chess.com 3+0 rating is so high. Like we're playing 3-2 and we're playing over the board. And like Pia has experience playing, you know, Norway Armageddons. And the last time I played a 3-2 over the board tournament was probably like Czech Open 2019.
I was actually thinking that because we haven't discussed this much because we're focused on the classical. But obviously you're extremely experienced Blitz player online. But I was like, when have you played an over the board Blitz
like
tournament?
Almost never.
So this is like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Even I guess you played some casual games when you were in Madrid, but it'll be an interesting experience for you to even play Blitz over the board.
No, I tell you, like
setting.
I don't know about you. I feel my brain works absolutely the worst when I have like 20 minutes remaining in a classical game and there's no time control. Yeah, like because at that point, like I like worked really hard to get a good position, but you still have a whole game to play and you have no time. And like that's when I start getting nervous. So now we're gonna start with 15 minutes and we're just gonna see. But you see here, we would spend 13 minutes on a move. We can't do that anymore. Like we just have to play, right? And yeah, no, so it's going to be fun. I hope the fans are happy. So,
well, I think they are happy with all the action. They also have some sympathies for your opponent.
Yeah.
But chess is a brutal game, and we're going to see a lot more brutality on the board tomorrow. I think we'll let you go now to get some rest. Of course. Oh, of course. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Saying bye to Pia. Did you ask if Levy knew that it was a draw at the end? Because that I'm very curious about.
I had a feeling because short side defense. So like if her king is on the closer side of the pawn. And like when I blew my advantage, a couple of times I thought like, all right, let's just bail out and make a draw because I know it's a draw. But then we got to the rook endgame. And so the age-old ideology of would a GM give me a draw in this position kicked in? And I was like, no, a GM would try to like beat me and make me, you know, confused. And I was like, okay, I'm going to just maybe see if her king will go to the side. I thought it should go backwards. And then I just tried to avoid the Philidor position. And so I had a
mentioned this was kind of the moment that confused you a little bit. Sorry, I just want to bring it up. Not confused, but you thought you had some chances here now, right? When
no,
Pia
I didn't think
not here. When King H3, right?
Yeah.
This moment right here when you gave the check.
Yeah.
Thought if she goes to the back ring.
It's just easy.
Yeah, but with King H3, you found this idea to keep it going.
Yeah.
At least practically to cut the king off. So I guess you were like,
but
okay, I can at least play this. Yeah.
Yeah, but like rook, we discussed rook H4, King F3, rook H5. It's a draw. Like I can't make any progress. Yeah. Once I was just thinking like as long as but then she went rook B5. And I was like, what? I can move my pawn now. Or like, I'm going to be able to move my pawn. Then I'm going to use my rook as a shield. Like suddenly my pawn is on F4. When she went rook B4, I went, oh, it's still a draw. I realized like, oh, it's still a draw because here, and I thought she just waits.
Which she played, right? This did happen.
Yeah. And then when I realized like, I can't go here, I thought like, if she just waits on the second rank, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. Like maybe King E3. King G2, and she can just like run here and.
No, not here. All right, I'm a little tired today.
Yeah, I'm a little tired. Yeah, I thought the rook was. But like,
but
this still doesn't look easy, but it is.
That's the thing, right? If you don't know And also, Pia was constantly playing off 5-6. That's what we didn't realize, like, or at least I didn't realize. I was like, oh, she's just being very cautious. But yeah, that definitely influenced the speed of her. Because if she knows to draw, then you kind of play moves a bit more confidently.
She was definitely thinking, like she was thinking, and she would use all her time.
Could you feel that at the board that you thought she wasn't sure?
Yeah, she wasn't sure, which actually gave me some confidence. Like when she played rook, when she allowed the pawn to go 2 squares, I was like, I thought like a little bit by her body language, like she might think it's losing. I also thought I have some practical chances, but I was like, did she really? So I just played a few moves quickly. But when she played rook before, I was like, oh, it's still a draw.
Yeah.
Then I spent all my time. And then I was, and then here I was like, is it a draw? But okay, that's life. I mean, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for those insights. Any other questions that we may have missed?
No.
Shout out to all our sponsors.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, thank you again to all our players, and thank you again to
all of our players, all 2 of our players.
All 2 of our
and
players.
Congrats, Levy, for winning this game as well. And yeah, tomorrow we're going for day number 5 of the Battle of Generations presented by Surfshark VPN. Gonna be very exciting. We only have 2 days to go. Rapid and Blitz. You don't want to miss it. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a lot more fast-paced than what we've seen so far. And tomorrow we're seeing 6 games in one day. The tides could turn completely in this match as we're going in there with 6-6. So don't miss it tomorrow, 2 p.m. CT. And yeah, I think that's it. All right.
Yeah.
We say bye and we just rate someone. Bye. All right.